Hello there. Today, okay, switch scene. So, you read the title now. Let's see. So now, if I open Donkey Kong Bonanza, I have been playing a lot of Bonanza lately, which you can see like I try to 100% the game. However, how can I say that I 100% the game actually if I doesn't play Donkey K Artist? Welcome to DK Artist. Try to paint or carve the rock. Hold Joy-Con controller inwards. Okay. Move Joy-Con over a flat surface. Like a computer mouse. Okay, so I need to use the computer mouse. And then dominant hand inwards. Okay, like this. Alright. So this is like a first step to make the thing like this. Okay, so I have this. Ooh, now what? Okay, but now what do I do? You see, I have no idea how to do the DK stuff here. Ooh, I can break a banana. Now you see, I want to do this mode. However, I do not know how to do 3D sculpting and stuff like this. So, then I think myself, man, if I cannot do this, what I'm going to do? Am I going to just mess around like other people and eventually learn how to use it? Nope. How about I don't use this, but then... Okay, let me check that thing. What if I use a more confusing tools like Blender to learn the 3D sculpting stuff, then go to DK Bonanza to 3D sculpt what I want? And that is today's stream idea. What if I transcend from 2-dimensional into 3D and achieve the 3D status for myself? So that is basically like the idea today, is to learn 3D. And what's a better way than to learn from making donuts, which I will like switch a bit the scene. So okay, wait, let me check a few things first here. But yep, today is going to be me messing around in Blender and learn about making donuts, and might do something else too. So okay, let me like check something first. So do this and this and this. Okay, so now if I open this, yep, we have the reference from Blender Guru, which is like a video I found on YouTube, like Blender tutorial for donut, which I saw this like years ago, about how to like people when start Blender and do like donut stuff. And I think like this is like the basic way to start doing things, and it's 5 hours. So you know what, if I like see if I gonna regret or not using a 2.5 speed, no, not 2.5, doing 1.5 speed, because this is taking too long. And after all, okay, let me like, yup. So that is like a basic idea today. Let's do the Blender donut thing like this. Then okay, wait, let me also check a few more things before I start. Maybe like play some music too. Let's see. Do this. Okay, I don't know if like the song is a bit too low or not, because like I try to test the volume before starting the stream too. So yep. Let me also check a few more things first. So make sure that I record the videos up, because I also want to turn this into like an actual video too. So a few more things first. Alright, I think this is okay then. So let's see what do I have to do in Blender, which I also want to. I saw a lot of posts about Blender turning into like the all about making stuff orange. So maybe I can learn how to be the orange overlord in Blender too, if that is a thing. So let's get right into it, because it's like a lot of, even though I speed up things up, then it could take a while to finish the video and stuff too. So let's see what this whole thing is all about. And my Blender experience is not that much. I have made a dream scene video about like using Blender, which is the rotating bomb and the rotating kind, which I will put on the screen in the video. But that is pretty much like my experience with Blender, and like that is it. So I think I can like learn a few more stuff, and maybe I may use 3D animation in like my future video too. So let's see how to make this donut. And I don't know if this 5 hours is like enough or not, but you know what, I think let's go like normal speed first, then.
This is Blender, open source 3D software that can be used to make animations, visual effects, game assets,
so that is like the
anything 3D.
Starting point.
And best of all, it's 100% free, and it always will be.
I wonder,
if
like,
you've never used it before, but you want to learn it, well, then you're in the right place. This is a tutorial for complete beginners. I've been using Blender for 20 years, so I'm going to show you how to use all of its core features. And by the end, you'll finish with not only the confidence to start your own projects, but with your very own donut animation.
So maybe I might put like a reference to not this thing.
And I say that with confidence because many already have. This is actually the 4th version of this tutorial.
And
I made the first donut tutorial back in 2016, and I've been remaking it every few years to keep up with Blender's development. In that time, millions of people, just like yourself, have gone from having never used 3D to successfully making their own donuts. One artist even snuck his into a little film called Everything Everywhere All at Once. Very clever. So, if you're ready to take your first steps in 3D, hit the subscribe button and let's begin. First, go to blender.org/download or just click the link in the description.
No.
Then, obviously, you got to hit the big download button. Once downloaded on Windows, double-click it and then just go through the install steps. But if you're on a Mac, just drag it into the application.
Now, I actually like have this
find the Blender shortcut and
video I stream idea for like a long while now.
And welcome.
However, like recently, let me like 3D. Talk about this a bit too. So I actually like have this video idea, like stream idea for a long while now, but I haven't got time to do it. However, like recently, like I got an assignment in the class to do a donut in Blender. So you know what? Let's pick up the stream idea and assignment into one, so I can get like double feature of this thing. And then after the donut, if I have time, I might try to do other stuff.
First tip, do not get overwhelmed. If you go clicking around, you might find lots of buttons and some
that's a lot of buttons, and also
names,
the
and it can all
thing
get very
here
overwhelming
too.
very quickly. The thing you need to know is Blender can do a lot of things, which means it has a lot of tools, but you don't need to know every tool in order to do what you want to do. If you're familiar with the 80-20 rule, there's really only 20% of Blender's features that you end up using 80% of the time. And that's what I'm planning to teach you in this tutorial series. So stay with me and you should be fine. We'll start making the donut in the next video. In this one, we're just going to look at the interface, and I'm going to show you some of the basic.
I guess because I like look at the
So
compilation,
for starters,
then
this
it's like
view, this window right
just
here is your 3D viewport, and it's where you'll
see
spend probably 90% of your time because it is the 3D world. So you can see that we have three objects.
3D
here.
world,
We've got the
Super
camera, we've got the
Mario
cube, and we've got the
3D
lamp. And when we
world.
click on it, you can see it's.
I have
selected
seen
because
those
it has the
memes a lot
yellow outline.
too.
So let's delete the default cube, of course, and replace it with something else. So we can
Delete
do
the
that by
cube?
going up to the
Sure.
add menu up here,
Boop.
or by remembering the hotkey, which is Shift A. So Shift A for add. So
Shift
usually
A?
the one you're looking for is underneath mesh. So
Mesh,
these are
okay.
called your primitives, and it's what you use to start something when you're looking to make an object. Like if you're
Oh.
going to make a chair, you might
Alright.
start with a cylinder as the chair leg and then build out from there. But the one I'm sure you're all very curious, you want to click it. It's the monkey. So
Monkey.
let's just click the monkey.
Oh.
Why does Blender have a monkey? Well, fun
Monkey?
fact, every 3D software has its own little random complex object because it's useful to test things like shaders or complexities of scenes. So 3ds Max has the Utah teapot, Houdini has the toy, and I think Pig's head. Blender has a monkey, and it's actually called the Suzanne monkey head, which you can see in the top left there, named after the orangutan from the film Jay and Silent Bob
Oh, I
Strikes Back.
see.
Random piece of trivia. So let's get a better look at it. And to that we need to orbit, which you can do by on your mouse there, your scroll wheel. That is called your middle mouse button.
Scroll
If you
wheel.
push that in and then drag around, that is
Like,
now
I know
orbiting.
a bit of
Now,
basic
for my laptop
navigation.
users,
like
you just panicked because you realize you don't have a mouse. How are you going to orbit around? First of all, probably a good idea.
You know
to
what,
get a
if
mouse for
I, like,
3D work, it will come in handy.
Speed up a bit
But
like
in a
this.
pinch, you can get by without it just by up here in the top right-hand corner. This little gray circle, anywhere in the gray section. If you just left-click, drag on that, that will do the exact same thing. Or if you want, you can go to Edit Preferences, and then
I
underneath
see.
Input, there's Emulate 3-button mouse, and that means that if you hold down Alt and then left-click, drag, that will do the exact same thing. Also, whilst you are in User Preferences, you might want to go to Interface, and you've got Resolution Scale. If you're on a 4K monitor, you might find that your menus and buttons
Okay,
are
I
really
am
small, and you
okay
kind of,
with
like, squint
the
in to
current
see it.
interface,
personally, I
so
like to keep
not-
my 4K monitor around about 1.5. Since this is a tutorial, I'll make it nice and big so you can see what I'm doing. Okay, so that's orbiting around with the middle mouse button. If we want to zoom in, we can do that just by scrolling in and out. We could also do
Scroll
it by going
in
up to the
and out.
magnifying glass tool there, and then just left-click dragging and then moving the mouse back and forth. That does the same
Ooh,
thing.
okay.
Or you could hold down Control and then middle mouse button, and that will do a smooth zoom as well. Okay, so one thing you might notice looking at this is that it's not very pretty, right? It's just kind of got this flat, bland, gray lighting over everything. And that's because this state right now is called viewport shading. And it's kind of a lightweight, optimized way to view the scene,
Okay,
just as you're building
let
it.
me
But if you want to create a final
go up
pretty
like the-
image, that's called rendering. And you can actually
down
switch
here.
into rendered mode by
And maybe
going up
like-
here into the top right-hand corner.
I can
You can see
also
we're currently in the viewport shading mode. If we go 2 across, you should see rendered view mode. So if we click that, your computer might stall for a quick second whilst it loads it in. You can see it's
also,
now
I do
perfect.
not
We
know,
have
like,
directional light. We have shadow cast
like,
across the monkey.
if the
So it's
stream
now
die
illuminated
at some
by this
point
layer
because
up
of
here.
Blender,
So if I
then
wanted to,
I guess that
zoom
will
in
be
on that way,
it.
then just kind of like move it around. You can see it's kind of hard to focus on. Like it's always
Okay.
exactly not in the right view. And that's because we are centered on our monkey right now. We need to change the focus. We need to pan to something else. So we could do that one of
Okay.
2 ways. One, if you're on a laptop, you could use the little move tool there. That will do that. Or everyone else, shift middle mouse click, drag, that will do the same thing. So middle mouse
Shift,
is for auditing, shift
so
middle mouse
up,
is for
up, and
panning
I'll
to
shift.
change your view to
Okay,
something else. Okay,
basic
so I'm gonna move my light
navigation.
because it's too moody. I want to be able to see the monkey's face there. So to move an object, you could do it one of 2 ways. One, you could go over to the left-hand corner here, and you've got the move tool. When you click that, you can see that the selected object, the lamp, has this this gizmo, it's called, with these axes on it. And if I just clicked and dragged on any of those arrows there, you can see I can move it along any of those
Oh,
axes.
the
I can also
light
click on that,
source,
white
I guess.
circle there,
Oh,
and that will
it
just
say here
freehand
that
drag it,
light
depending on my view.
too.
But it's kind of tedious. Every time you want to move something, you have to like go to that tool and then find the arrows and yada yada. So actually, most people in Blender prefer to use the hotkeys. So we just keep it in the default selection state here, and instead remember the hotkey, which is G for grab. Now I just
G.
tapped the key, and you'll notice as I move my cursor that it's now attached to my cursor. It's not, my cursor isn't even actually close to it. In fact, my cursor could be on the other side of the screen, and I could tap G, and it will move it. And at first this is kind of awkward. You're like, why is it working this way? But once you get used to it, you realize it's actually
Tap
handy
G?
because you don't have to spend all this time like navigating your cursor to something just so that you can move it. Your cursor could be over here, and then just tap it, and you're moving it. So whilst you're in this move state, if you want to cancel a movement, you can do it one of 2 ways. You could just hit escape, or
I
you
see.
could right click. Then if you want to confirm a movement, like say I want to move my lamp here and I like the movement, I could just do a single left click. So again, if I want to cancel something, just right click, If I want to confirm the movement,
I
left
see.
click. But let's say I
Like,
wanted to move it along
right
an
click
axis,
and click,
I like these arrows here and I want to be able to move it on just a specific axis. Well, I can do that whilst I'm in that grab state as well. So after I've hit the G key to grab it, I can then tap the letter of the axis that I want to move it on. So if you don't know, in the real world and in the 3D software, there are 3 axes because there's 3 dimensions. There's the X axis, which I can move by hitting the X key, the Y axis to move it back and forth along the Y axis with the Y key, or the Z axis to move it up and down on the Z axis. So you can remember those letters, the X, Y, and Z, or the method that I actually prefer to use is whilst in that G state, you just hold down the middle mouse button and then pull out. You can see you get this like gray line that pulls out from the center, and then if you just drag out and move around, it will snap it to the nearest axis, which again is maybe an odd way to work, but it's actually really handy because it means you don't have to think of the letter and locate it on your keyboard. I can just tap G to move it and then middle mouse drag out and then just find that exact axis that I'm looking for. And so it's very fast. You just quickly move the lamp exactly where I want it. By the way, if you're finding it hard to remember all of the keyboard shortcuts that I've mentioned, I've actually put together a PDF, a cheat sheet of Blender's most common hotkeys. You can download that by clicking the link in the description, so you could print it out or you could just have it on a separate monitor while you work. Also, if you are from another 3D software package, you might notice that Blender's hotkeys are different than what you are used to. So if you actually go to Preferences, just for those people that are from other softwares, if you change the key map to industry compatible, you'll find that these shortcuts are probably more in line with what you remember from other software. I'll also put a link to a cheat sheet that is just for the industry compatible.
I feel like I like to move like this more.
So you can check it out as well. For the rest of the tutorial series, I'm
it's good to know like
just keep that in
press
mind.
G to and X, Y, Z to like
I've got some nice
do this.
Rembrandt lighting across the monkey's face. I want to take a photo. I want to take a nice pretty image of this and post it on socials for clout, right? Well, I could take a screenshot. But that would be
doing a YouTube video for clout.
Right? We don't like
Man,
it.
who would do that?
In Blender is to do a render. So you can do that one of 2 ways, by going up to render and hitting render image, or remembering the hotkey which says next to it F12.
Render.
So when you do that, a little window will pop up. It will use your CPU,
I
GPU,
see.
which render you've got active, and it will render out a pretty image. And from here, you could go image and then save as, and it'll save it as a PNG or whatever, wherever you want to save it. But you might notice looking at this that this is actually a different view than what we have here, right? So here I've got a nice view of the monkey's face, but there is a different view. And the reason for that is
it's different.
It's not rendering from the view that you're looking at currently. It's always going to render from the point of view of the camera. So this is our camera over here, and it's looking from this angle. And we can actually look through the camera by just clicking the little camera icon there, or by remembering the hotkey, which is number pad 0.
All right.
So how do we move the camera? Well, Blender's a little awkward, maybe a little different to other software packages, but you're supposed to like hit G to move it, and then like middle mouse to zoom in and out. And then if you want to like move it along an axis, I guess G and then X. You could do that, but actually what a lot of users prefer, especially those from other software packages, is if you've got your camera selected, which by the way, I haven't mentioned this, but up here, this is your outliner. It's kind of an inventory of every item that you've got in your scene. Okay, so with the camera there selected, if I hit N is to bring up the properties, N for properties for whatever reason, and then go to view, there's a little box there that just says lock to camera to view. So now, with that active, if I just use the same keyboard shortcuts as before, middle mouse button to orbit around, shift middle mouse to drag it, you can see that the camera is moving with it. So essentially, the view, I can set it up exactly as I want. And then go to view, there's a little box there that just says lock to camera to view. So now, with that active, I just use the same keyboard shortcuts as before, middle mouse button to orbit around, shift middle mouse to drag it. You can see that the camera is moving with it. So essentially, the view, I can set it up exactly as I want, then hit N again, and then I can disable that. And then now as I pull out, you can see the camera will stay exactly where it was, and I could do a lovely, pretty render.
I see. Then
simple. If we post this on the internet, people are bound to make fun of us.
Image.
Well, we could give it some color, right? So with our monkey head selected, we can go over to here to the properties. So this property section is where you might spend the other, I don't know, another 5 to 8%. I don't know, getting too exact there. You might spend another 5% of your time in this section, but it's where all of the properties for things are in Blender. So for example, you've got like the render properties, like the size of the image that you're saving something as is defined there. And some of these properties will stay here no matter what is selected, but others are selection dependent. So you can see actually if I click the camera there, you can see I get a little camera tab at the bottom there. But if I select my monkey, you'll see the camera tab disappears. But instead I have some other ones that appear. One that I see is underneath material, and this will enable us to add material, change the color to something else, essentially. So underneath here where it's got new, I'm just going to hit new. And then you've got a bunch of options, very confusing. Ooh, IOR, subsurface. Again, don't worry about it. We'll get to all of that later on. The one that defines the color is the base color. So if I just left click on that white box there, I can then change this color to whatever I want. I could
rainbow,
odd, creepy skin-toned monkey head. Right? Like that.
Okay, it started to lag a bit there when I spin around.
It's too simple. I think people will think we haven't put enough effort into this masterpiece. So let's add another object. Let's give the monkey a hat. So if we want to add another object, how do we do it? Well, we could go to the add menu, like I mentioned before, or the hotkey Shift A. So what sort of hat do we want to add? We could do a boxy hat. Let's do a party hat with a cone. So once we've added it, you can see it's just plopped it straight in the center, intersecting our monkey. So we need to move it. We can move it, and we could grab it with the G key. So it's now moving it just on our cursor there. I don't want to move it just freehand though, because I like the position, but I just want to move it up. So I'm going to hit Z to move it along the Z
I get
axis.
the movement now.
There. So once I like the placement, I'm just going to do a single left click. Okay, great. But too big. Oh,
Okay, and
so,
Control
to
C, or
do
don't
another tool,
we-
which is scale. So we could go to the
Control
scale
Z.
tool there, and then we get this familiar little axes there. But again, most people prefer to remember the hotkey, which for scale is just S. So S to scale.
S.
So resizing that. Okay. That's pretty
Okay.
good. Let's move it down again. So G and Z. Okay. All right. But yeah, let's say we want to make it a little taller. Okay. So we could scale it along just the Z axis. So S and then Z. Whoops. S, Z. There we go. And it's now making it a tall party hat. Scale it down. There we go.
Oh.
Look at that.
What?
Right, but yeah, let's say we want to make it a little taller. Okay, so we could scale it along just the Z axis. So S and then Z. Whoops. S, Z. There we go. And it's now making it a tall party
S,
hat.
then
Scale it down.
Z.
There we go. Ha,
Oh.
look at that. You're very bland.
All
party
right,
hat. That's great. Let's
so
give it another material.
scale to 1.
An exciting
Or I
color,
can
a
also,
vibrant,
I think, this
aqua
seems like a rotate.
color. Why not?
Yep.
Give that a render by hitting F12. Okay. Camera is in the wrong position, so let's go to camera view mode with number pad 0. I'm going to select my camera, and rather than
And
downloading
then
with that little
material,
thing
I think
had
this
before, I'm gonna
one.
hit G, and then middle mouse, just tap
New,
it
and
once.
then
As I said, it's a little awkward. Blender's
New color to this.
the way it handles with the camera. But anyway, just move that out, and then I got to rotate it. All right, so I'm going to rotate. So with the camera selected, tap R, then middle mouse, and it's now kind of like freehand rotating around. So I'll just move it up slightly. There we go. Okay, this is just a fool around session, so don't worry if you're making mistakes. We'll get to actual practical building stuff in the next part.
And then
I'm
render.
just trying to find ways to throw in these like
All
fundamental
right.
tools.
I see.
Rotate, right? The monkey's head is just, he needs to look dead on at the camera, and currently he's off. Ah, what an excuse to use the rotate tool. So you could enable the rotate tool, right? The familiar axes
Ooh.
there. You could click and rotate it around like that. Again, most people prefer to remember the hotkey, which is R to rotate, right? So it's now
and-
just freehand rotating on my cursor. Remember
Like
the
But I
axes,
feel like
as I mentioned before, can be
doing
used for
this
any mode.
manually
So the X axis
bit
will rotate
better.
back and forth. The Y axis, tilt it, or Z. There we go, to turn it towards the camera. Just a little
Oh,
bit,
and I
right?
can
And there you
rotate
go,
all
F12.
this stuff.
And we've done it. Let's save it. Let's upload it to ArtStation, and then just wait for the
Then
recruiters, essentially.
render
All right,
image.
Let's start a new scene so that we can get ready for part 2, where we're going to actually start building our donut and
Okay.
learning some of the more
I
core
see
features
the
of Blender.
basic
Now we know how Blender functions. Let's
movements.
start building that donut. So, as before, let's, well, first of all, just to repeat, make sure you're working with a new scene.
Okay,
Completely new scene,
news.
don't want any remaining monkey heads lying around. Let's begin fresh slate, and let's delete our default cube, just with the delete key,
Okay,
and let's replace it with a new object. You might remember the hotkey for that is Shift A. And as I mentioned before, you usually want what is on
Shift
the
A.
image, because these are your primitives. So we want to start with something that most resembles what it is we're building. If it was a house, you might start with a cube. If it was a vase, you might start with a
Yep.
cylinder. In our case, we want
And
the
donut.
donut-shaped one.
Oh,
Although mathematicians
Taurus.
call it a Taurus for some reason. So let's add that.
Ooh.
Now, if I zoom in
A
by
ring.
scrolling up, we can see we have something resembling a donut. It looks like a pretty
Yep.
weak-looking donut, you know, very flimsy.
Yeah,
It's
pretty
like
much the donut
before
already.
It's cooked when they just drop it into the vat, and it's just this little wispy thing.
Yep.
So immediately after you do some actions in Blender, you have options to change it, and the options are hidden down here in the bottom left-hand corner. You see a little box, and if you click that box, you see options. And look, we can change the dimensions of our torus.
Down there.
Now, something to note is that these options
Wait, let
in
me
Blender
like see
into
where.
the vat, and it's just this little wispy thing. So immediately after you do some actions in Blender, you have options to change it, and the options are hidden down here in the bottom left-hand
Wait,
corner. You see a little box.
Option on the down here. I don't see it. Wait, let me like. Maybe if I like. Re-add the thing again. Shift A Taurus. Oh, I now got it. Okay.
And if you click that box, you see options. And look, we can change the dimensions of our torus.
Ooh.
Now, something to note is that these options in Blender only
Dimension.
appear immediately after you have done that action. If you do another action, like say deselect your torus by mistake, it's gone, right? Because Blender has assumed you have moved on. You've accepted the state
That's
of
what
the
happened
donut,
to
and
me.
this is the one you want, right? Now, if you haven't done anything drastic or changed this object in some severe way, you can temporarily bring it back by hitting F9. I never actually
wait,
remember that hotkey. I just
F9?
remember that immediately after I have added an object, if I
Okay.
want to tweak it, now's my chance before I move on to something else. Okay, so we could change, the size of it here. We
Oh,
can also
I can change the thing.
resolution. I'll use the term resolution loosely. To
I
make
see.
it higher or lower fidelity.
Triangle.
And a mistake that a lot of beginners make, and I say this because this was the exact mistake I made way back in 2003 when I started learning Blender, is they go, well, I need a realistic looking donut, so I guess I need to go
Bomb.
really high resolution. I remember my first project, one of my first projects was for a high school film project, and I wanted to have a close-up of a face. Didn't realize
Oh.
faces were going to be difficult.
Okay.
But I went
Oh,
really high poly, and
I
it was just an
see
absolute
like the
nightmare to
lag
work with.
spike
So the problem, the
there.
reason you don't want this is that for starters, things that are high poly are very slow to render, and they're very hard to work with if you want to tweak the shape of it. But also, as you learn and you grow with 3D, you'll discover that it is a lot easier
Alright.
to add resolution to something later on, but it's very difficult to take it away if you've already built it into it and you don't need it. So, long way to say, what we actually want is to have as few polys, these I can call polys, as you can get away with. So I'm going to go with 32 major and 12 minor.
Oh, what-
Don't
what
worry,
I
it looks all
keep
jagged
saying,
because
no?
we will fix that in a moment. Now, the major and minor, this is really up to you, but
Oh,
I
what?
find that something that
Oh,
looks
I pressed
it's kind of chunky, like a fat
F11.
donut, just looks really delicious. So I'm going with something around about
Okay, actually I forgot which one do I have to press if I accidentally click something else. Let's. Go back a bit.
Blender has assumed you have moved on. You've accepted the state of your donut, and this is the one you want, right? Now, if you haven't done anything drastic or changed this object in some severe way, you can temporarily bring it back by hitting F9. I never actually remember that hotkey.
I guess it's
a lot of beginners make.
Change it too much.
This was the exact mistake I made way back in 2003 when I started.
Okay, I can like
I need a realistic looking donut, so I guess I need to go really high resolution. I remember one of my first projects was for a high school film project, and I wanted to have a close-up of a face. Didn't realize faces were going to be difficult, but I went really high poly, and then it was just an absolute nightmare to work with. So the reason you don't want this is that, for starters, things that are high poly are very slow to render, and they're very hard to work with if you want to tweak the shape of it. But also, as you learn and you grow with 3D, you'll discover that it is a lot easier to add resolution to something later on, but it's very difficult to take it away if you've already built it into it and you don't need it. So, long way to say, what we actually want is to have as few polys, these are called polys, as you can get away with. So I'm going to go with 32 major and 12 minor. And don't worry that it looks all jagged, because we will fix that in a moment. Now, the major and minor, this is really up to you, but I find that something that looks kind of chunky, like a fat donut, just looks really delicious. So I'm going with something around about this size, okay? And once I'm happy with this, once I'm ready to click off, I click off, the options are gone, and this is it. This is the donuts that I am now working with. So how do we make this look higher resolution, less jagged? Well, one way is to use smooth shading. So if you right-click with your object selected, go to Shade Smooth. And look at that, this is immediately better. Without getting too technical, this is kind of a fakery. It's sort of like the shader is telling the renderer that this is a really high poly dense mesh when it really isn't. It's just basically kind of like averaging out.
I see. So now it's look like a
very technical, but basically means it's not going to add anything to your render time, but it's going to look smoother. And so this is generally what you want for something that is smooth and organic looking, like we want. If you were rendering like architectural or like hard surfaces, like later on we're going to put this on the counter, then the object would obviously want to be flat. But in our case, we're just going to use Shade Smooth. But you might notice that looking at this, especially if you go side on, that you've got this sort of jagged shape around here, right? So the silhouette is really breaking that illusion that this is a high poly or a smooth looking donut. But thankfully, rather than adding all of that complex density into the mesh itself and then making it hard to remove later on, there's another way through modifiers. So if we go over here to our properties, right, this very confusing, lots of option looking properties, click on the wrench, and this is the section called modifiers. And this is one of those object-dependent things. So if you've got your camera selected, you won't see it. So it's only when you've got actual meshes that you might see this modifier here.
If I click camera, it don't have modifier.
So here, add modifier, and you've got a range of options here that can do a whole number of things. The one that we're looking for is underneath generate, and it is called subdivision surface. And it is a really common modifier that you use all the time. In fact, it's so common, it's actually, you can just immediately add to any objects by hitting Control 1. But don't do that, because we've already got it, so there. Now, some of you might have just discovered that your donut has disappeared. If that is the case, you need to go to Edit, Preferences, and then underneath Viewport, where it's got Subdivision at the very bottom, disable GPU subdivision. That will then make the subdivision perform on your CPU instead.
I still see the thing
non-existent or not performing whenever, but disable that and it should appear. But if it's already working for you, don't disable it. Keep it going, because GPU will be faster. So what exactly is this doing? Well, it's a lot easier to explain if we look at the shade flat mode, because we're not being tricked by the smooth shading there.
Flat.
If I set this level viewport to 0, this is our original mesh. This is before we add the subsurface, essentially. When we increase this, you can see that it is adding resolution to our mesh. And the more I increase this viewport levels here, the finer and finer that detail becomes. So to explain, because this is such a very, very common modifier, it's kind of important to understand how it's working. You can see that this is these squares here. These are called faces, by the way. And for each one of these faces here, as I add a level, you can see it's becoming 4 faces, right? And then now, if I zoomed in on this one face here, if I do another level, that's now become 4 faces. And then if I zoom in again, it's now become 4 faces. So it's exponentially adding detail. And you might also know that it is smoothing it out as well. Like this jagged edge that we've got here, you can see now becomes smoother. So
a lot more.
Visualize that. If I just draw, like imagine you've got like a 90-degree corner, right, like this. If you add a subsurf modifier, what it's going to do is it's going to add a point here, right, because this is the extra detail. It's also going to take that point there and it's going to average it out. It's going to average it out between these points, and it's going to create another one there, another one there. So you go then from having that really hard corner there to having something that looks a lot smoother. So it's going to take a point and it's also going to change it to make it look smoother, generally speaking. So there we go. So now as I increase this, you can see it's getting smoother and smoother. Now, the reason there are 2 options here, you've got levels viewport and levels render. So reminder, this gray area that we operate in is called our viewport. The render is the pretty version. So as an example, you can see if I just turned it off for the viewport, it looks very jagged. But then for my render, if I increase that to 3, if I do my render, which you can go up there and render image, or remember the hotkey F12, you can see that donut is now smooth, but I go back and you can see it's jagged. So
okay, if I render just lightweight,
one, then do this. That's where you want to get a really nice
looking it's more
so often have 2 different levels.
Rough
in our case,
and
though,
not smooth.
I don't really think we need to go beyond 1, even for our final pretty image, because this with shade smoothing turned on is good enough. And we're going to be adding more to the scene later on, so we don't want to make it too complex. So this is actually pretty good. Okay, so
So
we
just
have
one
a
first.
perfect donut, and that's the problem. It's too perfect. You could spend decades trying to develop a machine in the real world that made a donut this perfect, and you never would. This is so mathematically precise that the eye will always see this as looking fake. So that's actually a problem you learn pretty quickly in 3D, that things that are too perfect just look fake. So you have to spend time making things look misshapen and adding variation there, like you see in the real
Just
world,
like
because
when
your eye
I
expects to see
use
it. So
the
how do we do
circle
that?
tool
How do we
in
make this donut look
drawing
a little
and
more
suddenly
looking and
is
interesting?
the face
I
look
do that
weird.
by changing the mesh itself. So this mode that we are in right now, where we can click on different objects, is called object mode. And I know that because in the top left-hand corner you can see we are in
object
object
mode.
mode. But if I click the drop down, you can see I get a number of other options here.
Ooh, a lot
And these
of
options
stuff.
again will change depending on the object you've got selected. If I've got a lamp, my little light there selected, you can see I've only got object mode. My camera, I've only got object mode.
Yep.
But a mesh will give you extra options here. So let's enter into edit mode. Ooh.
Oh,
Right,
now.
you can see our mesh.
Oh,
our
so
object has
this
become
is the
something that looks weird.
orange
It's got a bunch
stuff
of, little points on it with
people
lines
talking
and
about.
very technical. Well, that's because this is actually what the mesh is made up of. These little points here, which you can click on just by selecting, are called your vertices. The singular term is called vertex. I never say that. I like to just call all of them vertices, regardless of whether it's one or two, just because you always get some comments that go, actually, it's called vertex if it is singular.
Vertex and
Anyway, so these are
vertices.
called your vertices. And if you have two of them joined by a line, that is called an edge. And if you have four of them forming a face, then it's called a face. So with these, I can quickly change the shape of my object by using the same hotkeys as before. And if I want to move this, then I would simply tap G. Right? And you can see it's now attached to my cursor. And then if I want to confirm its movement, I just do a single left click. And there it is. Now if I go back into object mode, like that, you can see that my mesh has changed. Okay. And by the way, the hotkey for jumping in and out of object and edit mode is just tab. Okay, so you can see it's just toggling between those two modes because it's so common that you want to just quickly change things that it's just easily accessible by that. Now, this is okay, right? But you can see it's got like some artifacting. It's not the greatest lump, right? So how do we make it look a little more natural? Well, I mean, you could, you move one, drag it out, okay, click, and then I move the next one next to it.
But that's too much work.
And then I'll move this one out a little bit, and then I move this one. And it's like, okay, well now I've got the thing, but it took me like 5 actions. Ridiculous, right? No one wants to do that. No one's got time for that. Thankfully, there is a tool in Blender.
It's taking
just
too
for this,
long.
It's called proportional editing, and you can enable it up there in your toolbar. So if you enable that, now if I hit G
what
and I move it out,
there? Up where? Okay, so. Okay, wait, let me see. It's like the curve.
and you can enable it
Cursor
up
thing.
there. And
Proportional. We have. Oh, is this proportional editing? I click this
toolbar.
already.
So if you enable that, now if I hit G and I move it out, you'll see I get a little ring around my cursor there. And that is now changing the mesh around it. Now, a lot of people in my previous tutorials were like, I don't see what's going on. You have to have something selected first, and then when you hit G,
I
you will see
see.
that little circle of influence. Okay, now this circle of influence, if I scroll down, if I scroll up, you can see it's shrinking its circle of influence. And if I scroll down, it is expanding its influence. So it's only going to affect what is in that ring there, okay? If you are on, if you don't have a mouse with a scroll wheel, you can also change the influence by using page up and page down. And if you don't have page up or page down because you're on a Mac keyboard, then what you would have to do is go to key map and then change your page up and page down to something else just so that you could get around that. But guys, you got to get a mouse. Get a mouse with a scroll wheel. I think they're, 50 cents or just in the nearest landfill somewhere. Get a mouse because it's going to make your life in 3D a lot easier. Okay, so with this, I can now make quick work of lumpy shapes. Okay, so I just drag that out. Okay, I've got a little lump shape there. Maybe I go down here and I pull this up just by hitting G, moving it up. Okay, so already this is looking a little more natural, right? Because even if we were making a stylized world for a Pixar movie or something like that, you can't have just a spherical-looking donut. Sorry, round-looking circular donut because your eye will see it as fake. So very quickly, I'm able to add a little bit of variation to the donut, just all around it, just a little bit over here, and you can see that I am just changing my circle of influence depending on what size of a lump I want to make. So I just want to make like a little bit that sticks out. I can make a small circle just by scrolling up.
I see, making it look
squishable. A little more natural. I might want to make the inner part as well. We just drag that in with a smaller circle. And that's pretty good. Let's just have a look from the top. I might actually just drag that out, make it a little bit more like that. But there you go. That's pretty good for a donut. It's still kind of simple. It's not too detailed. But it's got just enough variation in it that it's more interesting to look at. Oh, one more thing. Forgot to mention. Go back into edit mode with tab. Donuts, when they're sitting in the little vat thing, right? They're
I can go for some donut right now.
But it means that the bit that's nearest to the surface is getting less heat. So essentially, what I'm saying is the bit that's around the donut, the circumference of it, is usually a little bit flatter. So donuts aren't like perfectly round all the way around. They're usually a little bit flatter. So what
never noticed that because it's all frosting.
To shrink them. Now,
also, hot take.
Around one by one like this.
I only love like the glaze one.
Pre-YouTube days, and there was
the one with like.
I would do this if I wanted to select this.
Those
silly because there's
if it's like having a seed like like I love the glaze, the sugar glaze one a lot. Other than that, like I love the mochi one too, but like if it's like cover like chocolate, sometimes it's not bad, but when I eat it with my hand, it gets sticky. So I usually get the glaze one for most of the time.
A function, a tool for that, and it is edge select. So if you hold down Alt on your keyboard and then do a single left click on not the points, but on the edge, like this little line, hold down Alt on your keyboard and then do a single left click on not the points, but on the edge, like this little line here, you can see it's selected all the way around. So it's anything that's connected along that line is now selected.
Go around.
So if I want to shrink this, right? What would I do? Well, I mean, yeah, you could like move it around, right? We want to shrink it. We want to change the scale of it. So we would use the hotkey S for scale. So S, and I'm going to scale that in. And I actually don't want proportional editing, so I'm going to turn that off and now scale in. And just
turn it into a pot.
Flatter. And there you go. See, it just feels a little bit more natural, doesn't it? It looks a little bit closer to what a donut looks like. And by the way, don't worry if yours doesn't look exactly like this, like your lump is a little bit off. Like some people get a little bit too precious with the tutorial. I got to match exactly everything I do. Like I'm just working on the fly as well. So just make what you think looks good. Maybe you think this is not misshapen enough and you want to add more, go for it, because it might actually turn out better than what mine is. Now, before we move to the next part, how to save. How to save. Blender, very, very easy. You just go save as, and you just get one file. It's
okay, that's Control S.
Very literal file extension. Really pushing the limits of what a file extension can be. That's almost.
I don't know, like if this show on, nope, it's not show on OBS, so good thing I don't want to like
5 different ways to save a project or an object or a tool or a. Hate ZBrush. Okay, that's how you save. Now, also, finally, I would say if you need help, because I know if you're stuck and then you leave a YouTube comment, you might not get a reply. If you want immediate help, I've got a Discord, so I'll put the link below. So there's like a little channel in there where you can just ask for specific donut help. So if you're having issues, feel free to jump into that. And also, guys, don't beat yourself up. Like 3D is definitely has like a steep-ish learning curve. So you're in that steep slope right now, and it's really common. Like a lot of this stuff is very foreign. 3D is very unique. It's very different to a lot of 2D tools. But don't give up. Like it's definitely achievable to learn and self-learn at home.
Now I got
to school,
a very
for a tutor. It's really easy to get help online
good
nowadays.
looking
So do make use of
question mark
Discord.
donuts.
Post comments as well in the YouTube comment if you want to. But I hope you stay with it. So if you're ready to jump to the next part after you've saved your blend file, go ahead, click here, and I will see you there. Did you guys know that Blender 4.0 had a change that makes it more realistic by default? Or that there's a new technology that is going to expand the uses for 3D exponentially?
Okay, but please don't like...
Well, you would if you were on my free newsletter called This Week in 3D. It's an email from me once a week with 3 to 5 things that I found interesting from the world of 3D. So sometimes I share a new tool.
So like imagine if I
tutorial, a new Blender feature,
I click something and then the stream dies.
I just give my controversial opinions on AI. So click the link in the description, enter your email address, and then you will stay up to date on the world of 3D. It's always free and it's always written by me. Now, onto the tutorial. Welcome back to the Donut Show, where we make sad little donuts that we cannot eat. This is where we finished up at the end of part 1. We've got our nice little donut, and now we're going to make that icing, which looks complex, but is actually fairly simple. Now, as I mentioned before,
we get to decorate it.
Shift A, right? And then you start with something that resembles what you're trying to create. But we already have something that resembles the exact shape we want to create. It's the donuts, because we want the icing around the donut. So let's just reuse this information. So we can do that by duplicating the object. And if you don't know the hotkey for it, you could just go Object, and then you'd find it here, where it says Shift D. So Shift D. Now, when you hit that, you are in a placement state, essentially. Like it's duplicated, and it's now saying, where do you want to place it? Now, in our case, and actually, often, you don't actually want to change its placement. You want to duplicate it exactly where it was. So you can cancel the movement by hitting Escape or right-clicking. Now, when you do that, it looks like it's canceled the duplication, but you can see in the outliner, it has duplicated it. You've got 2 objects, but it's just in the exact same place, which is what we want. So first things first, we need to name them, or else we could get very confused very easily. So you can name an object by just double-clicking it in the outliner, and then just typing in the object. The other way you can name something, I'll just show you the second way. If you select the Taurus 0.001, that's your icing object. If you're in the 3D view, where your cursor, is over the 3D viewport, if you hit F2, that's another very quick way that you can name something without having to go up to the outliner to find your object. So with our icing object selected, let's go into edit mode by hitting Tab. So we want the icing on the top, which means this bottom half of our mesh here is redundant. Don't need it. So we want to delete it. So if we just dragged over the bottom here, you can see it looks like we've selected the bottom half of our donut, but if you were to move around, you would see, we haven't actually. It's only selected, annoyingly, what is facing the camera. Where there's a mesh, it's not gone through the mesh. A lot of users find this annoying. I agree. Sometimes it seems like that would be the more default one that would make more sense, but anyway, don't want to argue. So if you want to select through a mesh, you can go up to here in your top navigation, toggle X-ray. If you turn that on, it's going to enable you to see through the mesh. And now, when I drag over it, you can see that I have selected all through the mesh as I move around it. By the way, you might find it like when you're in this state, it's kind of hard to select. Like it's easy to kind of accidentally select what is above it, and depending on what you've got at your end, that might have happened already. That. So another way to easily just look directly on the side-on of your donut is to just click one of these, like in your gizmo here, instead of just dragging around. Just do a single click on either the green one or the red one, the X or the Y. And now we're in that state. You can see it's flattened it, so it's put you in orthographic mode, which actually you can toggle to at any time, just over there, which just makes it easier to just do a single all the way through the mesh. select. All right. Okay.
Yep.
All right. So we want to delete that. So just hit the delete key. You get an extra option here of what do you want to delete: edges, faces.
Delete.
You want the vertices. That's everything.
Oh,
And now
okay.
we have, if we go back to object mode, and then let's turn off toggle X-ray as well, and you can see it's working. You got half the donut on top of itself. But as you move around, you can see you get some flickering. Now, this flickering happens, and it's actually a very common, it's actually a good warning sign to you as an artist, because it means you've got faces on top of faces, and the 3D software doesn't know which face it wants to render, right? So it's like sometimes saying it's the front face, no, the back face, the front face, and there's no understanding. Sometimes you can actually spot it in TV shows and like VFX or like low budget stuff.
Yeah,
you can see
playing
stuff flickering
Minecraft
in
and
the
see
background.
this
I'm like,
sometimes.
there it is, Z fighting.
Especially
That's
with
what it's
mods.
Z fighting, or Z fighting, if you're not American. So what we want to do is we want to give thickness to our icing. So we can do that with a solidifier modifier. So adding another modifier. Make sure you've got your icing selected, not your donut. And then here where you've got add modifier, we're going to go generate solidify. Okay.
Generate
now,
solidify.
it's made it worse.
Uh-oh.
It's actually
Why?
added a thickness to our mesh there, but it's actually done it the wrong way. So it's with the normals. Yeah, what is it? It's trying to put
it's
the
offset
extra bit inside the donut.
negative.
So you can change that by just changing the offset here in the solidifier settings. Just drag that all the way to 1. Some of you might have actually
1.
found that it was correct before, just depending on which way your normals were. If
Oh,
that's the
now
case,
this
keep it
is
at
look
-1,
like
but
the
everyone else,
icing
keep it at
now.
1. We just want
Like
to make
the
sure it's actually outside.
frosting
Okay.
or like the
I also
flavor.
just increase the thickness a little bit too. Let's go, 0.025. Looks pretty good. And great,
Too much.
we've got what looks like a yarmulke on our donut. A perfectly
0.02.
straight edge little hat for our donut.
Yep.
So let's make this look more like icing. So the edge is wavy all the way around. So to do this is where we get into the fancy finger magic. Because you're typing lots of keys. Anyway, go into edit mode,
see.
and we can see straight away that we can't see the mesh, and that's because the solidify modifier is obstructing our view. So these little boxes here, as I mentioned before, like this is to hide it from viewport. But if you want to just hide it from your edit mode, which is the state that we are in right now, the box next to it is the one that you
We can
uncheck,
hide it.
which means in
Oh,
object
I
mode,
see.
when you're tabbed in object mode, you can still see it, but edit mode, it's it's temporarily hidden for you. So if I was to select one of these points here and move it down, you can see that it's working, but it would be, again, a lot of effort to go round and round and do these one by one. So we want to use that old familiar proportional fall-off tool again. So proportional editing on.
Oh, I
And
still have it
now, as I move
on.
down, let's just lower the slider way down here, and then let's pull this down. Okay, now we'll find issues. If we move to the side here, we can see the first issue we've discovered is that this is separating from our mesh here. And that's not what icing does. When it dribbles down, it follows the shape of the donut all the way down. So what we want to do is snap, undo it a number of times, snap the vertices to our donut underneath it. Right, so for that we need to turn on snapping up here.
Ooh, snap.
Okay, now there are a number of ways to snap in Blender. The default way is increment, which just means the like the grid floor there. Like if you were to just like move it around, you can see it's just snapping to the grid floor. Not helpful. But we want to snap it to the face. And now with face snapping enabled, if we move this down, we can see, let's just look here, that the bottom bit is snapping to the face, but as you might have seen, the top bits, the rest of essentially what is inside of our circle of influence with this proportional editing, that's not being affected. Only the little point that we had selected was affected. So that's not what we want either. Normally that would be enough, but in this particular case, we want to also snap individual elements too. And let's go face project. Now, when we pull this down, you should see that these are also no longer clipping through the donut. But still, we have issues. Why is that? Well, it is actually working correctly. We can see these are not going through the mesh. So why does it look like it is? The reason for that is that there's actually just not enough information here. So if we go side on, you can see, right, like we've got this point here, and then we've got another point down here, and then we've got this long stretch in between, right? So that means that this part of the donut, oh gosh, that goes that goes around like that is just not, there's nothing to snap it to, essentially.
Okay.
So what we need to do to fix this is just add more geometry. So these little vertices here, we need more of those vertices. So we can do that by actually using the subdivision surface modifier. Because although it is a modifier, you can apply the modifier. And the modifier currently is adding geometry, so let's just apply it. So to apply it, we just click this little drop down here next to the modifier, and then go apply. Now, if we, I mean, nothing should have changed from this view.
Maybe 1.5 is a bit too fast. So 1.25 instead. Okay, I want to check again. So
surface modifier, because although it is a modifier, you can apply the modifier, and the modifier currently is adding geometry, so let's just apply it. So to apply it, we just click this little drop down here next to the modifier, and then go apply. Now, if we, I mean, nothing should have changed from this view because the same information is being displayed. But in edit mode, you should now see exponentially more faces. Because here, where there was, one face before, you can see there's now a lot more, right?
Yep.
4x. Okay, 4x. Okay.
Let me like
so
it's only one.
Now, if we pull down, we should see it is snapping. And if we go into this mode, you can see that it's now conforming to the mesh in a much more
okay, so if I press
there's information
G, this
there
go down.
Now this shading artifact here that we can see, this don't worry about that, we'll fix that in just a moment. But I need to show, because I've shown you like 4 things that we need to enable for this to work. I got to show you one more, because if I pull down and if I scroll up, you'll see something. Okay, if I was to click, we get this horrible problem here. And I've done this tutorial enough, and enough people have hit this issue that I need to call it out specifically, because it seems to be a big point that a lot of people just don't know where to go from. What's happened is if we use what's it called, the circle of influence for our proportional editing, if that is so high, it's actually high enough to reach the mesh on the other side of the donut, and then because we've got snapping, it's now projecting that, snapping it to the front, which is creating this like something that's a nightmare to fix. I mean, it's easy just to start from scratch than to try to fix that. So if we want, sorry, there's a lot of noise. To fix this, we need to hide the part of the mesh that we don't want to be influenced by our proportional tool,
hiding.
Right? So to do that, there is an easy way to do it. We can actually do it very precisely. So if with this middle bit of our donut here, if I just hold down Alt and then do a left click, as I mentioned before, that selects the ring. Okay?
Alt and
we could do that all the way up. But actually, there's a little, I don't know if it's an Easter egg. It's kind of a cool tool that not many people know about. Control plus. That will enable the select more tool. And if you use control plus, control minus goes the other way. You can see that it's expanding out. So control plus will just like select the next vertex along a chain, roughly speaking. And you can see we can very quickly select all the parts of the mesh that we don't need. Right?
Yep.
Very cool. By the way, if control plus doesn't work for you because you're on a laptop or something else, select more, less. You can also do it here. Anyways, to hide this part of the mesh, it's H. H for hide. So when you're in this state, it looks as though it's been deleted. It's very...
Wait, no, it's just...
Sometimes you don't know where part of your mesh is, and you forgot that you've got hide turned on. If parts of your mesh are hidden and you want to bring it back, it's Alt-H. So H to hide and then Alt-H to bring it back.
I see.
If you can't remember it for whatever reason, you can also find it... Okay, it's not mesh. There we go. Mesh. Reveal hidden or hide selected. Okay, so that's the other way. But you can get my keyboard shortcut that's in the link. It's free. Just use that and then you won't forget a lot of these handy shortcuts.
I see.
All right, so now finally, after all that, after 4 different ways and problems to explain, we can now take part of this mesh and drag it down, and it will work correctly. Haha. So now we get to now finally be an artist and go like, what sort of... edge or what sort of icing do I want to make this look like? So what I'm doing here, by the way, is
G too many times.
G to pull it down, and then I'm just single middle click, and then because my cursor is closest to the Z-axis, it's now snapping it to the Z-axis. So that's why I mentioned before that it's really handy. You don't have to think of the letter and type it in. You just go in the general direction you want to go, and then just tap the middle click of the which is your scroll wheel, right? Middle click. It's such a weird button. You have to call it out. It's the scroll wheel button, because like no other application seems to use it besides scrolling. But Blender is like, no, we're going to use it for like 90% of the operations. It's going to be middle click. But anyways, as you can see, I'm not paying particularly too much attention to it, but I'm just making a wavy looking shape around it. You might also want to make some bits that go the opposite direction.
Suddenly it's snapped there.
So you've got like big shapes as well as medium shapes and some small shapes. Big, medium, small. It's the recipe for appealing design.
Up there, what happened?
But I digress.
Oopsie.
By the way, I should mention, if you're stuck, don't feel bad, because there was certainly a lot of finickiness going on with this donut here, and
around here it looks nice.
Part of that curve at the moment. Do make use of my Discord if you are stuck. I created it literally so that people could get instantaneous help. I don't have any other benefit for it, so it's there so that you can find help. Link is in the description, and there's a donut help.
Okay, so now it looks nice.
Shots of your problem, and then people can help each other out. So do make use of that. Now, our shading issue here, this darkened edge, is actually going to fix itself by fixing another issue. So it's a 2 birds, 1 solution kind of problem. This 90-degree edge here for this icing, not ideal. Everybody knows that a real icing would create like a rounded edge there, right? So we can fix that just by adding another subsurf modifier. Because you might remember I mentioned, like, yes, if you've got 3 vertices, it'll create like another vertex here and another vertex here, but it'll also like round it out. It'll pull this one back, so you end up with a rounded corner. So right here in your modifier stack, we're going to go add modifier, generate subdivision surface.
Okay, wait.
So
okay,
right here in your out, it'll pull this one back, so you end up with a rounded corner. So right here in your modifier stack, we're going to go add modifier, generate subdivision surface. Now, the order of these does matter. Okay, you want your solidify at the top and the subdivision after it. So Blender works top to bottom, and it's important it's in this way because you want the extrusion to happen first, and then in order to round that edge, it has to happen as a secondary step. So solidify on top, subdivision underneath. Now, whilst we're here and we're looking at the close-up, nice little profile of this edge of this icing, another issue to call out. You can see it's got this this shape that goes around. Yes, so far so good, but then it goes up. And it's like, it'll be better if it went around and then tucked in and touched the edge of it, because that would look more like real liquid would. So we can solve that by just changing one of the settings in the solidify modifier. It's not one of those things that you would figure out or know
thickness.
where it is. It's just over time you learn where some of these settings are. But essentially here, the edge data. So we want to
Edge
change the edge
data.
data to say that before you do the solidify step, add a crease on the inner part right here. If we increase this all the way to 1, it now creates a sharpened
I
edge
see. It's
just on that
go
inner part
in.
there. So the rest of it is a smoothed edge, but the middle one, there's a crease, so it's making a sharp edge there. And it just gives it just a little bit more realism. Just looks a
Yep.
little bit closer to
Look
what you would
nicer.
imagine real icing would do.
It's
Okay,
kinda
now
like
for the
edge
cool bits.
in like
Alright,
other
so if you look
program.
at reference donuts, right? Yes, you've got these little wavy bits, but where the icing is really liquidy, it'll often break off from this wave here, and it'll create a trail
so the
that
drip-
goes down underneath the donut, right? It just sort of drips all the way down. Whoops, bumped the microphone. So
yeah,
we
I
can do
could
that,
go buy some donuts
but
right
not
now.
what the way we were doing
It's
it before. If we just took
2
one of these points and then like
it's
drag
9
it all the way down
PM.
like that, there wouldn't be enough information there, right? You can see you just get this like stretched look, and it doesn't look great. Okay, so essentially we need to give it more information, and we couldn't just do it by like adding more and more subdivision surfaces. We need to actually like break this shape here and create a new shape that goes down. So we need to extrude. So if I select this vertex
Extrude?
and then the one next to it by holding down Shift, I don't think I mentioned it, but yeah, if you want to select two things at once, it's Shift select. Anyways, so if we
did it.
select 2 vertices like that, we want to extrude it downward by hitting E. So when you tap E, it's similar to
Oh, it's-
G in that you're in a placement state now, saying
Go
where do you want
down.
to place this. So I'm going to move it down to, yeah, like about there where I want the trail to stop, and I'm just going to do click, left click, and it's now placed it there. Now, it's hard to see it, but if I just switch to wireframe, you can see what it's doing. So it's created this breakaway shape here, an entirely new face that's completely separate to what we've got
Yeah.
there currently. And what this means is if we go to object mode, you can see it's not just like
Object
continuing
mode.
this form here, it's
Have
hold it down, right? Which is exactly
it's
what we
drip
want.
down like this.
And in fact, I want it to go even further than that. So I'm going to select those 2 vertices, and I'm going to pull it down again, and I'll do it again. And the reason I've done this 1, 2, 3 is that this detail here is important so
I
that it conforms
bring it
to
in.
the shape of the donut. Because if there's not enough, you're going to have that clipping issue that I showed
No,
you
it's
earlier.
not G.
So
It's
that's pretty good.
E
And
this
now
time.
we're going to do it again. Originally, in my earlier versions of the donut, I only did like one of these, but then I noticed that in the render, the final render, it's often the most interesting part of the donut. So now I'm thinking, yeah, just do it all the way around the donut. Just add the bit that looks cool. Add more of that. So here, so wherever there's essentially like a big dip is what I'm looking for. Like where the liquid would sort of build up and then like the surface tension there would be just too much and then it would break away. And it would go down underneath like that. And we'll do another one here, why not? Like that,
Okay, then
and down.
move. I guess
and
move
down.
out a bit.
And that's
Yeah.
pretty good. Haha. Lovely.
Oh.
So that concludes finally this heavy part of the tutorial. So if you're ready to watch the next part, hope you're not giving up. You can click there on the screen and I'll see you
Wait,
there.
okay, let
Make sure
me
you
like
subscribe
check
as well if you
again.
haven't.
So now I got like the extrude, but this a bit in. So what if I go out like this? And tap to the mode. Ooh, it's stripped like that. I kind of see like the extrusion, but some place. Okay, like now, like I see like 3D stuff gonna be like a bit confusing to do this, but I currently get most of it. So if I do this, then do this. Okay, what happened in like the object mode? So it's go out. It's kind of hard to see because like in the edit mode is like I don't even see like the 2 point inside here, but when I go out it's like actually there. So I guess that's where the wireframe mode, but wireframe is also like hard to a bit hard. So okay, if I like, do this, then this is look goes out and it's drip like this. Okay, so I see how to do this one, and also let's add is a little bit more. So okay, I get a few basic of doing like 3D for like the most basic stuff, which we still have like 4 more hours to go through. But I can get like a basic of this, so let's do triple this time. 1, 2, okay, and then 4 this time. E, pop, 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 pop. Now let's see in the object mode. Okay, so now it's all drip except like here it should be like more. But if I like move just one like this and just this, okay, nice. It look more real. Maybe I add one in like the center, but we hide the thing which I think is okay. Let's open the song. Cotton H. So now it's back. So now I can also do the inner part too. Pop bum. Pop. Okay, let's see. Nice. Kind of like this. Then a bit of an outer part. Pop pop. Is I mean it's even though it's down here and not really like there is a plate or something like this, but at least like now is I think it's okay to leave it at this. Pop. Alright, there here goes out a bit. Boop. Okay. Wait, did I break something up there? Let's see. Yup, I break something here. Break something that I shouldn't break. Since when? I don't know. Since when I break this? Oh, very long ago. Oopsie. So I guess I have to redo a bit. After all, like this took quite some time. Okay, wait. Oopsie, not. I'm not going to do. Okay, is there something up here? Because like the thing look freaked up around here. Up. I guess I can also close this so I can like move just one. Instead of like the whole area. So at least like I can fix this a bit. Pop. 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 Okay, just in case. Boop. Okay, now how about if I like extrude like this? Okay, how like the stuff look? Okay, clipping into the thing for a bit, for a small part. And what the heck is this spike? When did I make this spike? Okay. Still open this. Bum. E. And more E's. Maybe pop out a bit. And hopefully like not mess up other stuff too. Okay. It's still a bit weird. Drip right here, but still fine. Okay, fix a bit here. Okay, it looks a bit stretched. And clip inside the model. At least this looks better. And maybe like add some. Oh, I see, because when I click sometimes it's like the other side of the model. Wait, what happened? I like click a few. I shift click, but it's like extrude here. Okay, so at least I think. Okay, let's do some for like the inner part. And then we continue like the tutorial. Let's see. Oh, why is this looks a little bit messed up? Okay, wireframe, which I think is. Ooh, there's some thing here. Interesting thing too. Pop. Okay, now if I do that is okay. Wait, it's clip into it. but in this mode I think because of the thickness is high, but this is not here. Okay, let's control C a bit here, because what the heck is, I think I go a bit too. Okay, can I control Y or control shift? Okay, so it's control shift C like Premiere Pro when I edit video. So yeah, this look a bit messed up. If I bring it out of the model, bring the whole area out. Okay, this look a bit confusing. So okay, let's untangle this. Okay, it's wireframe. Still hard to see through everything. Yep, this one seems to be clipped into like a huge amount, and this one too. Okay, now it's not clipping in, even though it looks weird outside like this. It's fold together. All right, so unfold this, then pop. Okay, try to unfold the whole thing. So I guess, you know what? If it's okay in the object mode, there is nothing wrong here. So let's leave it like this, but just add like a few things in the middle. So Control H. Oh no, Alt H. So this area, pop. E and more ease. I guess it's gonna clip in and like the edge. It's like the thickness it go out. So E puff puff. Okay. Wow. Imagine if I like do 3D sculpting for like my future video. It would be funny to see like how messed up I can make some model becomes. This. Pop. Pop. Okay, let's see. Like now what is so at least is okay, inside there is a bit here. So let's do one more part around here. E. And then E. And a bit more. Okay, so now I get the frosting. And speaking of mess up model, let's see if I can do this. What if I import a few things, not really a few things, but just the thing that I have for use for like my video before. So let's see, 3D model. Yep, I have this. Wait, what file type is this? I have to check. Why is there so many 3D file type? I need to see. Is it okay? Let's check this out. If I can like import this file again, import, just check like the correct one. Pop up. Import, where is the thing? Wait, I import it. Wait, what? Okay, wait, let's save this before like I broke something else. Okay, where is it? Where is the thing that I imported? Okay, let's check again. Okay, I don't see anything. I remember like sometime when, okay, version unsupported. Alright, so because sometimes I remember like import it and I like zoom in very much, like kind of like this, then I don't see it, and when I zoom out, like it's become huge. Okay, but can I import other stuff? Okay, let me find something else too. So if I do this, then okay, I don't know where I keep like some other models for like the video that I make, so need some time to like search the thing. I think it should be like somewhere here. Just search for the model for a few seconds. It's here, then here. But okay, it might took a while because I don't remember like where do I put like the model I imported. So okay, I see. Wait, let me like check this a bit. Okay, I see it now. So let me like pop. Okay, wait, what file type is this? Because I import this before, just to check. Whoopsie. Do this file. This file type is this okay, maybe I might took a bit too long to do this, but I feel like I want to test it out. What type is this? Maybe there's other stuff too. Oh, it's this. Oh, it's this thing instead. So, I find it. So let's. Pop. Okay, where is it? There we go. The kind model that I use in like my spinning kind video. Let's see like how can I mess this up. So, pop. Big kind. Okay, this is very shiny, so pop, yep. And then if I go to edit mode, oh, look at that thing, a lot of stuff. So if I like randomly pick out some is and then blah, what kind of abomination can I make? Do this and then extrude. Ooh, kind, look cool. Wap. What the heck is this? Okay, I have a bit too much fun here, so how do I delete everything? Okay, is it see through like this? Then delete. Yep. Okay, I need to delete every single stuff here. And then delete. Okay, now kind is now dead from this place. So let's continue the tutorial.
A large number of you don't, but if you want to see more Blender tutorials, that's what you need to do. Self-promotion right there. Thanks, guys. See you in the next part. Congrats, you didn't give up. You made it to part 4. You clicked on the next part.
Not giving up yet.
Viewers. each video as you go down. So you're here, well done, thumbs up. As you can tell by the title of this video, we're going to learn about sculpting. But first, I should call out, if you have a problem with your mesh now, those problems can be amplified the further you go along. So it helps to do a technical check now, make sure you don't have any problems before we move along. So to look for it, go into edit mode. And first of all, by the way,
why am I like slow down when I zoom in? What?
Temporarily hit it, so you can bring it back by hitting Alt-H, and that will bring back the rest of the mesh. And then we're looking for issues.
Okay, why am I suddenly slow down when I zoom
This is a
in?
really common problem following this tutorial, because when you're projecting parts
It's
of the
never
mesh,
happened
if it was,
before.
like,
Why
sides of the
am I
camera,
slow
project
down
it
when
that way,
zooming
and
in?
you can have like
What?
overlapping parts of the mesh. So that creates this artifact here, which will be exaggerated.
Oh, now I
and add
can
more detail
zoom
to
in,
it.
zoom
So
out
we just
without
wanna drag
like
that back. So
slow
turn on,
up,
snapping,
or speed
and
down.
keep proportional
Up.
turned off, and then I'm just going to move this back over here just to move each of these points back. Another very common problem is you might have parts that have separated from your mesh. Now you can quickly fix this if you just like selected the point and then hit G to move it. When you're in that state, it's also snapping it to the mesh. Now you could do that all the way along, like select, tap G, then click, select, tap G, then click. But that's, anybody's got time for that. Let's make Blender do the work for us. So there's a tool.
Okay,
It's just
so
designed
if
for
I
this,
have
and it's
this-
called the Shrink Wrap Modifier. So over to our trusty modifier stack, we're going to add yet another modifier. So add modifier. It's not under generate,
Okay.
it's under deform, which we haven't accessed before.
Deform.
New modifiers. Ooh, the one we're looking for is Shrink Wrap.
Shrink wrap.
And first of all, hasn't done anything because it needs to know what the target is. What is the mesh that we're shrink wrapping our mesh to? So with this little eyedropper tool, you can see when you've clicked it, my cursor's changed to an eyedropper.
Yep.
And now if I hover over objects, I got the name of it. So I want
Object
to click
donut
on the object that is the donut, and
up.
now it's snapped to the donut and made it worse. Why, Andrew? Would you make us do
Yeah,
that?
it's worse.
Remember, the order of your modifier stack matters. So the reason this happened is because we've done it after the solidify mod. So if it works top to bottom, we want the shrink wrap to happen before any of the extrusion happens. So now that it's there, it's
now
correct.
it's
And this is what it looks
better.
like before, and this is after. And it's subtle, right? And you'll probably see this across your mesh, like little subtle changes where maybe it just separated off the mesh, which wasn't quite a perfect alignment, but this will just correct that. So great, we don't need this here now. We can just apply it because it was just a once-off
Okay,
operation,
then
and now all our mesh should be perfectly
Apply.
flat.
Click this.
And
Apply.
assuming you haven't got any other issues going on,
I see.
again, make sure you use my Discord. If you do have issues and you need someone to help, make use of the community. So use that and post your problem.
So that is like a basic.
All right, so we want to do some sculpting. Now, why do we want to sculpt? Well, because if you look at reference photos of donuts with icing on them, you'll see that icing is obviously a liquid, and liquid does weird things. One of the weird things that it does is that it will pool in certain areas. It's not like a uniform amount all the way on it. So the most obvious being like at the end of this trail here, there would be more that would accumulate at the end there. And I think the reason for it is that because it's a viscous fluid, once it runs out of enough fluid, there's not enough to kind of push it forward, but there's enough for it to build up. So you would have like a build up here on each of these ends, but you would also have buildups all along the edge. And you can see it in reference photos. Like here, we've got this like clear, was it like a glaze? And basically the areas there where it looks whiter, that's a thickened area. So we essentially want to replicate that across our donut. So we can't do that currently. Like if you go into edit mode, we don't have any mesh to work with because the extrusion, the thickened part is happening via this modifier. So we need to make the modifier real. So again, we're just going to apply it. Drop down, apply. Now in edit mode, we have that part of the mesh to work with. So,
Okay, wait. I
edit mode,
like search for
thickened
music, so I
area
just want to check.
Was it like a glaze? And basically the areas there where it looks whiter, that's a thickened area. So we essentially want to replicate that across our donut. So we can't do that currently. Like if you go into edit mode, we don't have any mesh to work with because the extrusion, the thickened part is happening via this modifier. So we need to make the modifier real. So again, we're just going to apply it. Drop down, apply. Now in edit mode, we have that part of the mesh.
Okay, now I apply this.
So we could, if you wanted to, come in here
I
and like select the points that you want to add, you know, a bulge to, and then very carefully come in and tap G, and then, oh, I've got snapping turned on, turn that off. Pull this out, right? And go like that and go, yep, there's a little bulge there, but that's very tedious to first select a point,
it's hard
then
to, like,
tap a key to move
control
it.
the
It's very tedious.
volume.
So that's really like you just need to use another tool to do the job. So edit mode is one tool, and it's good for like very precise things when you need to get precise things. But for more like organic shapes, more freehand stuff, that's where sculpting comes in. So at the top here, we've just been flipping between object and edit mode, but the one underneath it is sculpt mode. So when we go into that mode, you'll see that we have on the left-hand side all of these tools that appear. And I mean, this isn't a sculpting like tutorial, really. We're just really going to scratch the surface. But they do different things, different sculpting things. Like let's just use the default tool here. Can't really see much happening. Let's just turn up the strength and the size of it. Like it just pulls out that part of it. And even that quick little one stroke, imagine if you had to select each of those points and pull them out one by one. Like that's why this tool is the appropriate tool for this kind of job, right? Because it's very quickly going to enable us to add lots of complex shape. Very cool. So the tool that we're looking for is actually
the subtle change.
It's this one, the inflate brush, which is just conveniently the I hotkey, inflate. By the way, if you want to change the size of brushes in Blender, I mean, you've got these ones here, you've also got the strength slider here, but there is a hotkey just to change the size of the brush with F. So F to change the size of the brush, and you just pull out with your cursor to make it bigger, and then pull in to reduce it, and then do a single left click to confirm. You can also change the strength with Shift F. So Shift F, pull out, click, and then Shift F, pull in, click. Anyways, so if I was to draw on this, you can see that I'm inflating that edge. I can also inflate here. But you very quickly realize, like, look at that. Look at that. What is that, right? The eye is going to see that. Is a pro tip. Your eye is, like, if you're going low res, don't go low res for things that are round, because your eye is very quickly going to spot low poly things. Actually, just last night I was playing Spider-Man, the Miles Morales one, and there was like this coffee cup that was on a table, and then you walk, and it looks fine, like as a background asset, but then part of it, the mission, you had to go up and read something on the table, and you had to get close to this coffee cup, and it was like 8 vertices. It just looked like almost looked like a nut on a wheel of a car, right? Just like that jagged. So anyways, what I'm saying is this is a rounded form, so we need more information. We need more detail to sculpt on. The reason this is jagged, and the reason there's not enough detail here, is that just even though we have a subsurf modifier, a subdivision modifier, it's applying it after we do the sculpt mode. So when you're in sculpt mode, it's still just using your raw mesh here, and then it does this as a secondary step. So if we want to sculpt into this detail, we need to apply this. So I'm going to use more than one. I'm going to use 2 because I want to have even more detail. So importantly, by the way, if you're applying a subdivision modifier, even though you've got 2 levels here, it will always use just the viewport. So your render amount here could be whatever, but when you hit apply, it's just going to apply whatever is in the viewport. So I'm going to go 2 levels and hit apply. Now look at this. We have 16 times the detail because we had level 1, which would be 4x, a 4x
it's now
multiplier,
black.
and then 4x of 4x, 16. So we have 16 times the vertices to play with. So now when we go into sculpt mode, look at it now. When we sculpt, look at that. So much more room to work with and much more fun. So now that I'm in that state, I'm going to just do little circles with this brush on each of these points here. And the reason I'm doing like little circles like this is that by default the stroke state is what is it? Space.
This one clip in.
You can switch it to airbrush if you want, and then you can just click and hold it there. But I find that to actually be like harder to control, so I just keep it in space mode, and then just do like little circles, and then that enables you to just kind of continue adding more pressure as you move your mouse. So a little circle like that, and there you go. Very quickly, already we have a more interesting looking shape.
Yep, it's all messed up now.
So another brush. Another tool, I guess you call it. Is it a brush? Or I think it's technically called brushes. But anyways, another one that you use all the time is grab, and conveniently it's the hotkey G. And what this does is just like pushing play with your finger.
Maybe too late.
It's really cool. And the reason I'm doing this is I'm actually just exaggerating the design, because that is what makes appealing design.
Maybe
it's exaggerating the addition and subtraction that you see in a shape, even though in the real world you might not see this like
subdivision maybe too much.
Because it's got this bulbous end, you want to draw more attention to that kind of globule at the end there. And to do that, if you just make this a little bit tapered using this tool, it can do that. And we get to learn about a new tool in Blender, which is the whole point of this tutorial. So, all right, pull this around, pull this around.
What is this tool?
But anyways, another one that you use all the time is grab.
Grab.
And
So
G. It's the hotkey G. And what it does is just like
use.
Pushing clay with your finger. It's like It's really cool. And the reason I'm doing this is I'm actually just exaggerating the design, because that is what makes appealing design. It's exaggerating the addition and subtraction that you see in a shape, even though in the real world you might not see this like tapered thing like that, because it's got this bulbous end. You want to draw more attention to that kind of globule at the end there, and to do that, if you just make this a little bit tapered using this tool, it can do that. And we get to learn about a new tool in Blender, which is the whole point of this tutorial. So, all right, pull this around, just click and drag, click and drag. I could change the shape, size of the brush with F, and you've got more time than me, so maybe make this better than what I'm doing really quickly, but just get, generally a shape like that, and it should look a little nicer. Okay, so now let's do that raised edge all the way around the rim of this. Now, in previous versions of this tutorial, I said just use the inflate brush and then just like draw across it. The problem with this is that this is so imprecise, and you can accidentally like draw over another bit.
I see.
And then you look at it side on and you get these like noticeable like divots across the donut. And it's not very... it's very hard to do because you keep like accidentally clicking off it and then on it, and you get this like jagged like dig. It's not very appealing. The point is, so let's go back. We can learn about another tool. It's another excuse to learn about another tool, and that tool is called the mask tool. So it's actually in the list here, but I never remember what it is. It's just hit M for mask, and it's this one. And what this enables you to do is, if you just draw on it, you get this grade shape, right?
Yep.
And then when you're using another tool, like say you switch to the inflate brush now, and if you draw over this, let me just increase this. Yeah, if you drew over this, you can see it's applying an inflation to everything except the area that is dark. And that's how you can create like, you know, a skin lesion on a zombie or something like that. So a mask is very useful in sculpting, used a lot. And we're going to use it in just this case. What we're going to do is mask out just this area along the rim there. And then we're going to apply a constant inflate value to just the area that we've masked. So first use the mask tool. Mask, and it doesn't really make sense to use like a half opaque mask, so we're going to set the strength all the way to 1, and then I'll use a brush size about here. So essentially, where do I want the inflation? Like, do I want this much inflation on the rim? No, probably something about here. And then I'm just going to paint a darkened value all the way across it. And I just want to make sure that it's, you know, fairly even. It doesn't have to be completely perfect, but fairly even across it. And I obviously don't want it to be in this part because that, you know, the liquid has flowed all the way down and it's broken the trail and it's gone down there, so I don't want any raised area there. And again, I apologize if this is like tedious, but it's a way to learn Blender piece by piece. Okay, hey, speaking of which, I forgot. With the sculpt tools in Blender, for whatever reason, it has assumed by default that you might want to sculpt on the other side of your mesh. So you can see I've got this smear here, and that's because somewhere I was painting over here, I went through the mesh and it painted on the other side of the mesh.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Very annoying. So
that's happened.
I can undo it. It's just easier than like repainting that whole thing. And what you want to do with your mask tool is underneath brush, set it to front faces only. And that means when you paint, it should mean that as you draw, it could still happen, just be careful, but it should happen less. It shouldn't happen like on the opposite side of the same mesh. Anyways, it should happen less. By the way, I didn't call it out because it's not essential, but if you do ever want to isolate and only see the selected object, / is the isolation mode. So / on the number pad or the actual keyboard will pull you in and out of that state.
Now it's...
Anyway, so now with the mask brush, with front faces only enabled, I can paint along it and...
but it's also happened...
It should happen less, essentially. All right, I don't know what to say, but this doesn't take long once you've set it up. And assuming you've got the strength of 1, by the way, you don't want to have areas with like half opaque, right? Because we want to have a constant value across it as we inflate it, and we should get a nice raised edge that goes all the way along the donut. Okay, great. Just clean it up if you've got any areas that look a little untidy, a little unkempt. Yep, awesome. All right. So, as I mentioned, the mask will actually mask out the area, so you can't paint on it. We obviously want to only paint on the area that we mask, so we want to invert it by just hitting Control-I, same hotkey as Photoshop, etc.
Control-I.
Then, obviously, if we went to the inflate brush and then we just painted, like, yes, we're only now painting onto that area, but it also doesn't solve our problem of, like, different values across it. So we want to apply a uniform inflation on just these areas. So, there is a tool in the Sculpt Tools called, where is it? Mesh Filter. So, I will be honest, it's probably the laziest implementation of a tool in Blender. Mesh filters are not really well documented. You kind of have to just learn how they work. But unlike all these other brushes here, the way this one works
what is like
you kind of have to just learn
the shortcut. Shift and then space bar. Okay, Mesh Filter. I need to find it. Oh, it's not here for some reason. I don't know why. Mesh. There is no field of how about just filter? Nope. Well, I don't know if it's like the older version or something. I don't know.
So I will be honest,
Ah.
it's probably the laziest implementation of a tool in Blender.
I mean, at least I can also
mesh
do
filters
this.
are not really well documented. You kind of have to just learn how they work. But unlike all these other brushes here, the way this one works is it's applying a uniform value to the entire mesh. So it doesn't actually matter where you click on the mesh. It's going to apply it. And it's applying what is in the filter types
Yeah, I saw
listed
something
here.
here.
So if I just click, this is the other thing I have to learn. If I drag to the right, I'm inflating.
Ooh.
If I drag to the left, I'm deflating and sort of subtracting
Okay, but
in
I
the
mean, I
opposite
can
direction.
Also do this.
You just kind of have to learn that that's how this specific tool works. My theory is, by the way, to go on a rant, ZBrush's user experience and interface is so arcane, so badly hodgepodge together from ideas over the last 2 decades. They never had any thought in the process. They just lumped it all in there. And
I
Blender's
can also
sculpting tools
turn this back
competes
on.
with that. So they're like, hey, yeah, the filter tools, yeah, they're not the easiest to understand, but at least we're not ZBrush. That's my theory. It's my working theory. I'm going.
Yeah,
with.
it's a little bit
But
hard
anyways,
to like
point is
do
now that we're in
3D.
this, you can see we're applying a uniform value to everything. Hooray for us.
Wow.
I might also, I'm going to set the strength of this to 0.1, and that just means that as I move the cursor, it's applying less of a value for the movement, so I can use smaller
Just a
movements.
bit of inflate.
The other thing though is
Yeah.
this is a little like
alright.
it almost looks, if we go into object mode, it looks like a tube almost around the edge of it. It's not very nice.
Tap.
Basically, the edge that we've got here is too hard, so we can smooth out that edge by using mask, smooth, mask. Okay. Now, if we use
Okay,
the inflate,
mask,
just touch to the right a
Max
little
and then
bit.
smooth.
I'm just gonna go.
Okay, wait. Sculpt mode. Go to where is the max and smooth max. Okay, so it gets a bit smoother.
Go with that. Let's go object mode and see how that looks. That's pretty good. I might actually go just a little bit more. Just exaggerate it slightly more. There we go.
Can I do it? That's
Just a
multiple.
little bit more. Just exaggerate it slightly. That's pretty good. I might actually go just a little bit more. Just exaggerate it slightly more.
Yeah,
There
but
we
I
go.
want this
Great,
to
so-
go there.
Yeah, that's roughly it. Now, there's a little bit of artifact in there because the way the mask works is it's kind of that feathering thing. It's not very exact, and it's kind of got some values in between it. So we can smooth that out in sculpt mode by, first of all, just clearing the mask and then using the smooth tool. By default, it's too
it's
high,
all
so just turn it
full
down.
on, no?
And I'm just going to smooth that edge, and that'll just sort of clear up some of this artifacting. It's a little too high. For whatever reason, the smooth tool, which
Oh,
also
smooth
clear up some of this
tool. Now
fault
we have like a
by, first of all,
smooth
just
tool.
clearing the mask and then using the smooth tool.
Clear mark, then smooth through. So max and clear math, and then there will be a smooth through somewhere. Oh, mesh filter is here. Whoop. I see now. It's not in like the below toolbar, but there. So smooth to. Let me find it. SM. Okay, is it like either one of this? Yep, this is the smooth to. I see. It's smoothed up by a bit.
By default, it's too high, so just turn it down. And I'm just going to smooth that edge, and that'll just sort of clear up some of this artifacting. It's a little too high. For whatever reason, the smooth tool, which also you can access at any point when you're in sculpt mode just by holding down shift, and it'll temporarily
Shift.
invoke the smooth tool, and it'll
Okay.
use the value that is on the smooth tool. So you'll be in this mode, and then you hold down shift, and it'll actually not use this value, but the value that's on the smooth tool. Again, ZBrush is the competitor, so some things are a little weird here. Anyways, so it's a little too high. Just turn it down, and now I've got a nice value. And I'm just smoothing this out to just clear up some of the artifacting all the way around.
Yeah, a
the
bit
mesh.
here and there.
Boop, boop, boop. And that's it. Lovely. Hey, if you've made it this far,
I see.
3D is in the cards. It's for you because we've done some fairly complex things. So if you're a beginner and you're just getting started in Blender, congrats, because it is a steep
Yippee!
learning curve, but you have learned some very complex modeling and some sculpting.
Okay.
So congrats, you've made it this far. Why not continue on the series? Click here to see the next video, and I will see you in that part. This is where we
Alright.
finished at the end of the last part, and we
So
are
now we
ready
get
for some materials.
the
Before we
frosting.
continue, do a check over though, because I looked inside my donut and I saw this,
Oh,
which shouldn't be here,
I see.
obviously. So
yep. You
make sure don't
could
have
also
any
subscribe to
hidden
me to
meshes that
see
should
more
definitely
stuff
not
that I
be
do.
there. You've only got your camera, your donut, your icing,
Yep.
and your light. Okay. Okay, so materials. Let's do some materials. If we jump into our render mode, that little button that I showed you on the first
Render
part
mode.
that takes you into rendered view mode, you can see we've got a lamp and it's lighting our donut in a very depressing, cold gray. So let's give it a material. Down here, the little material tab, and then we're going to hit new.
Material
So just like before, the one thing
new.
we're going to change is the color. Let's make it a nice pink color.
Yippee!
And that looks pretty good. The other value that you typically want to change for a lot of
Chocolate.
objects is the roughness
But
value.
this one
So you
look
can see
like
the
a coffee.
further I go all the way to the left-hand side, the
Rough.
more it becomes a mirror. So all the way at 0 is basically a mirror. And then all the way to the right is your like most porous object, like a brick or something like that. Basically something that looks like it doesn't have a reflection.
Oh, this
although everything
one
does. The roughness is
yummy.
just merely dissipating that reflection everywhere, so it appears as though it doesn't. But anyways, so we're going to go with like a 0.3, something like that. That's pretty good. And then for the base of our donut, we're going to give it another material, and let's go with a nice orangey yellow, which we will change later on, so it won't matter anyway. But that's good. Great. Look at us. We've got a donut. By the way, we'll add some subsurface SSS later on to make this look a little bit more milky, but for now, this is good. Now, we want to put our donut
If I think
onto
alpha
a
is
marble
like the
countertop. So first of all,
alpha
we need
is
that countertop as a
transparency.
separate object. So
Oh, what
Shift
the-
A, and the one we're looking for is again under mesh, and we're going to go with a plane. So a plane is just a square that's literally made up of 4 vertices. It's the simplest object, but the most versatile that you use it all over the place. And I'm going to make this look a little bit bigger. So let's just scale that out with S and then click. Okay, so we want to make our donut rest onto the countertop. So if I selected my donut base and moved it up, well, there's a problem, right? We need to have both of these move together. So if you want to have one object basically attached to another object while still being its own separate object, you parent it. So the way we parent it is, first of all, you select the object that you want to follow the other object, so the child, and then you select the parent. So holding down Shift, I'm going to now click on the donut base, and then to parent, it's Control P. Okay, or again, if at any time you don't know what it is, just hit F3 for search, and then we can just type in parent. Now, by the way, with parent, you get a number of options here. The one you actually want is keep transform. If you just do object, it means if you never move the object like off its base or whatever like that, it'll then like clear its position. So it's actually not the one you want most of the time. So it's keep transform. Now that I've done that, if you've done it in the correct order, you should be able to select the base and then move it, and the icing should go with it. If it doesn't, it means it's probably parented the other way. So again, make sure the object you want to follow the other one is selected first, and then the parent is selected last. Okay.
Go up.
So now I'm going to move that up along its z-axis. So G, and then
I don't know
just
why
a middle
it's
tap.
like I raise
pull it
up,
up.
but it's go there.
Till it's resting on my counter. Haha, lovely. Now don't worry about this looking like cartoonishly bad in terms of realism. I'm going to show you a button later on, which is just going to make this look phenomenally realistic. That's going to be in some later parts. But for now, this is fine just whilst we work and piece the scene together.
Let's
So
go
for
to
our
like
countertop here, we need to give it a new material.
chocolate first,
and then
because
underneath the base
that color look
you can
like
select
the
not just a
glazing
color by
is
clicking the
weird.
color, but the little dot next to it, that little yellow thing doesn't look like a button. It is. If you click that, you get this this pop up or pop down in this point, which just gives you a number of options. And the one that we're looking for is image texture. So essentially, it's replacing that import from a flat color to an image texture property. And it's now black, and it's asking you what image texture. We need an image texture. Now, we could go to just Google Images and just find any old marble
let's see
texture.
if I open
download
this.
that.
And
The
let's
problem
find
usually
some
with,
image I have.
textures on the web is that what most people call a texture is not ideal for 3D. Most textures are good for websites, but for 3D, we need extra information to tell the 3D software how the material property looks. Like, how does it reflect light?
Some
What
of
do
like
the
the
bumps look
old
like across the
background I
surface?
have.
And all that information is never available on these sites. So to find those textures, you have to go to a
there's the
separate
background I
dedicated
use on the
and the website
screen
that I
and
recommend is Polygon. And the reason I recommend it is because it's mine. It's my website.
Okay,
That's why I recommend it. No, I started 8 years ago because I was pretty dissatisfied with the quality of the texture websites that were available at the time. So I used my YouTube money to invest in a team and some high-tech equipment. We went out into the world and we scanned stuff to a very high quality standard. And over the years, we've grown it to include models and HDRIs as well. And obviously, a lot of this stuff is paid, but we also have a free range. And obviously, we're going to be using a free texture for this part. So this is the free texture. This is the one we're going to use. And first of all, although it is free, you do need to sign up for an account. So you can just sign up with Google. That's usually the easiest one. It's a couple of onboarding questions. I would like to actually know how you, are you a professional? Are you a student? That's kind of interesting to me to know that. And then when you get to here, you're just going to say continue with free account. But power through that, and if you click the link in the description, again, this
I
is
guess
the
currently,
Marvel,
like, the
and we
texture
just
could
want to
be
hit
anything.
download. And you'll see in the bottom right-hand corner, it's downloaded.
Wait,
It
could be
is a large size, but that's because
anything.
it's 8K, and we've got maps at like 16-bit depth to get all of that accurate information there. But once
Do
it's
I
finished,
have,
it'll
like,
just appear in your downloads. Then you just unzip the zip
Meme
file
picture?
as you would normally, and then finally, you should see some glorious high-resolution images and ones with extra information like roughness. Very, very subtle, but will come through when we do the render. So back into Blender, where we've got that image texture, we're going to click on Open. Then navigate to where you unzipped it, and then just click on the one that ends with COL in the name,
Beautiful.
and then just hit Open. And here it is. Okay. And it looks great up close. Only problem is, of course, look at that reflection. So bland, so fake. And as I mentioned before, fake is the enemy, and you need to squash it by just adding variance. So that's where our roughness map is going to come in. And while we could try to add it in here, this section on the right-hand side, it's actually not where you do most of your material work, because this is kind of like a simplified, dumbed-down version. It doesn't really, it gets a little bit complicated when you try and add too many things to it, because there's like too many menus and drop-downs and all that kind of stuff.
I see.
So instead, if you go to your shading tab at the top of the screen there, this will change the layout of the screen to something completely different we haven't seen before. And lots of windows, actually too many. I never actually need this one on the right-hand side. So where you just mouse over where you've got the divider and then just right-click and then say Join Areas. And then you want to join it to the left to close it. And then I'll do the same here, because I've never needed those on the left-hand side.
Okay.
So I've just got my view at the top here and then this one here. And the reason, by the way, this looks different than what we had before is because this is the material preview, but you can change it back to what we had before by clicking that. So material preview, by the way, it's the same. It's a rendered mode, but it's using lights.
Now, how do we make this beautiful
just
3D
an HDRI, which is like a fake kind of light and reflection map, just so that you can quickly preview materials. And really, you could use either or. They both kind of show the material, but yeah, let's use this one. Okay, but the bit that we're looking for is here. So this section here is your node setup, and it's actually an exact duplicate of what we did over here, because this on the right-hand side is the simplified version. If you're just doing like a quick change, you might want to use this. But over here, this is what's actually happening to it underneath the hood, right? So you can see as I change this on the right-hand side, that is also changing there. So they are linked. So the way nodes work is basically a left to right function. So we start over here with our image texture. It goes into our shader, which is the material for this plane, and then it comes out into a material output, and that's what is fed into the final shader. So essentially, we could do anything. Like, for example, and this is one of the value of nodes, is between these two nodes, we could add another node. Like, for example, I could hit Shift A to add. Again, same hotkey, works everywhere. And then I could add in like a hue saturation value node. And then I could change the hue of my marble to look blue, right? Or something else. So that's the power of nodes, and you could just keep going, adding in adjustments and everything you want. So nodes, very, very flexible. They do look daunting because they get all these, like, you know, squid-looking lines going everywhere. But it's very, very convenient, very customizable. Okay, but we want to add something to our roughness so that we don't have a flat single value roughness, which is what that is currently. We want to use that map that we just downloaded. So one, you could hit Shift A and then add an image text this way, but actually we could also just drag out from that input there and then just do a release, and it'll now say, what do you want to add in this input? And we could type in image texture, color, and then hit enter. Then here, go to that same place that we unzipped it, and then we're looking for the one with roughness in the name. So roughness in the name, and then hit open. Okay, so this is better, right?
Okay, wait, I messed up the 3D, but now,
say, what do you want to add in this input? And we could type in image texture, color, and then hit enter. Then here, go to that same place that we unzipped it.
So we can also,
and then just do a release, and it'll now say, what do you want to add in this input? And we could type in image texture, color, and then hit enter. Then here, in this input, we could type in image texture, color, and then hit enter. Then here, go to that same place that we unzipped it, and then we're looking for the one with roughness in the name. So roughness in the name, and then hit open. Okay, so this is better, right? You can kind of see we've got some detail there.
What if I open a new image?
Right. It's because when you add an image texture, Blender doesn't really know what type of information it is yet, and by default, it's looking at the color information, even though there isn't really color there. This is a special map, and we're just looking at the values, right? So essentially, the color space here, we need to change it from sRGB, where it's a standard photo color, to instead non-color data, or just non-color, I guess they've changed it. But now you can see that looks correct, right? So look at all that. We've got scratches, we've got smudges. It's infinitely more realistic than what we had previously. So beyond that, though, we can also add in
use random image
bumps, okay? So bumps
Let's see.
are in a place you would not expect. There's not a bump value here. It's actually under normal. So normal, you hear that word a lot in 3D.
Normal.
It just basically means the face. Which direction is the face pointing, right? So if this is your face of the plane,
So
you're pointing
that's
this way. That's the normal, right?
The normal.
But you can change the normal information to kind of tweak it to pretend like there is detail in that, okay? Essentially, we can plug in a specialized map called a normal map. Okay, so we're going to drag out from that normal map and then release and then image texture. That's the last use thing. That's what we want. I'm just going to click color, then drop, and then hit open. Go to that same folder.
So do that
I'm just going to click color, then drop, and then hit open. Go to that same folder. And then this is the one, the purple one. It's the weirdest looking map. You always know you're looking at a CG texture map directory because it's the purple one and it's got NRM in the name for normal. And hit open. And just like before, it's not going to be correct because it thinks this is a color image texture, just like for photos. So we need to change it again to non-color data. And now you would think that would fix it, but no, it looks even worse. What did we do? The problem is
what happened now?
A CG texture map directory because it's the purple one and it's got NRM in the name for
You know what?
normal.
Maybe if I like follow the actual
And just like
tutorial,
before,
so I
it's not gonna be
can
correct
see
because it
what
thinks
happened
this is a
instead of using
color
random image.
texture, just like for photos. So we need to change it again to non-color data. And now you would think that would fix it, but no, it looks even worse. What did we do? The problem is we need to convert this image text into something this can read. So we need to put another node in between here. So the node is found under Shift A for add, then vector normal map. So click and then just drop it here so it highlights between it and then just drop it. And it will now finally be correct. And if I go full screen with control space, I didn't mention that before, but yeah, control space, and then you can go full screen and you can see we've got very subtle little chips and divots across the texture along with those smudges, and it just looks way more believable. It means you don't have to worry about this part of your scene. It's just
my
going to
Latios
work,
Doodle
and
here.
you're going to get all that detail for free.
And then if you look
just makes it a little bit
closely,
easier. But it is a lot of work. Like what you just made is a PBR
it's
shader.
the
And
image
yeah,
that you
it's a lot
roughness.
of work, all those little maps and everything, and having to know which setting is which.
Good to see
but it
that
is a very common thing to learn. That's why I wanted to
works
include
perfectly.
in here. If I could plug my own website again, though, I will say we did hear you because
I
a lot of
think
people say
I
that.
follow
So we actually
the
made an add-on
tutorial
called the Polygon add-on,
as
which I'll actually show you how to install
close
later on
as
because that is
possible
actually important.
while
for 3D
messing
because
up
you use a lot of
everything.
add-ons. But to plug it very quickly, it actually does all of that without you having to leave Blender.
This
so
is
it'll
perfect.
download the texture for you. There we go. See, it's downloading. It's actually faster through the add-on. And then once you've got it, you just hit apply and it'll do all of that node work for you in the background.
Blender also has
and it'll just
add-on.
apply it to the mesh for you.
But this is also
so
perfect.
You don't have to do all that all the time. And in fact, most people, I think, if you're working on big scenes, you're using libraries, you're using add-ons like this, so you don't have to do it all manually all the time. But it is important to know the process, so that's why I wanted to show it. But anyways, this was our material, and we are happy with it.
Imagine
well
if
done.
I add
back to the
too
layout
many
tab.
add-on
Now
and
we're going to do
now
one
it
more
Blender
thing.
crash
So
on
you see
opening.
our donut base here. Let's just isolate this donut for one moment here by hitting / which I mentioned previously.
Okay, forward slash.
This is
Forward
isolated, which means
slash.
it's literally turning off everything, including the lamp, which is why it's dark. But if you turn on material preview, then you get this.
Wow.
So this is okay. But if you look at real references of donuts, you'll see that it's typically
Glaze
whiter
donut,
around
I
the
want
middle.
to eat
And the reason
that
for
thing.
that is, as I mentioned before, the way it cooks, right? It's only like half submerged and then it's flipped. And it means that the bits that are closest to the surface are cooked less. So there's usually like a whiter part around the rim. And I mean, really, this is just an excuse to show you another part of Blender, which is texture paint. So at the top there, click the texture paint tab. And again, let's go into isolate.
Hey,
donut
that's
there.
me.
Why are we not seeing? Okay, there we go. So what texture paint does is it lets you
wait,
paint
do I have
directly
to
onto your mesh.
forward
But
slash?
if you try doing it, you can see nothing's happening. And it does give you a warning at the bottom, missing textures detected.
missing texture.
So to paint, you're painting into an image, and the image doesn't exist yet. So we have to give it one. So go to the material tab. And then here where we got base color, we set it up as yellow, but we're actually just going to override it now. So click that little yellow dot again, and then say image texture. So now it's black, doesn't have an image. So and instead of clicking open, we're going to click new. So we're going to be creating a brand new image, and let's call this donut base. We could make this higher res if we want, but don't. This is more than enough for a donut base. That's fine. And this will just save us time. The color. This will just fill the
RGB.
It'll fill the image for us with a flat color. So we're just going to go for something pretty similar to what we had before, a nice yellowy color like that. And by the way, make sure you're all the way bright, otherwise your donut is going to be a little bit dark. So yeah, there we go. All right, and then hit OK. And once we've done that, you should. I mean, it should be over there on the right-hand side. But if it doesn't pop up, you can just select it from the drop-down donut base, and there we go. So now we're in this state. Look what I can do.
Donut base.
Ooh, fancy. So
I see.
I don't know why I said
Take some time to update.
well, we can paint directly onto our mesh. So
to
understand this, because it's kind of weird. You can also
this.
paint directly over here. And you might be thinking like, well, how does it know like, how do I know which part over here is actually going to be painted over onto the donut there? You might not care, but it's actually good to understand how it works. So basically, this mesh here, it has to be unwrapped over onto this left-hand side here, because that's the only way to have a 2D texture, 2D flat image be applied to a mesh is to unwrap it in some way. I mean, there's projection. I'm not getting into that. To unwrap it. And unwrapping is essentially like, there is a meme actually that explains it. But if you have like a chocolate, right?
I see, like the wall unwrapped from circle to UV something like this.
There are little places in that wrapping where there had to be a cut, right? And then that cut was wrapped around the object. That's what UV unwrapping is. So the reason this works for us is because the cuts are actually already in place for default objects. So this torus is already perfectly UV unwrapped, so we don't have to do anything. I did want to mention it though, because it's important to understand UV unwrapping. Anyways, so we could actually paint directly on here, as I mentioned. White is a little bit too extreme though. So I'm going to click that and choose a color. First of all, I'm going to select the eyedropper and then not click over here because that's got shading information. I'm going to click on the left-hand side so we get the exact color. And then I'm going to make it closer to white. So not fully white, because that'll be too far, but closer to white. And I'm also going to change the strength of my brush. Yeah, about halfway. And then now I can do paints across it. And this will enable you to get a much more natural feel, because you'll have, just like, in fact, I might even go a little bit softer. And that way you can kind of just paint across it.
I see.
And this is very forgiving because we've got icing that's going to go over the top of it. But that's good. We don't want it to be too extreme. Let's just make it, I might go the other way. Make this a little bit more saturated. Anyways, that's basically all we need to do. We just want to just dab our toes into the field of texture painting. I would say texture painting, by the way, it's one of the weaker areas of Blender. It's actually due for an update at some point in the future. It doesn't do like, you can't paint into like the height information or the roughness information at the same time like you can with Substance Painter, but it's got basic functionality. Now, importantly, this is an image, but it's not saved into your blend file. It still needs to be manually saved. So you see at the top left-hand corner there, it's got image with a star. If you see that star, it means you've got changes that haven't been saved. So we need to go image and then save and specify where are we going to put our image. Because if we don't do this, we're going to lose it. So it has to be saved somewhere. So I'm just going to save it.
So save?
Yeah, anywhere. It has to be saved somewhere because it will not be saved as part of the blend file. Very important to know that. Otherwise, you can lose texture paint work that you've done. But there we go. So now to bring back everything, remember if it looks like, where's the rest of my scene gone? See the top left-hand corner? Local means it's isolated mode. So that means you just have to hit // again. And it brings back everything. And there we are. So that's
I forgot about the plane here.
Part of the tutorial. As I mentioned, some of you might be wondering, when are we going to make that lovely subsurface scattering? We're going to do that in the future.
Lovely.
It's too hard to see at this point. So there we go, guys. Join me in the next part.
Oh, this is even worse.
The time has finally come to decorate our delicious-looking donut.
With let's decorate the thing
and
not.
The feature we need for that is called Geometry Nodes, and you can access it by going to the top of your screen. If you don't see it, just middle mouse drag across, and you'll see the tab Geometry Nodes.
Geometry Nodes.
So it's adjusted your screen layout. Don't get disorientated. Your donut is still there. This screen on the left here, it's called the spreadsheet. Never needed it.
Why is that number?
So we can just close that, right-click, join areas, and then just collapse it into it. Okay. So with your icing selected, click the new button.
Remove those number. I don't need to do math right now.
Nodes. So Geometry Nodes is actually a modifier. So when we hit new there, we've added in a modifier called Geometry Nodes. And what the modifier is doing is whatever we want it to.
Wait, the modifier.
So
wait, when did they like merge this
system? And it looks familiar, right? You got boxes with little lines, and it's the exact same type of system that was used in our materials, right? But it's a completely different system. Okay, so the same nodes will not be referenced between the completely different systems. So
is it like
that we've got here of our icing is what is being represented?
Yeah, I need to like click on the icing
itself.
itself.
Taking that mesh and it's feeding it all the way to the right, and it's going to spit out whatever is in your group output. So currently, nothing has changed because there's nothing between those points. But if I was, for example, don't follow me, but just as an example, if I was to add a set position node, drop this in here, and then change the position of the icing along the Z axis, you can see it's raised it.
Cool.
Okay, now the mesh, if I go into edit mode, is still there. The mesh has not changed. So we're not actually moving the object. This is just happening after the fact via a modifier. Okay. Now, obviously, this would be a rather pointless use for Geometry Nodes to move it because you could just move it. But as an example, let's say, I don't know, you had a scene where lots of objects, some of them are raised, some of them are not, and you wanted to quickly change them. What you could do with Geometry Nodes, in this case, you could actually expose this offset value by dragging it to the left over here. And when you do that, you can see it's now appeared over here in our modifier stack.
They say that
whenever I'm
do not like follow right now
of Blender, say I'm like building stuff, and I'm like, oh yeah, I need to quickly, change the height of that icing, I've got it there whenever I need to. So essentially, this system enables you to build up your own tool that does something that you want it to do in a really flexible way. So it's really powerful. And before geometry nodes, I mean, Blender was kind of limited in what you can do, but I'll throw some examples here. But in the last 2 years since it's been in Blender, people have done some wild stuff with it. And most of this stuff really was just not possible in Blender before without doing custom scripting. So it's really opened up the doors. So
I see.
It is a very different.
You can do a lot in
like
Blender.
It's a different way of working than just hands-on in 3D. But it's a really flexible, really valuable system. So any time spent learning geometry nodes, I think, is time well spent. So we want to do sprinkles, and to do that, we need to first of all scatter some points onto our mesh. So to do that, hit Shift A for add, and then we're looking for point. Distribute points on faces. Okay. And then it's just it's just going to put you in a placement state. And if you just mouse over that line there till it lights up, if you click, it's going to automatically connect it for you. And now you can see we've got points on our icing and a density value. Great. But you might notice the icing has actually disappeared. Now the reason for that is we've told it, okay, take that icing object and convert it into points and then just give us the points back. Okay. So what we need to do is say, yes, we want the points, but we also want the original mesh. So we can do that by adding in a node that you use all the time, which is Shift A, Geometry, Join Geometry. So you'll find this node in probably any geometry node tutorial. Very versatile. So drop it in here after the points, and you'll notice this input here is a different shape. So normally inputs are circles or triangles or whatnot. This one is a long and elongated shape to signify that it can accept multiple inputs. So unlike these where you can only accept one, this can accept many. So what we need to do is take the output of our original mesh and then feed it over to here. And now we have both the original mesh and we have our points, and they're being combined together.
They are both here.
Very cool. Awesome. All right. So if we were to give this a render right now, you would actually see nothing because these points don't physically exist. They just exist in the 3D space. If we want
it's
them to
just
show
an
up in the render, we have to tell it,
imagination.
what do you want to render them as? So for that, we need to add an object to be our sprinkle.
But it's here.
So your sprinkle could be whatever you want. We're actually going to make 2
is
different types of sprinkles in
also
this
in other
series. So we're going to start there with a very simple one, just a round ball. So just like you would add another object normally, Shift A, and then go Mesh, and then go UV Sphere. Now, this sphere is going to be referenced for every single sprinkle. Okay, so we want to go.
Where do I click again?
Okay, very cool, awesome. All right, so if we were to give this a render right now, you would actually see nothing because these points
so I have
don't
to go
physically
render
exist. They just exist in the 3D space.
Not.
If we want them to show up in the render, we have to tell it what do you want to render them as. So for that, we need to add an object to be our sprinkle. So your sprinkle could be whatever you want. We're actually going to make 2 different types of sprinkles in this donut series. So we're going to start there with a very simple one, just a round ball. So just like you would add another object normally, Shift A, and then go Mesh, and then go UV Sphere. Now, this sphere is going to be referenced for every single sprinkle. Okay, so we want to go as low res as we can get away with. So I'm going to go with 12 segments and then 8 rings. If you're on a really slow computer and you think this is really going to suffer later on, you could go even lower, but I don't want to go too low because otherwise we're going to see that jagged edge because it's a rounded form. So I don't want to go too much lower than that. But I do want to adjust the scale because obviously this needs to be a tiny little sprinkle. So let's go 0.01. Okay, awesome. All right, now with our icing selected again, you'll notice, by the way, that if you click another object, you don't see your nodes because it's only going to show you the active object's geometry nodes. So if you want the nodes to just be there no matter what, if you click the pin button there, that means no matter what is selected, it's only going to be showing you this object's,
I see.
the one that we pinned, geometry nodes. Okay. All right, so to reference, we need to reference that little sphere that we've just created in our geometry node system. And you can do it very easily just by dragging down from your outline up here, just dragging it down into your geometry nodes and dropping it. Okay.
Here.
So now let's just create some room here. Make a little bit of space. Okay. And what I need to do is add another node to reference this object. And the node is Shift A, Instances on Points, the top one. Okay. And I want to drop it in here between Distribute Points on Faces and my Join Geometry. So drop it in right there till it lights up. Now the points have disappeared because we're now saying replace those points with whatever is in that instance input. So I'm going to take my geometry from my object info and drag it into the instance. And look at that. We have got geometry spheres appearing all over. And if I increase the density, we've got sprinkles. And if I do a render, it will actually display. Doesn't look very good, hey, but it does work, which is the huge. Right now. Okay, so first things first, you'll notice that as we increase the density, first problem is that
maybe I am a bit too huge before that.
Okay, till it lights up.
Maybe
now, the
like
points have
Sophia
disappeared because we're now
then.
saying replace those points with whatever is in that instance input. So I'm going to take my geometry from my object info and drag it into the instance. And look at that. We have got our spheres appearing all over it. And if I increase the density, we've got sprinkles. And if I do a render, it will actually display. Doesn't look very good, hey, but it does
Let's
work.
try
which
this
is the
again.
main
So
thing right
object.
now. Okay, so
Let's
first
delete
things
here
first,
then.
you'll notice that as we increase the density, first problem is that they're crowding each other. They are straight up overlapping each other with no respect for its fellow sprinkles, right? Because it's just a random
geometry.
So we can
And
change
to
that
instance.
by going here in our distribute
Oh,
points on
it's still
faces,
big.
change it from random distribution
Oh, but I can also
to
fix this.
Poisson disk distribution. Poisson. What a name. So it's changed, but that's just because it's changed your density max, so just increase it again. With this Poisson disk distribution, you get this extra value here, distance min. So now if we can set a low value, we can start to delete. It's almost like each one of those points now is going to have a little radius around it. And if it detects a point within that radius, it's going to delete it. So we just need to increase it slowly, very, very slowly, until we can't see them intersecting anymore. To about there, honestly. If you go too high, like if you really wanted to make sure they weren't touching,
Wait,
go really high,
I want
but
to
it
like
starts to look like too evenly spaced, you know, like yeah,
maybe
it's not actually registering the other objects. It's like it's just doing this little radius thing, which just happens to be
like
perfect for a
this
ball-shaped object.
particle is a
But
bit
it's not like an advanced,
too big,
like it's gonna.
which I don't know because I follow this. Okay, so sphere is this, and donut is here. Like, why is it like super duper big here? I don't know. Maybe it's just because of the geometry. So if I do this instead, object info is disappear. Okay, wait, random. Okay, wait. If I use this object, it suddenly disappear. Oh. What? Okay, let's control C a bit. So I can like retry some of this. So, okay, so now let's like rewind by a bit. Like
Spent.
we already did that.
State, but you might notice the icing has actually disappeared. Ooh. Now the reason for that is we've told it, okay, take that icing object and convert it into point. Drop it in here after or traits, and you'll notice this input here is a different shape.
Okay.
As low res as we can get away with. So I'm going to go with 12 segments and then 8 rings. If you're on a really slow computer and you think this is really going to
So I want to know what did I miss.
You could go even lower, but I don't want to go too low because otherwise we're going to see that jagged edge because it's a rounded form. So I don't want to go too much lower than that. But I do want to adjust the scale because obviously this needs to be a tiny little sprinkle. So let's go point 0, 1.
Like this.
Okay. Awesome. All right, now with our icing selected again, you'll notice, by the way, that if you click another object, you don't see your nodes because it's only going to show you the active object's geometry nodes. So if you want the nodes to just be there no matter what, if you click the pin button there,
now
that means
pinned.
no matter what is selected, it's only going to be showing you this object's, the one that we pinned, geometry nodes. Okay. All right, so to reference, we need to reference that little sphere that we've just created in our geometry node system. And you can do it very easily just by dragging down from your outline up here, just dragging it down into your geometry nodes and dropping it. Okay. So now let's just create some room here. Make a little bit of space. Okay. And what I need to do is add another node to reference this object. And the node is Shift A, instances on points, the top one. Okay. And then I want to drop it in here between distribute points on faces and my join geometry. So drop it in right there till it lights up. Now the points have disappeared because we're now saying replace those points with whatever is in that instance input. So I'm going to take my geometry from my object info and drag it into the instance. And look at that. We have got our spheres
it's
appearing
still
all
big.
over. And if I increase the density, we've got sprinkles. And if I do a render, it will actually
what
display.
if I like try to do this again? Well, what? Okay. What if I delete this? So we can restart. Okay. So now object info is now gone. Okay, let's do this first. Do this. Shift A. Kind of like a revision to. So UV sphere. Okay, this is okay now. 0.01. Very small now. Okay, wait. Can I even see it? Kinda. Okay. So now if I like do this, then geometry into here instance. Now it's small enough. So I guess it's like when it spawned in, that is like its property.
Doesn't look very good. Hey, but it does work, which is each distribution. So we can change that by going here in our distribute points on faces, change it from random distribution to Poisson disk distribution. Poisson. What a name. So it's changed, but that's just because it's changed your density max. So just increase it again. With this Poisson disk distribution, you get this extra value here, distance min. So now if we can set a low value, we can start to delete. It's almost like each one of those points now is going to have a little radius around it. And if it detects a point within that radius, it's going to delete it. So we just need to increase it slowly, very, very slowly, until we can't see them intersecting anymore. To about there, honestly. If you go too high, like if you really wanted to make sure they weren't touching, you go really high. But it starts to look like too evenly spaced, you know? Like, yeah, it's not actually registering the other objects. It's like it's just doing this little radius thing, which just happens to be perfect for a ball-shaped object. But it's not like an advanced, like it's going to try to fill in all the gaps for you. So yeah, you just kind of, I usually set it to like a little bit.
And
of
I like this idea. It's okay.
Too much. But let's go. Yeah, something, I don't know, something like that.
But I'm gonna say that if I eat,
I'm just doing it just for this.
The donut with this much sprinkle, it's gonna be like
hit Control Tab to
weird.
go full screen here. If I look at my mesh, I've got sprinkles everywhere, and in fact, I've actually got sprinkles underneath the icing. And that's not good because it's actually going to put that in the render. Even though you won't see it, your computer is going to use resources to render little individual balls underneath the icing, which is not what we want, obviously. So going back here, what we need to do to fix this is we need to do weight painting, okay? It's not texture painting, it's a special thing called weight painting. So with your icing selected, if you go from your object mode, you'll see one there called weight paint. Now your mesh will become blue, and weight paint is actually referenced in multiple parts of Blender. Like if you're doing rigging animation, you would use weight painting a lot during the rigging step to assign values to certain parts. Essentially what it's doing is it's allowing you to paint a value between 0 and 1 onto any part of the mesh and then reference that however you want. So we can then reference that weight paint mask in our geometry nodes and use this almost as, well, exactly as a mask for our
slash so I can see below.
So if we just do some paint right here on it, you'll see that we have some colors, right? Now these colors aren't going to appear in the render. It's just for you to visualize those values. The blue value means a value of 0, and the red value is a 0 of 1. I believe actually in, maybe not the next version of Blender, but maybe the version, I don't know, but they're planning to change the colors of this. So depending on the value, on how late watching this you are, your colors might be different here, but it should be the same. Essentially, you should have a brush of 1, and you should be able to paint from 0, which would give a blue value in this case, to a value of 1. So whatever is 1, whatever is red is where our sprinkles will go. But you'll notice that this is not having any effect, okay? So we need to reference it. Now, that weight paint that we just did is actually, if we go to our data tab here, it's actually a vertex group, okay? So that's where that paint went. So you could actually create multiple weight paint types just by creating them here. But we've just created one and it's added one here for us. So we can give it a name by double clicking it, and let's call it sprinkle mask. Okay. In fact, is it a mask? It's more of a density, sprinkle density, I guess, because it's not a masking out. Anyway, all right, sprinkle density.
Dense.
And where I want to reference this in my geometry node stack is in the distribute points on faces. There is one value here called density factor, which we got when we used the Poisson disk thing. And this is just a value of 0 to 1. Very convenient. So if I drag out from here and then release, I can add in a new node and it'll just automatically connect it. And the node that you're looking for is called the named attribute. Don't feel bad if you're like, well, how would I know that it's called the named attribute? Because it's called vertex groups over here. You think like, okay, I'm going to type in vertex group, but it's an attribute, but it's one of many attributes. So geometry nodes can do many things. So it's just called the named attribute. So anyways, all right. So underneath name, we're just going to click that box and you'll get a pop-up or pop down and you're looking for sprinkle density.
Sprinkle density.
Aha. So now going back into weight paint mode, we can act like an artist and put the sprinkles wherever we want. Sprinkles on our donut, which is really cool. So
because I'm 0.
Sprinkles are typically, they're like on a plate.
And
the wet donut with icing on it is just like dabbed onto it. So you get like a heavy amount of sprinkles right on the top like that, and then less around the sides. And then I usually do like a few like dabs like this, just for some variance. And then also if you hold down Control, that will do so the weight that's being painted is 1, but if I hold down Control, it's going to do a negative value. I can adjust my strength there as well, and I can just do some negative paints across it, maybe a couple here as well. And I'm trying to deliberately make it look choppy, because I find that if you make it look too like uniform, then it just looks very boring and artificial. Because the real world would have more sprinkles collecting in certain areas than others, right? Maybe it's just like wetter on that part, right? So more would stick to it, or more force was put on that part of the plate as the donut was dabbed
maybe
into
if
it, right?
I
You just kind of have to think of this stuff
it doesn't
because
have to be
in the
like
digital world, it's far too easy to make something that looks predictable and boring, and we don't want that.
I see.
But there we go, something like that. And you could obviously finesse it and make it better than what it is, but that's what we got. You'll notice each of these spheres have a very jagged looking
but
shape.
it's also in
the sphere
the downside too.
Oh, I think I mentioned this. If you want to quickly zoom to an object without having to find it and pan around, number pad period key. Probably should have mentioned that before, but haven't really needed it because we not work with that many objects. But that'll focus to that object. If you're on a laptop, by the way, if you hold down the tilde key, that'll bring up this section here, and then you've got view selected right there. So tilde is that key underneath your
Tilde key,
so this is
which
what
in Thai is the change
smooth,
language key.
And now all those sprinkles have a shade smooth. Haha, very nice. All right, now let me just show
you
what now your escape key. But anyways, so this is what our sphere looks like. So right click, shade smooth. And now all those sprinkles have a shade smooth.
Hey, wait.
Very nice. All right. Now
okay, click the sphere, which is somewhere. Oh wait, I need to like backslash here. Okay, so sphere, I guess object mode, then right click. I guess. Wait, is it? Yes. Shades, then shade smooth. Then all of them are round. Nice.
Let me just show you a quick little issue that you might run into. If you were to duplicate your donut and create two, and then on the second donut, you're like, hey, I want to have some spice in my scene. I don't want to have the exact same count of sprinkles across both donuts. Let's give a different value to this one over here. Well, you can see that they are now sharing the same value because this node group here is being linked across both objects. But if you wanted, I mean, you could make it its own single object so that they're not linked. But if you wanted everything else to remain the same, so that let's say you change the sprinkle at some point, that's preserved across it. But that one value you want to be different across multiple objects, you can expose it. So just like what I did at the start, if I drag out from the value I want to expose, and then I put it up to here in my group input, the empty slot, if I just release it, it's now disappeared, the value's disappeared from here, and it's now appeared in my modify stack over here. And now I can put in a different value. So this has now got a value of 2,000, and this one is 500.
I see.
So essentially, by dragging it out and exposing it, it's essentially removing the value from this node setup and saying this is its own separate thing, which is independent per object. And it has a two birds, one stone kind of effect that it makes it more accessible. So in a completely different part of Blender, I'm working on my scene, and I'm just very quickly giving different sprinkle amounts to different donuts, right? Like a madman, right? No one can stop me. But yeah, very cool. And that's now exposed. Oh, the other thing we probably want to do though with that this group input here is I want to give it a different name because density max, not really that useful. I can call it sprinkle density, right?
I know
so
why
it's like
sometimes
a
it's
fully
like
customized
go down there.
group that I could drop on
that
any
is
object.
not what
I
I
could be building
want.
a car in the future, and I'm like, it needs sprinkles, and I can just drop this on it, and I've got a sprinkle density value for my car, right? So you can see how geometry nodes, you can build something really customized for what you want, and then it's just readily accessible every time you need to use it. Awesome. Now, one issue that I will show you with this, and actually it's not specific to geometry nodes, but this entire time for all these videos, we've been building a donut which is too big. So if you hit N in your properties, that's the polygon thing, you can see the size, the dimensions of your donut is 1.2 by 1.2 meters, which for Americans, actually, yeah, you can change it. You could change your units to the wacky imperial one. Yeah, 4 feet, right? Okay. Which is way too big. Okay. Now,
let me check what
geometry knows, but this entire time for all these videos, we've been building a donut which is too big. So if you hit N in your properties, that's the polygon thing, you can see the size, the dimensions of your donut is 1.2 by 1.2 meters, which for Americans, actually, yeah, you can change it. You could change your units to the wacky imperial one. Yeah, 4 feet, right? Okay.
Meter is
which is way too big. Okay. Now, why does it matter, right? Because, okay, if you're looking at this, how are you to actually know that this is 1.2 meters rather than the regular size donut? It doesn't actually matter yet.
Yeah, 1.7 actually.
Like rendering with depth of field, or maybe you want to import other objects from other scenes, having a value that is actually true to the object will save you so much time, and it'll also make it so that your camera settings, etc., are actually correct. So that bit is very important. So essentially, we should resize this. And really, a real donut is about 12 centimeters, which is exactly 1/10 of what we've got right here. So if we select everything in the entire scene, which you can do by just hitting A for
A.
everything.
Ah,
A for
everything.
all. Yeah, that makes more sense. Okay. Then if we hit S to scale, okay, we're
Yes.
now in a scale. Oh, actually, okay.
Wow.
Well, now it's going to scale it, and the
Well, what
plane is
the-
going to be off the ground. Okay. All right. Well, let's not scale the lamp and the camera. So everything else, selecting the donut, the lamp, the donut, the plane, and the sphere. Then S. And then I want to scale it by exactly 10%. Now, how could I do that? Well, if you look in the top left-hand corner, you've got the values there. And if I went to 0.1, then it would be exactly a tenth of what it was. But how can I get it exactly at 0.1? Well, two things. One, if you hold down Control, when you're moving any value in Blender, it'll move it in increments, which in this case is
I
0.1.
see.
But you can also actually just type in the exact value you want, 0.1, and hit Enter.
Point.
And now, if you look at the size of our
0.1.
donut,
Enter.
hit N, you can see it's 0.12 meters or centimeters.
Wait,
yeah.
it's
Anyway,
Point zero
that's
one.
great.
This is too small.
but there is a problem. What you might notice, I mean, there's not a problem now, but when you change the scale or the rotation of an object, actually, it's only changed its
No,
what do you
it's
call it? Its local
scale.
It hasn't actually applied it on a global level
Not
yet.
really.
So the sprinkle here and the donut have actually got a like pretend value. The scale is set at 0.2, and it's almost like it's saying to the scene, that's not its real scale. It's just been faked to be that size yet. It needs to be applied if you want to like confirm really that this is the true scale or rotation of the thing. And you do that by
You know what,
selecting things and then hitting Control.
Wait, let me
this
see,
to
like-
applied it on a global level yet.
Yeah.
So the sprinkle here and the donut have actually got a like pretend
Okay, point
value.
0.1,
The
okay.
scale is set
I
at
just
0.2.
stupid.
And
I
it's
thought
almost
it's
it's
like
saying to the scene,
very
"That's not its
small, but
real
actually
scale.
it's
just been faked to be
like
that
just
size. yet.
normal size."
It needs to be applied if you want to like confirm really that this is the true scale or rotation of the thing. And you do that by selecting the things and then hitting Control A and then applying scale.
Control A.
Okay, so now we've done that. We can see something's changed. So our
scale.
donut here with the sprinkles has now massively
Wait.
changed.
Wait, I need to see.
We can see something's changed. So our donut here thing be applied if you want to like confirm really that this is the true scale or rotation of the thing. And you do that by selecting the things and then hitting Control A and then applying scale.
Control A.
Okay, so now we've done
Wait,
that.
where is the apply
Control
scale?
A and then applying scale.
Oh, it's just the scale.
Okay, so now we've done that. We can see something's changed. So our donut
Wait,
here with the sprinkles
where's
has now
the-
massively changed its density count. And the reason for this is that, if we go geometry nodes again, let's zoom in here.
Geometry node still in
Let's look at
here.
it with this. This density, this sprinkle density, is actually not the count of sprinkles at all. It's the density in relation to the whole scene. And the way I think of it is like, okay, it's a weird visualization, but if you've got a car and it's driving along a highway, right, a certain amount of bugs are going to hit the windshield, okay? And the bugs could be defined by here. But the smaller the object is, right, you could have the same amount of bugs going across the highway, but if it was like a tiny Matchbox car, there's going to be very few bugs that's going to hit it, okay? So the density is kind of like the density of the world, and now that we've made the object smaller, there's only 3 sprinkles left. There's only 3 bugs that's hit the windshield of our donut here. So this value now needs to be much bigger. In fact, it needs to be exactly like if it was 6,000 before, it needs to be 60,000 now. But the problem is that it's not just a value here. The distance min value has also changed because this is also based on a real world value. So this now needs to be really small. So let's try 0.01. And that's actually pretty good, I think. There's a little bit of overlap, but that's roughly kind of what we want.
Okay.
And let's see if I can increase this. Yeah, so if I want this density
69420.
really dense, yeah, I would have to increase it to a crazy number.
Nice.
Now, something I like to do personally, this isn't, you have to do this, but you notice how like this number is really large. And if I want to increase or lower my sprinkle value and I'm in a different part of Blender, if I'm just dragging this value, it's having no effect because the range, like the scale of it is just so large. So what I actually do is I set it to a value that I think makes sense, which in this case is 200. And then whatever the value was before, it was 200,000, right? I do a math value inside of my geometry node setup between here and here. I do a math calculation to multiply that by the value that it needs to be, almost as like a scale adjustment. So you can do it with just one node, Shift A, Utilities, Math, and just drop it in here. Now the math, I said I want to multiply it, so I need to change it from add to a multiply. And math is the most versatile of any node. You can do all sorts of stuff, but multiply. So multiply, and it was 200,000 before. So if I want this value 200, then I just add 1,000. Yes, that's correct. Okay. So now I can very quickly change the scale of the sprinkles across the donut
like,
without having to like manually type in the value. I can just move it back and forth.
Just 69.
And there you go. So that's
Okay.
it. So we've changed the scale of it to what it should be. We've got a correct
You know what? 86
density,
instead.
so we've got a correct sprinkle setup,
Nice.
looking good. In the next part, we are going to be adding long sprinkles to our donuts because this round one is okay. And
Another
I originally
type
was just going
of
to go round,
sprinkle.
try and keep it simple, but there's also, I don't know, the long sprinkles just look way nicer.
Okay, let's just skip
So
to that part.
at your 3D cursor, and your 3D cursor is that thing.
Yep.
That weird little thing, little crosshair at the bottom there. That's your 3D
the thing.
cursor. And yeah, I don't know, Blender has a 3D cursor, maybe other applications don't. It's going to put it there. And if you don't want it there, you can move that 3D cursor somewhere else by hitting Shift and right-clicking, and you can see it's now moved it and actually attached it to the plane, which is where we'd want it. If you
Oh,
don't
I
have
forgot
a
about
mouse,
this
do
thing
get a mouse.
again.
But in the interim, you can also use the cursor tool, and that'll do the same thing. All right, so we're adding long sprinkles. So obviously the object that we want to add is Shift-A, Mesh. It's the cylinder. Okay. Too big by default. So let's change this little thing. Bring this
cylinder.
up. Change the radius all the way to its lowest and the depth all the way to its lowest as well. And the vertices, that's the like the resolution, right? Oh, we'll fix that in a sec. The resolution to be way
Wow.
too high at 32 to be scattered on an object. So let's set this to 12. And that'll be just enough that it won't look jagged and it'll look smooth. Okay, great. Now I'm going to move this up just so it's above the plane, Z. Okay. Now this problem that you have, if you go in too far, it disappears. The reason for that is that Blender has a clipping start value. And because we're working at such a small scale, we've got sprinkle-sized things now, it's too small and it's clipping it out. So if you hit N and go to your View tab, the clip start value there, it's 1 centimeter by default. Drag it all the way to the left, and it's now a millimeter. and
Wait,
it will
no,
have
no,
fixed that.
where is the clip
value.
thing?
The reason for that is that Blender has a
I click-
clipping start value.
It
And because
is
we're working
too-
at such a small scale,
I
we've got
see.
sprinkle-sized things now, it's too small and it's clipping it out. So if you hit N and go to your View tab, the clip start value there, it's 1 centimeter by default. Drag it all the way to the left, and it's now a millimeter, and it will have fixed that. I don't know why it's not the default. Like maybe somebody can tell me why is that not the default value? Maybe there's a reason, but to me that would make sense because then you never have this problem. I don't know any
Again, but
disadvantages.
still, like,
Anyway,
moving
we've got,
thing on the plane
base of
is
the
still
sprinkle. I
weird.
need to make it long, so tab into edit mode, S, scale it, Z along the Z axis to elongate it, and now we've got the rough length of a sprinkle. But how long is a sprinkle? There's no actual answer to that. If you look at reference, they are all over the place. The government evidently never stepped in and said, like, we're going to regulate it. This is the length of a sprinkle. This is the size of a sprinkle. I mean, it's the Wild West out there. They're doing crazy things.
what happened to the thing?
What that means as artists is we get to pick whatever is most visually pleasing. And I like the ones which are more readable. And to show you what I mean, if we pull up 2, right? This one on the left is like large sprinkles, right? Very like bold. And then one on the right here is like long, thin, wispy ones that look like they get stuck in your teeth.
Why is
and if we
it
zoom
turned
out on
sideways
this, and then
in
zoom
the
out on this,
plane? That's
you can see that the ones on the right
Yep.
tend to kind of like the colors and everything just kind of blur together and it just looks like a donut. Whereas the one on the left, the sprinkles are still readable. So that's what we mean by readable, and that's the one I like the most. So we're going to go with some larger looking
what?
long sprinkles.
Why is it
But you can see that the
changed a lot
sizes, there's
like
no
that?
standard size because I think it's actually like it's from a piping bag, at least if you make them at home, but you can just pipe out icing.
Why is
And then when
it-
it dries, you just
Look
smash
at that.
it up and it becomes sprinkles. But yeah, they just come out at any odd size. So we got long ones, we got medium ones, we got short ones, and we've even got some curvy looking ones, right? These little like just slightly bent-ish looking ones. So we're going to model small, medium, large, and a bent-ish looking one, and then we're going to scatter that across
okay.
the
Why
object.
is this thing so
So
weird?
back in Blender, this is going to be, yeah, this will be the short one, okay? But the end,
Why
speaking
is
of
it
which,
like stick
this
to
end
the
bit here,
plane thing? That's
it's a very sharp edge, and even if we hit shade smooth,
Okay, I need
we've
to
got
listen.
medium ones, we got short ones, and we've even got some curvy looking ones, right? These little like just slightly bent-ish looking ones. So we're going to model small, medium, large, and a bent-ish looking one, and then we're going to scatter that across the object. So back in Blender, this is going to be, yeah, this will
Like,
be
why
the
is
short
it
one.
so weird when it's
But
in
the
the plane?
end, speaking of which, this end bit here, it's a very sharp edge. And even if we hit shade smooth, it's not going to solve it. We want that like a rounded form to it, not this
Like, why
horrible
is it
looking shape.
doing that?
Because
I go
the
up,
reference, again,
but it
you can see,
doesn't go
oh,
up.
it's a different reference
See?
now, is a rounded shape, all right? So to create that rounded form, we're going to create a bevel. And so
Bevel.
I want you to go into face select mode, okay, which you can do by that. So this is the faces, right? This is the edges, if you go to edge
Vertical
select mode, and then this is the
edge,
face there.
and this. Okay.
So select the bottom and the top face, like that. And then we're going to add a bevel, which will immediately become clear when you do it, Control B. And now that we're in this state, as we pull out, we can change the amount of the bevel. And this is, you can see it's like, yeah, it's just adding a 45-degree angle on that corner there. But if you scroll up, it's going to add another level
wait,
to
let
it.
me, like,
And if you scroll
try
up again, it's
again.
going to add another level to that. So we can very quickly create a rounded edge to the sprinkle. You don't want to go too much high because, again, this is going to be scattered all over the donut. Don't want to go
I
too high
see.
poly. So that'll do. So that's a simple bevel operation, and it's very common when you're modeling. So yeah, Control B is how you do that. All right, so look at that. We've got one sprinkle. So now we will need to create three
Okay,
more.
wait, let
So
me
this is the
see this again. What to do? First,
I want you to go into face select mode, okay, which you can do by that. So this is the faces, right? This is the edges.
Yeah,
If you
this
go to
is
edge select mode, and
bevel.
this is the face there. So select the bottom and the top face, like that.
Yep.
And then we're going to add a bevel, which will immediately become clear when you do it. Control B. And now that we're in this state, as we pull out, we can change the amount of the bevel. And
yep.
this is, you can see it's like, yeah, it's just adding a 45-degree angle
Okay,
on that,
yep.
that corner there. But if you
Got
scroll
it.
up, it's going to add another level
Scroll,
to it. And if
okay.
you scroll up again, it's going to add another level to that. So we can very quickly
see.
create a rounded edge to the sprinkle. You don't want to go too much high because, again, this is going to be scattered all over the donut. You don't want to go too high poly. So that'll do. So that's a simple bevel operation, and it's very common when you're
I
modeling. So
see.
yeah, Control B is how you do that. All right, so look at that.
So
We've got
bottom.
one sprinkle.
But
So now
still,
we will need to create
what the
three
heck
more.
is going
So
on
this is
when
the
I,
small.
like,
So let's
scale
go
up?
Shift D and then X to just move it along the X axis. This is going to be the medium one. So edit mode, and I'm going to go into toggle wireframe and vertice select mode. And now selecting the top part of the sprinkle, hit G,
Like,
Z,
why
and
is
I'm going
the
to move,
Y6
if you've got proportional
there?
editing,
Or
turn
is
it off.
it like
G,
C
Z,
axis?
move that up. Okay, that'll be the medium one. Yep. And now Shift
Yeah,
D,
for some reason
X,
it's
move
C
it
and
along.
not
This is going to be the long
Y.
one. So edit mode, and again, G,
wait,
and
what?
that all. Selecting the top part of the sprinkle. And
So
so
now do I
all
copy
right, so
and
look at
paste?
that. We've got one sprinkle. So now we will need to create three more. So this is the small. So let's go Shift D and then X
Okay.
to just move it along the X axis. This is going to be the
Shift D.
medium one. So edit mode, and I'm going to go into toggle
What the-
wireframe and vertice select mode. And now selecting the top part of the sprinkle,
Wait,
hit
let me,
G,
like-
Z, and I'm going to move, oops, if you've got proportional editing, turn that off. G, Z, move that up. Okay, that'll be the medium one. Yep. And now Shift D, X,
Shift
move
D.
it along. This is going to be the long one.
Wait,
So
where
edit
is
mode,
it?
and
Where
again,
is the thing?
G,
Is
Z,
also
move it up.
small.
And this is going to be the long sprinkle. I don't go too long. Maybe that long. Okay. And then I
Okay,
want to make a bent
weird
sprinkle.
where
It's
the
slightly
things-
like curved. So Shift D, X, move it across. And now with this one, if I was to try to like curve this
Where
out,
is
there's not
it?
enough
Where is
information
the
here. Like, if I
thing?
move that, it's just a straight edge there. So if I want to make it curved, I got to have more geometry there. So like we've done
Where
in the
is
past,
it?
Control R
Why is
how
it
you create a
so
loop cut.
weird
So when you
like
do
this?
that, it says where do you want to put it. I want more than one though, so I'm going to scroll
Oh, is
up.
it because
So
I
I've
have
got,
this
yeah, just a bunch of
magnet
loops
on?
until I get what looks like square faces on those points, somewhere around that. I don't want to go too
That's
high
why
poly.
it's like click
Yeah, like that.
everywhere.
What is that? That's in the bottom left-hand corner. 8 cuts. Okay. Click, and then it's saying where do you want to place it. Right-click to cancel the movement, so it places it right in the center. And now,
So that's why. Okay, now it's better
there we
and
go.
not
Okay.
clipping. I
Now we've
see
got
why.
This one over here that is just long and
Because
straight,
I
low poly,
left
and this
thing.
one same shape but high poly. So to add a bend to it, in previous tutorials, I actually went into like edit mode and we did like proportional editing, and it was just complicated and it actually didn't look great. I've learned actually there's a modifier that'll do it very simply. Go to your modifier stack, add modifier. You could find it inside here, or you could search for it, but it's the simple deform modifier. So add that,
Okay,
and
modify
by default it is wrong. So change it
simple
from-
deform. Okay, let me like also like create more object. Control Shift D, then edit A, and then go even up piece, more up piece. Okay, so now I got 3 sticks. Okay, so now I need to create a 4th stick here. Shift D, then modify, and then simple deform. Simple deform. Whop. And now I got a cheese.
from twist to bend. And look at that. We've got our sprinkle. Ha! And you can very
Bend.
easily, change
Whop.
the amount from a little curve to a large curve. And I think somewhere around the 30-degree mark. You will notice, though, that it's like it's bent more at this angle, and that's because it's bending it according to the origin point. So you see these little dots? You might have wondered what they are in Blender. That's called your origin point, and it's used for a lot of things. Like if you rotate an
see.
object, you can see it's rotating from the point of that origin point. Like physics, a bunch of things use the
I
origin
see,
point.
like
The
all
best way
the
to think of it
origin
is like
point
the
is
center
messed
of
up.
mass for the
Maybe I
object.
need to,
So
like-
generally speaking, as a rule of thumb, you want it to be in the center of the object. And you can do it very quickly. You select multiple objects. You want to clear its origin point. Shift, select all of them, and then right click, and then say set origin to geometry. And now you can see
Set
it put it in
origin.
the middle. And now our curve is actually based on the
Origin to what?
To geometry.
Geometry,
and now
okay.
you can see it's put it in the middle.
Nice.
And now our
I see.
curve
Or
is
what?
actually based on the starting in the middle, which is what we want. So yay for us.
Okay,
Now, I
rotation need to be
apply this, or else the
0.
next part it'll go wonky. So apply your simple deform so that it's actually realized onto the mesh. Okay, so
Nice,
going to your
okay.
outline, you can see we started from humble beginnings, but we've now got too much going on, and it's all starting to get a little bit chaotic. So the way you organize things in
see.
your outline and in Blender generally is you can group things together by creating collections. So by default, we've actually got one collection already, just
Yep.
called collection, but we can create new collections by this little button in the top right-hand corner to create a new collection. And I want to create it outside of our. I mean, I don't actually know if we need I don't know why it creates a collection for you. You could just, it's in the scene collections. Anyway, I don't know if we actually need that one. So we create a new collection just by hitting that, and we can double click it to rename it to be whatever it is we want. So
Okay,
I'm going to call this
Sprinkle.
sprinkles. Okay. And because we have two types of sprinkles, we have the sphere round sprinkle, and then we have these long sprinkles. I'm gonna
So now we
create
get
two
the
other,
sprinkle.
collections.
Wait,
within
everything
this
is
collection.
outside the
so
collection
hitting new
here?
again, you can see it's placed it underneath it, and I'm going to call this
Okay,
one
let's-
round. And then clicking sprinkles again, I'll add another collection, and this one I will
Oh.
call long. Oh, wait, sorry, this one. Long. There we go. Okay, so
You're
to
taking
move
too
something to a
long.
collection, you can do it one of two ways.
And
one, you can
you're
select the
long.
sphere, which is the round. Remember, it's this little guy over here, the little tiny round sprinkle.
Yep.
You can just drag that into the that
Sphere
collection.
to
You can see it's
round.
now moved it there. The other way is in your 3D viewport. If you select all of the objects that you want to move to a new collection, hit M, and it brings up this, and you just say
M.
move to the sprinkles long sub collection.
Sprinkle.
And now they're all
your long.
and now this one here, if you wanted to give this a
Nice.
name, you could. We got the camera, we got the light, we got the plane. Yeah, you know what? Let's move our donut and our icing. Let's move that to a new collection as well. So M, and we can actually create a new collection from the move options as well. So I'm going to go new, and let's call this let's say donuts, because we're going to duplicate it and make
M.
more donuts in the future. So donuts. Okay, great. So now this one here has got the camera, the light, and the plane.
Donuts.
So I'm going to do what I sometimes do with a scene is just call this one ENV, which is for environment. Since this is a tutorial, I'll actually just type it out. I'm not going to be lazy. Environment.
ENV.
Okay, so we've got some organization in our scene so that as we add and grow our scene,
Oh,
we're going to get too
every time I
crazy.
zoom out, I see
Alright, so
this
It's also
beautiful
good that we create collections
face.
because we can now use that to scatter across the geometry nodes. So with our donut here, so the icing and the donut, we're going to create a duplicate, and this is going to be the variant with the long sprinkles. So Shift D and then hit X to move it along the X axis. So let's just place next to it,
Shift
and then
D.
clicking your icing.
Oh, no.
You can see we've got
I
the
need to
modifier
get
stack that
those.
we created the
Shift
geometry nodes on.
D.
And if we were to
Wap.
start tweaking this and make this look like long sprinkles, it would apply to this one over here because we can see that little number next to it. And that number, if you hover over it, I think we mentioned it before, but it displays the number of users sharing this data.
Number
So
of
any change you make to this is
items.
going to be reflected on that one. So if we click the 2 button, it's now independent. So we'll now have 2 different versions. So the one on the left,
I see. Click
the one,
to
the original one,
and
let's
now
call
it's
that
all one.
round sprinkles. And the one on the right, let's call that one long. Brain fart for a second there.
Round.
Long sprinkles.
And
Okay.
then
And now with that
and then
object
here.
selected, let's go back to the
You
geometry
are
nodes tab.
long.
Okay. All right, so make sure you're looking at the right object. Make sure it's the one with long sprinkles in the name. And
long-
if we were to start editing here, we would have we would have
GeoNode.
made one big mistake, and it's because this is actually not the long sprinkles node setup. We clicked the pin button. Remember that? The pin means it's always going to be there, even if it's another object with a different geometry node setup.
So I remove
remember,
the pin.
Yeah, it's a common mistake. You always do it. You forget you've got pin on, and you start
Okay.
changing things, and it does the wrong one. So make sure you're looking at the one that has long sprinkles in the name.
Yep,
Okay.
you're
So
long.
the
It's
bit
now.
that obviously matters the most is this bit where it goes into our instance on points node, and we've currently got it connected to a sphere. So,
Yep.
I mean, you could change that to another object, but that won't help us because we've got more than one object. We want to scatter 4 different objects across it. So we can delete that and instead just drag from your
Delete.
outliner. Don't just, if you click on it, if you click off
Long.
it, it's just going to disappear. So make sure you don't do it. You've clicked the icing, but you need to click and drag into your node setup. And now it's got
And
a
then
collection info
drag
node
to
rather
here.
than object info node. Drag that into your instance input, and nothing happens.
Instant input, which
It has actually
is
happened, but it's off
here.
center in a weird place. Why is
Wap.
it doing that?
Oh.
It's because
Yep.
of the way 3D software handles data. It's now doing it on its like global or local position.
It's
not
too
relative to-
long
anyway, it doesn't matter.
and
What
too
you need to do
high.
is check 3 boxes whenever you use collections to scatter. Separate reset children. Now it's on the mesh correctly, and then
Okay, wait. Let me see.
Separate.
Reset
children. Now it's on the mesh correctly, and then you can see it's actually using all 4 of them on each point. So then you click pick instance, and now it's going to use one of those, not all 4 of them together. Okay.
Pick instance.
So
Okay.
It's using it.
Yeah, but it's
what's going on? Well, the reason this one was easier
sprouting,
with its round
it's
sprinkles
growing.
is that the rotation of the objects didn't matter because it was round. Now that we have long sprinkles, you can see the rotation matters, and it's currently screwed up. So how do we fix that? The first way, well, yeah, there's a number of things you need to do to make it work correctly. You'll see. Is we want to take the rotation of the face. So the face of this mesh
start to
here,
get messy.
we want it to affect the objects, right? So we take the output of our distribute points on faces rotation of that and drag it into the rotation input of the instances.
Rotation.
And now you can see it's having some effect. It's still not right.
Yep.
But that is because these sprinkles are currently just pointing
not
upwards.
growing out like a
it
pillar.
thinks, okay, we want to point them all outwards. Anyways, to fix that, I mean, you could fix it a number. You could actually fix it in Geometry Nodes. This is simpler. So if we just rotate those sprinkles along the x-axis, so R, X, right? And then we just want to lie them down flat. So essentially 90 degrees. You could type in 90 degrees, or holding down Control will move it in 5-degree increments. Okay, so 90, and then do a single click. Okay, so why has that not worked? Well, it's because, as I mentioned before, when you're scaling or rotating things, it's not actually saved to the object. So to apply it, you have to go Control A and then say rotation. Now that we've done that, it's worked correctly. Right, so now you can see what I said by you need to do a lot to make it work correctly. The rotation is working, but it's not doing what you would expect, and that's because Geometry Nodes are so flexible, you have to tell it exactly what you want to do. We want actually random rotation. So around each of the points, we don't want to each have the exact same rotation. We need to randomize it. So for that, if you want to tweak the rotation on anything between this point here, on this dotted blue line, let's just move that out of the way, we need to add Shift-A, Utilities, Rotation, Rotate, not Euler, Euler. Yes, I know. They went with the weird pronunciation. I think it was a Frenchman, right? Could be German. Doesn't matter.
Which again I need to... Utility.
Rotate, not Euler, Euler. Yes, I know. They went with the weird pronunciation. I think it was a Frenchman, right? Could be German. Doesn't matter. Same, right? Just to annoy all the Europeans. Anyway, so rotate Euler, and we're just going to drop it on that line until it lines up.
Okay,
so nothing's happened currently, but with this, we could change the rotation.
Okay, wait. Okay, let me do this again. Pop. Then utility. Rotation is have Euler to rotation and rotation to Euler. Wait, is it? Which one is it? Is
line. Let's just move that out the way. We need to add Shift-A, Utilities, Rotation, Rotate.
Rotate is I don't have it here. I don't know why. I guess if it above rotation vector, then it's rotation. I guess it's this then, because I don't have that option for some reason.
Yes, I know. They went with the weird pronunciation. I think it was a Frenchman, right? Could be German. Doesn't matter. Same, right? Just to annoy all the Europeans. Anyway, so rotate Euler, and we're just going to drop it on that line till it lines up. Okay, so nothing's happened currently, but with this, we could change the rotation of our sprinkles up here. But you'll notice that as you rotate it, it's kind of weird. It's not the rotation that you would expect for each point. It's the relative to the actual object as a whole, right? Which just means you need to change from object to local. And now, as you move it around, you can see we're able to rotate those sprinkles. But again, it's not changing the rotation, randomizing it. It's giving a solid value.
Looks cool.
So, to randomize it, if we drag out of the rotate by input and then type in random, it'll bring up this, and we're looking for random value. Click, and now we get this.
Random value.
So this node looks kind of scary. Right? It's got a whole bunch of different values in it, and it says vector, and it's very, very foreign. It's actually easier to understand it from a float point of view. With the random value, if it's in a float state, it's going to generate a value from 0 to 1 on each point. So if you've got like 10 points, one of them's going to be like 0.015, one of them's going to be like 0.92, and one's, whatever. When it's in vector state, it's the exact same thing. You've got min and you've got max, but there are 3 values. And the reason for that is that there are 3 axes. There's the x-axis, there's the y-axis, and there's the z-axis. And same here, right? So you're able to define what type of rotation on each axis. So if we set both, and by the way, if you want to change multiple values at once in Blender, you can just click and drag down, and then you can change all of them. So we set all of them to 0. And now you could see this bottom one is going to be the Z because it's X, Y, Z. It doesn't tell you, like, I don't know, because it's vector math. I guess there's other areas of Blender. Anyway, but this is the Z axis.
0.
If we increase this one, you can see that's the main one that we want to change, right? Because that's the one that makes the most difference. Now, you might also know, looking at this, you're probably thinking like, okay, well, we need to rotate it by 360
Yeah,
degrees.
this looks
so we would
like
set this to
a glitching
360.
stuff.
But you can see they're more than rotating fully already. So what value is this exactly? This is radians. Oh, just to get real.
Radians.
So radians, degrees. Actually, like, I had to ask ChatGPT before I recorded this. What's the difference? Radians are more mathematical and easier for mathematical equations. It's the circumference of pi. No. 2 pi is the circumference.
Okay.
Look, obviously I don't know.
Or maybe I move this to...
What I'm trying to tell you is, you just need double pi to make it 360 degrees, which is actually tau. To make it really complicated, it's tau. So double pi. So pi is 3.142. Tau is double that. And anyways, you get the idea. So you can type in tau and it'll actually give you the correct value. So that's 360-degree rotation. We also want it, because you can see this is the other axis, like the middle one spinning around. So we also want it on that one because we've got a curved one. So let's make that tau. And then this top one is the X, which is actually going to make it like wonky, like, so these will be like seesawing up. So if you increase that, that's where it gets crazy, and you don't really want to use that. You do want a little bit though, because it would make sense if they're sprinkles. They're not going to be completely flat. You're going to have some variance where like some bit has absorbed into the
maybe I might like lessen the density
much,
to
essentially, or else it starts to look like
this look like a lot
marshmallows or whatever all over it. But guys, that's roughly it. That's the hard work. That was, I mean, I know that was very technical, but it was just 2 notes. Rotate Euler, set it to local, and then this random value, and we're changing that to rotate. And we did it. We got nice looking rotation. Now, one thing we do have to change is the distance min.
Yep,
so because these longer sprinkles obviously are bigger, then
let's
that might
skip
have actually
because
been
I
pretty
did
perfect.
it
Let's try 3. Like those big chunky, but we're working with John. And again, there's not just one value. There's 3 axes, so X, Y, Z. So drag down on all. 1.5 is going to give us some nice, big, chunky looking sprinkles. And now this distance value needs to be a lot bigger. So let's go 0.06. That's actually pretty good. I'm getting pretty good at nailing it. 0.0, no, I was right before. There's always going to be some overlap, right? You're not going to be able to stop it because it's not doing object like collisions. It's nothing like that. It's a very simple, again, it's doing a point and then it's creating a radius around it. And if you do the correct amount, which for this is probably something like this, then it looks way too predictable and boring, which we don't want. So 0.006 looks pretty good for me with a scale of 1.5 for these. And that is it. I was going to put in the random color in this part of the tutorial, but I think we've gone over already. So join me in the next part, and we will finally add some color to our sprinkles and make this look nice. So join me in the next part.
Okay.
This is the part where we start making our donuts look sexy.
We have
we're going to be coloring our sprinkles.
About like 2.5 hours of footage.
And
like
then also getting
learning
into
left.
rendering to start.
And maybe like after this, I might like try to do like sculpt
so
other stuff too. Obviously, I'm gonna do like my boy first, like yours.
And you can select a sprinkle.
See, like,
all right, I'm gonna make
3D
a
model.
red sprinkle, and then I'm gonna don't do this by the way. I'm just showing you. Make this aqua sprinkle.
All right.
And then a blue sprinkle, right? And this does work. Does exactly what you would expect. The problem with this though is that for one, the color is locked to that specific sprinkle. So this curved sprinkle is always red, okay? And the short sprinkle is always white. The other issue is that this is not easy to change the distribution of those colors. Like if I'm an artist and I'm looking at this, I'm like, that's kind of boring because all the colors is like 25% blue, 25% white, 25, you know. I want to have maybe 80% one dominant color and then a few splashes of complementary colors. I can't do that. So there is a much, much easier way. So first, let me just clear all of these. And I'm going to create one new material. I'm going to call it Sprinkles. And I'll actually show you how to quickly apply the same material to multiple objects at the same time because we haven't done that yet. So I'm going to grab my round sprinkle, which is currently still over there by itself. I'll just bring it over here so it's part of the family. There we go. All right, so I've got one object with the material that I want to apply them all to. What I need to do is shift select all the objects that I want to have that material. And then lastly, shift select again the object that has the material I want to apply them to. And you know that because it's highlighted yellow, okay? Then hit Control L. This brings up the link or transfer menu. And we want to link the materials. And now you can see our material has a 5 next to it because 5 objects are sharing this material. All right. And now, obviously, because they're linked, it means if I make a change over here, they're all going to be reflected. Great. Now, we're going to do something fancy. So let's go to the shading tab, which gives us access to our nodes. Oh, dear. Where am I? All right, let's go back. I'm trying to get to that sprinkle. Okay. to our notes. Now, I want to introduce
need to
you to a
return
little
this.
friend called
And we see our
Shift A,
beautiful
input, the object
plane
info
again.
node. A very weird
Caught me
little,
off guard always.
weird little node that just does some useful
Like,
things.
I don't know
when you
why
might need it.
suddenly
So
like
you see it pop up in a few
it's
tutorials.
slower to
There's
like
a bunch of
this.
stuff here that it can do. The most useful one for us in this instance is the random input. Drop that into your base color and let's see what happens.
Okay, wait.
So we've got
Let
some
me
gray
like okay, zoom in first into 3D face. But now I don't know like why am I like maybe because I'm like okay, let me like check first. Like is it because of the camera or something? Because here I can like zoom in very close to this, but when I go here I can barely zoom in. Like what is like the thing that dictate how much I can zoom into something? Like I don't know that. Or is it like the image is too cursed and they would want me to get into the thing? Like I cannot zoom in anymore. Like why is it like having a trouble with zooming for like some part? Like okay, maybe because like the camera is like too close to the thing or the camera here. So if I like zoom in the camera like this, camera wait, where is like I remember that they talk about like camera can be like set somewhere. Like if I click the camera like this, then that is like if I click like property of the camera here. Okay, so if I this and then zoom in. Oh, I need to like pop and zoom out. Okay, wait, the camera did not move. Okay, what if I like okay, I think I want to move the camera a bit in case that is like the reason why is have problem. Place this added. Go up. So let's see the camera view. Pop. Okay, wait. Okay, it's too low. I forgot which one is the camera snap back, but I guess that is for later. Now I just need okay, get the camera into like the place. So I don't know, again I don't know like if this is like related to like the problem or not, but I just want to try this out first. Like am I like too small or something? Camera is this. Can I zoom in like this? Yep. Is it? I think it's set camera. Yep, and it's come in. So shading. Okay, I don't know what if it is like actually like help or not, but now I can like zoom in a lot more. But I mean it's not that much. Okay. Or is it like okay like it's I think it's shading, so now like I can zoom but still not too much. I don't know why that is a problem, but at least I can like see, so
values, and it's easy
not
to see
gonna
actually
like complain about it. So
node that just does some useful things when you might need it. So
okay, so let's go back a bit.
I should be reflected. Great. Now we're gonna do something fancy. So let's go to the shading tab, which gives us access to our nodes. Oh dear, where have I? All right, let's go back. I'm trying to get to that sprinkle. Okay, to our nodes. Now I want to introduce you to a little friend called Shift A, input, the object info node. A very weird little node that just does some useful things when you might need it. So you see it pop up in a few tutorials. There's a bunch of stuff here that you can do. The most useful
Shift A and then what?
A very weird little
Shift
input.
A.
The object info node.
Input object
a very
info.
Weird little little node that just does some useful things when you might need it. So you see it pop up in a few tutorials. There's a bunch of stuff here that it can do. The most useful one for us in this instance is the random input.
Random.
Drop that into your base color and let's see what happens.
Wow.
So we've got some gray values.
Nothing.
It's easy to see
Oh
actually
wait,
when you
it's
look at the dots. So what this has done
I
is
see.
it has assigned a value, a random value for each individual sprinkle between 0 and 1. So because that's then being transferred to color information, it means that, for
So is
example,
this
this
now
sprinkle
what? Cookie and
might have got a
cream.
value of like 0.023.
But I would not eat this sprinkle
Right, the robot spat that
at
out.
all.
And then this one, this whitish looking one, maybe this was 0.89 or something like that. Okay, so it's just transferred those values into color information, which is just blacks
Yep.
to whites. Not very
Okay.
useful right now, but we can use that, those numbers in I'll just show you. Okay, Shift A, we're going to go converter color ramp. Probably, I mean, I might have used this node more than any other node in Blender before. It's
Okay,
like so versatile, used for so
Oh wait,
many things.
it's down
so
here.
drop it in
Shift
here
A.
between the object info and the principal.
Converter color.
And currently it is exactly the same because it's
Color ramp.
just it's transferring that data into a gradient value of the exact same shades.
I see.
But we can change this to any color that we want.
Ooh.
And look at that.
Wait, let me,
so
like,
you can very
change-
quickly see this is exactly how we're going to create sprinkles of different colors. Now, one thing you'll note looking at this is that every single sprinkle is a different shade. Like no two sprinkles have the same color right now because this is a gradient. And that's not how it works in real world, because
rainbow.
the sprinkles
If you
come out
eat
of,
this,
know,
you
one
grab
constant icing
our
bag,
rainbow.
right? Or a machine with the same food dye. So basically all the blue ones would have the exact shade of blue and all the orange ones would have the exact shade of orange. So we need to change this from linear to constant. And now if I slide this across,
mint
look at that.
color.
We are influencing what percentage now is orange or blue.
Ah.
And this is really cool because it means you get to work like an artist and just create a really nice, appealing looking donut very, very quickly. So I'm going to go with like a light blue over here. And then I'm going to create a new color just by hitting the
Color
plus
like-
button. And then let's give this a
Color beautiful, but
purple,
if you eat
like
it,
that.
you are not going to
And
get
I
out
like this
of
one pink,
the
actually.
hospital
Same shade
easily.
as our donut. Why not? You'll note, by the way, that I'm not going like full saturation. And that's deliberate because you learn in art that, yeah, like saturation and color is quite aggressive. It's quite noisy and quite attention grabbing. And so if you use too much of it, it can be exhausting. So I tend to keep it at like 0.8. Okay, and then I'll also go over here and I'm going to make this white. Let's go, oh, whoop, no, not like that. White, and I'm going to create another one next to it. And this one I'm going to make yellow. Okay,
so I
just
can
by
pick
sliding this around, I can say like
more.
less white, more yellow, less yellow, more white. And then I can go, yeah, more blue. It's just a really simple, easy way to create the exact look you're going for. Awesome. Now, something.
So this is
you don't
the
have to do this next
rainbow.
part, but it's so easy. Why not?
Rainbow
I was
sprinkle.
looking on Pinterest on like aesthetically pleasing donuts, like trying to make this look really cool. And I saw like metallic sprinkles, and I was like, that's an interesting idea. What if I made these white and yellow ones metallic, and then they would look silver and gold? So there is a slider in your principled BSDF. Technical name that just means it's the shader that does everything. And it's the metallic shader. Look at that. So if I slide this all the way to 1, all my sprinkles are now metallic. And if I slide it all the way to 0, then they are non-metallic.
It
And that's
looks
actually how you should
shiny.
use this slider. All materials in the real world are either non-metallic, also known as dielectric materials. So that
Also,
would
I
be most of
just
the sprinkles.
see that
And
my
then some objects
special
are metallic,
one is a
entirely
little bit
metallic.
wonky, but whatever.
And there are technically
now
a
this
few
is
rare materials on Earth that
crystal.
have some blend between it, but as a rule, you should not have a value that is between 0 and 1. It should be either 0 or 1. Anyways, so what we can do with this, because we've got this color ramp information here, is I can actually just convert, like I can make a color ramp that is just black and white that just shows which sprinkle
should be
is
0 and
metallic
1,
and which
okay.
one isn't. So if I duplicate this, and here's a pro tip, if you use Control-Shift-D, it will duplicate it, but it will retain its connection. So it just saves you, I don't know,
Control-Shift-D?
1 second. And now I'm going to connect that into my metallic input. Now currently this is wrong because this information is, it's just using, it's like color. So we need to be black and white. So this one here, because this is going to represent my dielectric colors, I'm going to set this to black. So it is non-metal. And then this I can delete and this I can delete.
what
because
is this
on the
connecting
left-hand side
to?
of it, it's all black. Sorry, so it's all non-metals. And then over here, these two, the silver and the gold, they're going to be metal. So actually I can delete the gold. And now that's doing exactly what it
it's
should.
connect to
So we've now got
material output
dielectric,
somehow.
non-metals, and metals. And the reason it doesn't look like metal, by the way, is because your roughness is here. So if you set it all the way
I need
down,
to,
you can
like,
see it starts to look a lot closer to
With
a
here,
metallic
so
sprinkle.
is this?
And by the way, you can get the exact like position. You can go like 0.7 and then here 0.7, type it in, and then that way it's definitely correct. For whatever reason of mine, this has to be a bug. There's something weird about it. But there's one sprinkle on my donuts, probably not on yours, but it's like, it's purple up here, but then it crept over into the metallic category down here, which shouldn't be possible. But evidently it's just on my donut. I've never seen it before, but one of them has actually snuck over. Doesn't matter. It's it can be the rare purple
I
metallic
see.
one. All right. But I don't want these other ones to be shiny, at least that shiny. So I'm going to again duplicate this, Control-Shift-D. And with this, if I plug this into my roughness input, just like before, these black and white values will decide what is the roughness of the metallic and non-metallics. So this one here, I want this to be essentially the opposite of what it is, almost entirely black. a little bit. So there's a little bit of roughness to it, like that. And then this one over here, I want this to be a lot more diffuse. Not entirely diffuse, like somewhat of a blend, because if you look at reference, which you should be modeling off reference, there is some shininess to them. So
I see.
yeah, but that is it. So you can see very quickly, we have created some very aesthetically pleasing donuts, and have fun with it, guys. Like, create a cool looking donut. You can use whatever color combinations you want. I really do like it when people experiment and not just follow a tutorial down to a T, but like venture out there and, you know, do interesting things. So
Let's
try
see
different
what
color
is
combinations, try different
IOR.
icing
Oh, wait,
colors,
it's-
and you could make something that looks really cool. But that's almost it for our donut. It's pretty well done, which means we can now finally talk about rendering. So as a recap of part 1, if you hit F12, that's going to put you into the rendered state. Our camera is really far away from the donut. So actually, let's first fix that. If you go to your camera view, just by clicking that little icon there, or by hitting number pad 0, that'll take you there as well. This is the camera view. We're really far away. I mentioned in the start that if you use this key, this button, view, lock, camera to view, that'll let you like grab it and move it around. But there is actually another way. I didn't want to introduce you to too many keyboard shortcuts at the start, but if you hit with the camera selected, shift tilde key, that will put you in fly mode. The other way to do that, by the way, is to just go view, navigation, fly navigation there if you don't have that key. So anyway, in this mode, it's just go...
So
that will put you in fly mode. The other way to do that, by the way, is to just go view, navigation, fly navigation there if you don't have that key. So anyway, in this mode, it's almost like you're playing a video game. So like it's just, I'm playing a first-person shooter looking around my scene. W is move forward, just like in a video game. A is strafe left. D is strafe right.
Yep,
WASD. So WASD, just like a video game. I can also go up by hitting E and then down by hitting Q. And if it's too sensitive, like if the movement is like, you know, crazy fast, the scroll wheel also decides
like just like playing
how,
like 3D games.
Oh goodness, there it is. Okay, how fast the movement is. So scroll down if it's going too quickly for you. But yeah, I can now place the camera wherever it is I want, and then when it's there, I just click, single left click, and that's there. And by the way, that mode is called fly navigation, and it works also not just from the camera view, but anywhere in Blender. If you ever want to just like, you know, move around, you can do use that fly mode. So shift tilde key for that. All right, so we do a render, we get something that looks hideous. Why is that? Well, for starters, it's not a very, the scene has just got one light in it. But the primary reason, and by the way, yes, that's the rendered view mode, but also if you go to rendered view shading up there, this is the exact replica of that, but just in the viewport, okay?
Yep, it's
now,
dark.
The primary reason this looks bad is because of the renderer, okay? So Blender's default render engine, if you go to your render properties, is called Eevee.
Oh,
now,
Eevee!
Fast,
I know that
but
guy.
It is not accurate. If you are familiar with games, most of you probably are, Eevee is basically a game engine, so it's designed to be really fast. Probably not 60 frames
it's
per second,
a little
but
brown
really,
fox.
really fast. And it's
with a lot of evolution.
Renderer types.
I love that guy.
Usually, actually, you call them like real time is what this type is, and that is a rasterized render engine. And then you have ray traced or path traced engines, sometimes called offline renderers, which are a lot more accurate but much slower. So this is good if you don't really care about realism. Like maybe you're making a title effect for a TV, you know, thing, whatever, or you're on a really tight deadline, you just want to get something out fast, you can use Eevee. And you can make it look better than what we have. Like for example, I think because we're using like really small sizes for our donut, you want to increase your cube size and then your lamp, the bias. There you go. You set that all the way to 0, and now it's more appropriate.
So is this about the lights?
Or you're on a realism, and you just want to get something out fast, you can use Eevee. And you can make it look better than what we have. Like for example, I think because we're using like really small sizes for our donut, you want to increase your cube size and then your lamp, the bias. There you go. You set that all the way to 0, and now it's more appropriate for this size. We've got,
let's
for example,
see again which
get
option.
something out fast, you can use Eevee. And you can make it look better than what we have. Like for example, I think because we're using like really small sizes for our donut, you want to increase your cube size and then your lamp, the bias. There you go. You set that all the way to 0, and now it's more appropriate for this size.
And
We've got shadows, but it's still not great. We don't.
Where is it again? I need to like
you want
look
to increase your cube size and then your lamp. I think because we're using like really small sizes for our donut, you want to increase your cube size and then your example.
Sorry, I rewind a lot, but I need to see where it is because I don't currently see it yet. It's below curve, but I don't have it. Whatever.
Eevee.
I guess the next one is like
look better than what we have. Like for example, I think because we're using like really small sizes for our donut, you want to increase your cube size and then your lamp, the bias. There you go. You set that all the way to 0, and now it's more appropriate for this size.
Oh,
We've got
now.
shadows, but it's still not great.
Oh.
We don't, for example, have shadows on any of our sprinkles because it's just too fine a detail. And the shadow itself, it's just like a blurry mess. So it's just a fakery, and it's just like what's going on with video games. I will briefly mention also that Blender 4.1, which is what this is here, it's in alpha state at the time of this recording. I've been using 4.0 for this whole recording, but this is 4.1, and it's Eevee, but it's completely rewritten, and it is better, right? So the shadows are better. There is actually even some bounce lighting happening, but it's kind of like a fake bounce lighting, and it's definitely better, but it's still not great. So that is the limitation. It's fast, but it is not great, and that's what you get with rasterized real-time engines. So there is another render engine. So go to your render engine settings and click the drop down. Ignore Workbench. That's for like just like basically rendering your viewport, really, for technical stuff. Cycles. So those are the two main engines of Blender.
Oh, it seems like there is a bit of a lag now.
Or a path traced, also known as ray traced engine. Now,
hopefully, like
this looks way better. You can see it's got proper shadows on things. There's actually bounce lighting, right? That's like coming off this table here, and it's going underneath the donut. So it's like it's shooting around inside here, and it's shooting back, and it's going over here, which is exactly what happens in the real world, and it's really important for realism to get that bounce. I mean, any room, any architecture, you basically have to use cycles to do it, because that's how you get proper lighting like in the real world. But you get all this for free at the cost of speed. So you'll notice as I move around, whilst my recording goes choppy, that it starts grainy and then it kind of refines itself. And if you look in the top left-hand corner, you've got something that says samples. So as you leave it rendering longer, it's rendering more samples. Essentially, it's just like the computer's just chewing through it. There's technical ways to explain it, but that's the simplest way to think of it. And it'll get clearer as the longer you leave it. Now, there is actually two ways to calculate this. One is to use your CPU, which is what it's on by default. Another is to use your GPU, which is grayed out by default. So let's fix that. Go to Edit Preferences, and then go to System, and you can see at the top there, Cycles, Render Devices. So try switching to one of these tabs and see what you get. If you have a device, like myself, that is a GPU that is supported, then you can render on that and it'll be way faster. So just as an FYI, CUDA is NVIDIA, and it's for like cards, like I think 1080 backwards, so like 90s, 800s, I think they used CUDA. Optics was around the 2000 series further on. So Optics is the one that you use if you're using an NVIDIA card today. HIP is for AMD cards, and then you got one API. And I think actually on Apple devices, you'll have a metal option. But see what you have and then see if you can render with that, because that, with GPU on now, it'll, going back to this, it might actually, the first time you use your GPU, it will say, I think at the top left-hand corner, doing this for the first time, it'll do some pass. It'll be really slow. It might take like 2 minutes, but then after you've done that, every time you open Blender, you should never need to do it again. So it might be slow the first time you activate it, but it should be faster. Now, this is way faster than what we had before. Like you can see how quickly it's clearing through those samples. It's basically real time.
Hello.
It's, in
okay,
fact,
wait
actually,
for a second.
so
It seems like my voice is
right. It's still there, but when you render and also in your viewport, you can use a denoiser. So it's actually not that new. It's like 3-4 years old. I think we started using AI denoisers. NVIDIA released their one for optics, and since then Intel have come out with one, and it basically takes that noisy image. It uses some of the information from the 3D renderer to clear it out while preserving the detail. So if you can actually turn it on in the viewport, the denoise one.
It seems like my microphone disconnect
if you
for a
don't,
bit.
it'll have to use the Intel denoiser, which
because
is a lot
like when
slower.
I check,
you can see the noise
like
is
the
practically gone.
thing here.
So this is almost real time, which is really, really cool.
It seems like there is an issue
not
during
all of you
with
are as lucky. Right?
like
I've got 4
render
3090s.
like streaming.
I started though on a
So,
Pentium 3. I think
while
2003.
he's talking about like
and,
the
I mean, look, they made
the
Toy
thing
Story
here,
on
which
computers
I
that
don't know
you
what
couldn't
any
even
of
sell
this
today 'cause they
like.
would be just garbage.
It
Maybe
seems
could
like
for,
change.
nostalgic.
Now I
Anyways,
need
the point
to
is
go
that
back to the
everyone,
word
when they
to
start
see
3D,
like
is using a device which
when
is
did
crappy.
my
Don't
microphone
let it limit you,
disconnect.
or don't think, oh, I
Like,
can't use 3D until I get a
it's
better
kind of
computer.
funny how
A graphics card is
thing
definitely one of
break.
the best investments you can make
The-
if you're thinking like,
how
I wanna do
Blender
this as a career.
break
This is
my
definitely for
stream.
me. I'm
Okay,
really
so
enjoying this.
it
It's
seemed like
definitely a good investment because you will be able
rest
to
here is all about, like,
produce more renders throughout the day faster.
Render.
But it is not essential. You can get by with just a CPU. It just means that when you're pretty close to its original
Because, like,
material,
right now, I don't think my computer gonna survive with like others, right? With other rendering stuff. So I need to stuck with Eevee for now, and I mean like I don't think like most people care about like realism right now. And I'm gonna be honest, as I say, like when Switch 2 come out, like I don't see the difference between like low res and high res. Like it's just a meeting, so I'm not that much into like getting like the huge resolution stuff. But I guess let me like skip to like some
The
part
biggest
that
difference
it's
is
not
if I just
about
zoom right in here. Let's set it to what
about
it was before.
resolution.
See how it's hard? It almost feels like it feels like concrete, right? But then you
Because
set this to 1.
Again,
and
I
look at
came
that,
here
the
to
shadow
learn
just starts
about
to feel a little
modeling,
softer, and you
and
get this
now
belief
I
effect
have
that
done
kind
the
of like
donut
the
here.
shadow gets like an
So let's see.
until
Okay,
so that I won't
modeling
see
the
any
plates.
jaggedness in the final.
So
First of all,
right
I
now we
loaded
have the
image
plate already.
reference first. And I haven't shown you how to do that yet, so I'll show you now. If you go to the top of the screen until the cursor changes on that line there, just right click and then say vertical split. And then I now get 2 duplicate windows. This second window I can now make any other window type. So the one I'm looking for is image editor. Now go image and open. So this is the image we're going to use. It's one from Polygon.
Wait, what?
Because it's actually
Wait,
one of our
how do I do that
changes on
again?
that line there. Just right click and then say vertical split. And then I now get
Vertical
2
split?
duplicate windows. The second window I can
now
now
I
make
get
any
to-
other window type. So the one I'm looking for is image editor. Now go image and open. So this is the image we're going to use.
Wait, what?
It's on-
Where?
Then I now get 2 duplicate windows. This second window I
here.
can now make any other window type. So the one I'm looking for is image,
Image
editor. Now go
editor.
image and open. So this is the image we're going to use. It's one from Polygon because it's actually one of our models. It's a real ceramic plate. that
So
we've
I need to find a plate. So let me like search for like a plate for reference first. So let me see. I found one, and it's okay. It's JPEG. Good thing it's not WebP or WEBP. I hate those so much. Like getting in, like put it in like Premiere Pro is dead. I struggle that a lot. So let's put is like where is it? Then to this and then okay, where this so now I can import the image like this. Open. Yippee! Look at this. I found it online. Here, I think it's eBay. And it's holy moly, $80. I can use that money to buy another Switch 2 game or get this plate. And I think I know the obvious answer. Okay, but let's continue to modeling the plate.
photo scanned, turned into a model. But I thought it's also just a really nice, simple modeling exercise for beginners.
Yep.
So why not model off of that? Okay, so Shift A, because you've got to start with something. Now, a lot of you probably started with a cylinder, and that's a fine way to go about it. But I know from
Shift
experience that the cylinder's got a top face on it that we don't need, and then the normals have to be flipped, and you have to deal with the size. And I find it's actually just easier to start with a circle and then build out from that.
Circle.
So the circle
Interesting.
settings, we obviously want to turn the radius down to be, yeah, just, I mean, I think a plate is roughly the size of like 2 donut widths anyway, like roughly 24, 30 centimeters, whatever. So anyway, a radius of around 12 centimeters. Now the vertices, that's the resolution of your mesh, right? Now, if you might remember when we did the donut, when we added the torus, I said it's good to start with a low poly mesh to begin with because it's easier to add detail than it is to try to take it away later. And that's true, and it's good advice for like organic flowy shapes. But in this case, I know that looking at the reference, it's got bevels, like tight bevels here and here, and it's going to be a lot easier to control that if I just use the bevel tool as we model rather than trying to use a subsurf modifier later. Which is all to say that the resolution of the circle that we start with, I actually want to be the final representation. So essentially, this needs to be as round and high resolution as it needs to
Let's
be.
go.
Until,
86
so that I won't see
Magic
any
Kirby
jaggedness in the
number.
final model. So I actually
Because
want
another one is
100 vertices,
274,
which is quite
which
high poly,
is
but
too
we have
much.
got the camera really close to it, so I think it makes
Let's
sense.
do this. 86, but I still don't
so
see
in
the
edit mode, make sure you're in
thing.
vertices select mode. I've done recording so many times I can't remember when I've actually caught something or not. But you can swap in and out of these modes, by the way, by hitting the 1, 2, and 3 key. So 1 for vertices, 2 for edge, and then 3 for face select. Okay, so with vertices select,
it's on the
I'm going to
edit
start
mode.
by creating this lip that goes up. So E and then Z to lock it on the Z axis to
E
about there. And we don't have measurements,
Z.
but that looks like it could be plausible.
Wait,
And I
what?
think it's on a slight angle, very slight. So I'm going to scale out just by hitting
Okay,
S.
it's still.
All right. Now for this next part of the lip, I'm going to hit E to extrude
No,
again.
it's not
But I don't want to
yet.
move it anywhere. I want to do
Okay,
it
wait.
exactly
Okay,
up.
because now
So
it's just.
E and then Z to lock it on the Z axis to about there. I mean, we
Okay,
don't have
now-
measurements, but that looks like it could be plausible.
What, I can
And
also
I
do
think
this?
it's on a slight angle, very slight. So I'm going to scale out.
Okay,
just by
why
hitting
did
S.
I press E
All right.
and it's
now
not
for this next
doing the
part of the
thing?
lip, I'm going to hit E to extrude again, but I don't want to move it anywhere. I want to do it exactly where it is, but then scale it out.
Okay,
Like
let's see this again.
something-
So
or not.
now I have this thing here. It's a circle. Yup. And I am in the edit mode. Oh, I need to be vertex. I see E then Z like this. So yup. Now I get it because I'm in the
But you can
wrong
swap in and
mode.
out of these modes, by the way, by hitting the 1, 2, and 3 key. So 1 for vertices, 2 for edge, and then 3 for
Alright.
face select. Okay, so with vertices select, I'm going to start by creating this lip that goes up. So E and then Z to lock it on the Z axis to about there. I mean, we don't have measurements, but that looks like it could be plausible. And I think it's on a slight angle, very
Yep, it
slight. So
seems
I'm gonna
like-
scale
okay,
out
this
just by
one
hitting S. All right.
that we
now
will
for this
curve
next
there.
part of the lip, I'm going to hit E to extrude again, but I don't
but
want
let's
to
do this.
move it anywhere. I want to do it exactly where it is,
Because it's
but then
just a
scale it
curve out.
So right click and then S to scale out. All right, and it's a good
E
idea
then
also to just zoom out
S
and
to
see in
I
proportion to the
see.
plate, is that lip about the right size? I think it is. That's pretty good. And now I'm going to do another lip on the other side, just going up. So E, Z to about
Okay,
there.
this
That's
is just like
pretty
the
good.
example
And then S
first.
to
Then
scale
I will
out as well.
do like the Kirby one and
Okay,
what are
awesome.
these two?
Now, when you add in a circle, it doesn't come with a face by default. So if we go into wireframe mode, which also you can swap, sorry, not that mode, wireframe mode. You can swap in and out
need
of
to
these
go
modes at the top here by holding down the Z key.
there.
So solid view and wireframe. I usually just quickly flip in between those like that. All right. So if I hold down Alt and click on this line, you can see there's no face in the middle because wherever there is a face, there should
Alt,
be like this
then
orange
this
tint. So when I
line.
Alt click here, I don't see the orange tint, which means I need to have a face. So F to create a face. Now
F.
we need some bevels, okay? So we need a bevel that goes here, another one that goes here, and another one that goes here. so we did that
so
when we added
a
the
bit
sprinkle,
of
and the
bevel.
hotkey for it is Control B. But I don't want to just create like the same
let
bevel
me,
here
like,
and then do
just
another one here
have
and another
this
one here.
one.
I can do them all at the same time. So if I hit Alt and Shift and then clicked on these lines, if I did Control B now, I would get a bevel everywhere. But the problem is that I'm also getting the bevel on the lines that are going this way, right? Like these lines,
Yep.
which is not what I want. But it doesn't know that I don't want them there because those are edges that are also selected, right? This line that goes like that. So what you need to use is just a different tool. So instead of vertices select mode, I'm going to use edge select mode. And now when I hit Alt click on that line and then Shift Alt click on this line, it's only selecting those edges and not the edges in between. Which means now when I do Control B to create that bevel, I'm getting the bevel just where I want it on those three edges. All right, now the tightness of that, it's pretty tight, but it does need to be a little bit higher poly. So I'm just scrolling up on my mouse to about there. That's good.
Okay.
And now solid view, great. Pretty good, all right, getting there. Now, we got a paper thin plate, we don't want that. So for thickness, I'm hoping most of you got this right, but it's our old trusty modifier, the solidify modifier that we used previously. It's too thick by default. I think I went with 0.004, like that.
Okay, wait.
Alright.
Now do what? Let's
And
see
now
this.
since-
Okay, because now I
Right,
got
now
the thing.
tightness of that, it's pretty tight, but it does need to be a little bit higher poly. So I'm just scrolling up on my mouse to about there. That's good. And now solid view, great, pretty good. All right, getting there. Now we got a paper thin plate. We don't want that. So for thickness,
okay.
I'm hoping most of you got this right, but it's our old trusty modifier, the solidify modifier that we used previously.
So
Too thick by
modifier
default. I think I went
is
with
the
0.0.
this thing then add solidify, which is in generate solidify. Okay, so now it got this stuff.
0.04, like that. All right, and then because I want to do a bevel on this edge here, I can't do it unless this solidify modifier is applied. So drop down and then hit apply. And now in edit mode, I've got both of those edges. So again, holding down Alt and Shift Alt, click on those two edges, and now I'm going to do another bevel right here. Control B and pull it out. Now you'll see that it
the
reaches a point where they
outburst.
start to overlap, and that's not good. I don't want that. I do actually want it to be a complete round form, like really like essentially that. But you can see I can't really get it exactly right where they're just like meeting in the middle. So there's actually, when you're in certain states in Blender, you'll see at the bottom of your screen along, let me just do this, along this line here.
Okay, where do I have
see
to select for the outer edge?
apply.
Okay, so
And
that
now in
will
edit
be
mode, I've got both of those edges. So again, holding down Alt and Shift Alt, click on those two edges.
Wait, do I
on
have
both
to
of
like
them. I can't
apply
do it unless the
modifier?
solidify modifier is applied. So drop down and then hit apply.
Yep.
And now in edit mode, I've got both of those edges.
Wait, I
so
need
again,
to
holding down Alt and Shift Alt, click on those two edges, and now I'm going to do another bevel right here. Control B.
Wait,
and pull it out.
why can't
And
I
you'll see that
apply
it reaches
this?
a point where they start to overlap, and that's not good. I don't want
Okay,
that.
wait, I need to like check why I cannot like add this. So
Old trusty modifier, the solidify modifier that we used previously. It's too thick by default. I think I went with 0.004,
then
like that. All right. And then because I want to do a bevel on this edge here, I can't do it unless this solidify modifier is applied. So drop down and then hit
okay,
apply.
but now the word apply is not good, and I don't know why. Wait, disable this modifier is not allowed from edit mode. Okay, so I need to be object first. Oh, a little bit of a hassle, but sure. Okay, now edit mode. Now I can like this, then this, and this. Okay, wait, did I select them all? I think so. Control B for bevel. Whoop. Uh-oh. Yup. Now if I tap out, oh, now I got the
And
round
now edge
edges.
reaches round 4 listed
Yep.
as off. So I'm canceling the extrusion that is coming out.
So
You can
now
remove
I got
vertices on
the
top of
round
vertices. And in fact, when we
plates.
did that bevel clamping thing, I
Nice.
think what it's done is it's got two edges and they've now merged the vertices in the middle. But
You know what?
it's sharing
Sadly,
the
it's
same space.
block
So
out
whenever
the
you've got two
beautiful
vertices in
face of
exactly the same
3D,
space,
but
you
whatever.
can have like artifacting that will occur later on. So after I model something like this, I just go into edit mode. I select everything by hitting A, and then I want to find all of those vertices that are accidentally
A.
in the wrong place, and then hit M, and then I want to say merge by
M.
distance. And now
Merge
you can see on the
by
bottom of my screen, look at that. It merged 300 vertices.
Yup.
I've modeled this plate a few times. Sometimes
Remove
it
0.
deleted like 400 vertices. Usually it deletes 100.
I don't know. Like,
Evidently,
wait, let me
when I was
retry.
doing the extrusion and then canceling it, I think I maybe did it a few times. So we had like 3 rings essentially in the exact same place. So that's why you do that step, because if we didn't, then you would have that and you wouldn't know until you see artifacts later on. All right, but that's it.
All right.
We now have a wonderful
Ooh, and now I
looking
got a plate.
and we can close that. Oh yeah, I should show you how to close the window. So when you are closing something, you can go here on this edge and you can right click and then say join areas.
Join
The
area.
other way is if you go to the top right hand corner of the screen, you get this little like targeting cursor, and then if you click and drag left or right, that will also merge. It's just
Okay,
that's-
so now we got the like base circle here, but I want Kirby and Waddle Dee plate. So you know what? It's finally time that I do something by myself. Okay, I don't know if I have Kirby cafe music like downloaded or not, but I guess we can also go to Forgotten Land music for a bit. For the shift, the Kirby shift song. So let's see. Okay, this is going to be like a long stream, like 3 hours already, because first I want to like learn how to model all this stuff, then try to like model some of the character that I know, which will be a few. So let's see, is it like please don't inhale the patron? Like, okay, I need to find the song first. I think like it's two song for Kirby Cafe in that game. So let me search for it. What's name is this name then? Blah blah blah. Let's see. You know what? Just Waddle Dee Towns is good enough. Okay. Okay, so now let's try and model. Now let me try model my own my own plate. So I can also like close this by a few seconds. So now let's model the thing here. So first Okay, now plate. I like you, but okay, first object and move you away first. So first start off with circle. Now Kirby plate here seem very simple as it's like, so the plate from the example that is like to curve upward, but this one it seems like is one Kirby and the headphone shape and then just go up. So let's try out. So shift A, pop circle. Now let's, I guess, okay, I don't need to move yet. I feel like, yep, it's the same with 86 vertices. So I want it to be like one donut being like Kirby and another one be Waddle Dee. So now normally I want to like, I don't know if like, okay, wait, what if I, because Kirby is like, okay, I think I don't have like a cursor enable, which I think I should be have one. So capture cursor. So now the cursor should appear, so you know what I'm talking about now. So here is Kirby, and you see I want to like create for now. My thought process is, okay, create one circle here and another circle here, and then merge the three circle together, which is what I do in like Illustrator and other art program. However, I do not know if Blender is the same or not. So let me click this and also move down a bit because you are too high. Then I guess duplicate is Shift D. Yup. But now I want to shrink you down like this, and then okay. So maybe I'll be here, pop, kind of like around here. Then Shift D, and through I guess X axis. So it's like pretty much the same area now. The question is, does all these three can it merge? Which I guess is same. Okay, is it now? Is it like the same one? Answer is yes. So so I guess, okay, now I need to like delete some part, which I guess, let's see, because now I select, wait, oh no, the circle is like upper layer is not the same place as like the, wait, no, I want to, I guess, oh, I don't want it to be wiped. Okay, wait, say that, okay, it just close. Okay, let's do this then. Okay, I don't want the wireframe. Wait, how do I do this? Okay, this, like this. Okay, so I want to select, nope, I just want to like, okay, also I can get this and also ship all for this. So now I don't know like what is like the location, because I want this to be like the same. Okay, wait, can I like check in the right property? Yup, location is this. So what did I make it like 0 first? Zeros. Nope, I guess it's not all 0. Wait, what happened? I didn't mean to change everything like this. Wait, what? Oh, I like, okay, Control C a bit. Oh, I guess it's like when it's like 0 is like, yup, every single piece of it. So, but I only want like this to be like the same level. And when I say this way, it seems like there is only one. So you know what? Let's try this again and wait. Maybe like move this out so I can like see better. So Alt and then delete the vertices. Okay, now Alt then Shift D. So I want like, I guess X. Then I choose. Wait. Nope. Okay. So now it's done the same level, and now I shrink down. Nope, not rotate. Shrink it down. Okay. Poof. Then I go up. No, not this up. Here, up. Yeah, okay. Pull on the reference. So it should be like around here. The same level, and then Shift D and I guess C axis. Nope. Okay, wait, somehow C axis is up and down. Okay, I need to remember because Y axis is always up and suddenly it's like C axis here. So I guess for Shift D and then X. Guess around here is not like the same. Okay, now all three of them together. I'll click everything and I guess. Wait, is it like the same thing already? Yup. So I don't need to merge anything at all. So now I need to like delete the unrelated stuff here. Like the. Oh, I see one problem. And is that like if I were doing like in the vector program, the line here will cut out this. So wait, can I merge them together or something? A, then control, I guess just M. Wait, what? Where is it now? Control M. No, not control M. What is happening there? I don't know. M. Add cursor. Wait, what? Now where is that thing? Now where is my plate? Okay, I don't know how to cut between those two or merge all three of them because like that merge is different merge from I know. Oh wait. Okay, this is like a hard way to do it, but okay, what if I delete vertices? And then what if I like make these two touch together? Okay, I don't think like that is how I have to do it. Oh, I have another idea. And then this two. What if I just okay, I remember like for like if I press G, wait, the grab thing. So edit like if I do click this and then G. Nope, I need it to be, I guess, one of this. Like about here. Then press G. Nope, it's not round enough. But I know that I can like move it to be like circle. Like I think like I remember like because when I it's not extrude, but when I try to like bulge all this up and down, there is like a way. Or is it? Well, sculpting. So, I don't know like if inflating here is correct. Yep, because it seems like it's about thickness and not like this. Or is it modeling? G. Nope. It's just moving. Okay, I need to like find out how to merge stuff in Blender. Just a bit of Google searching. And let's see. I see that someone say Control J. So let's try this again. Control J. Okay, what is object mode? Okay, seems like this is like very different from 2D stuff, which I mean obviously. Okay, and the origin point is also there, so Control A. Wait, where is the origin? Set origin to geometry. Now I need to know how to cut the stuff. Also, this tool needs to be like a bit higher. Already here. I guess if you know what, brute force. If I cannot get it, I can just delete this and then just join it myself. Let's shift this. Maybe that is like, I'm sure that will be like a way to do this, but as of now, let's just merge these two together. After all, when we set the thickness, it's gonna be okay. It's not gonna leave a hole anyway. Alright, so it seems to be like the same area. Then do this too. Oh wait, what did I press? Okay, alternate. Shift here. And who knows, working 3D is different from 2D. Nope, not the blue one at all. So it should be very close together. Okay. Look, I'm gonna make this plate, because if I'm not gonna make even a simple plate, I cannot like do character. So okay, first one done with a question mark. So now do this. Delete vertices and delete another vertices. Delete here too, another this too, and then the final two. Pop and pop. Alright, now just join the thing. Okay, I'm getting a bit of a motion sickness. What the heck is my trajectory? Okay. Okay, now move it here. Oh, perfect spot, I guess. Like, I'm not gonna like be so picky right now. However, if I'm like a professional 3D modeler, then yup. And I'm not even like get into like 3D animation yet, so just make the character stop too. Alright. So now I get this shape, which hopefully connected together. Now first is to edit mode and then bevel. What? So wait, what happened? Because I need to like, okay, not this B. Control A. Okay, let's do this by, is it Control B? No, it's like bevel up. Like, no, extrude first. extrude, then use the C axis because it's the Y axis in this thing. Then I think it's extrude again. However, I have to press S. Yup, for the outward. Now I know that the thing itself is like curved out, but I mean, wait. I wonder, like, okay, if I extrude now, then I press S, so the plate will go outward. Then extrude up by press C. Yup. Now, and then like all the outer part, wait, it seems like it's not connect all because I the cut. Okay, wait, I need to look why it's not connected here. So if I move, yep, all of them should be connected together. So then what? Bevel. Now, okay, extrude or bevel. Or not because it's only like one region, or I should like do this, and finally this too. So control. Oh no, it's bevel. No. Wait, which? Yep, this bevel like this. So now it's look curve up, and I think I can use. Wait, no. Let me redo this. Okay, up. I think I can use my scroll bar to like. No. Oh, I can increase segment. So now it looks like it's curved up a little bit. Which I feel like, okay, I might need to do like upper side too. Upper first, upper, then also this. You know what? This is like a more art stream, except it's 3D instead of 2D, so it's gonna take some time. So 1, 2, 3, and then move here will be 4, and then bevel. Like this, and then increase the vertices. Okay, let's see what monstrosity that we have created. Yeah, it seems to go down. Yep, it's go down there, which I don't want. Now, is there an easy way to delete the down? You know what? I don't need like the thing, right? The perfection right now. So now select all, add modifier, then generate solidify, I believe. Yup. Then make it about like 0.025. Then oh no, it need to be 0.0025. Yep. Oh wait, I forgot one thing before the solidify part. Oh wait, I don't need to revert because I haven't applied it yet. So I need to like the lower part, lower area here. Wait, what happened here? Is that the extrusion before the bevel before? Whoopsie. Okay, let me like do this too. Oh, I need to hold shift this, and then zoom in, so shift. Yeah, okay, seems like the connection part have a problem. So is it F? A bit of a problem around here. Yep, this seems to be like a new one. So control shift, no, it's alt here. Then F to fill this part, and then pop. And then then fill. Okay, so now we get like the lower part of this thing. So I guess now I need to like go to object mode then, and then nope, not X, apply. So now we got this thing, and then I can also wait, no, not move yet. I need to like make the outer part. Yep, edit mode, then the outer area by alt. Okay, wait, why is there a yellow dot, no, orange dot here? So alt this. Okay, it seems like that might be like some here. Alt this. And then this. So then no, bevel. So now I got this thing. Alright, and then we get, if we go to object mode, now we have the Kirby and Waddle Dee shape one. So now let's go to like texture pen. So I can like, I believe it's here. No, I have to backslash first. So okay, missing texture. So I think it's somewhere. Yep, this is material, so new. Then go to image, I believe. Oh no, it's on base color. So image texture, new, and then Kirby plate. Oh, maybe I should like create another one for Waddle Dees too. So yep. So that's gonna be like Kirby one. Wait, I need to like check if. Okay. So maybe add the shading. So I can like check. Yep, Kirby is now like on. So I can now go to texture pane and then nope, it doesn't seem that it's applied yet or something. Okay, wait, because it's, I don't know, because it's still pink and the edge image supposed to be pink. So yep, Kirby. Okay, let me check like the 3D one. Or like at least the donut here. So if I go to like the check texture pane of the donut, I'm gonna show it this, and I can like paint over. Right, yep, and it's gonna update. It's like that, but it's not like the same thing with Kirby yet. So okay, so I need to like backslash. So okay, image to Kirby. Then if I like it doesn't seem to like update here yet. Okay, I need to figure out what to do here. So if I click Kirby here, okay, the things are connected together. Yeah, I do not. Yep, it's color to base and surface. Kirby color to. Yep, it's or maybe I need to like save the thing for like remove like the thing here first. So image, I guess save image first, and then can I edit? Nope, and seem like there is some kind of like pixel here. So okay, some reason I cannot paint the thing yet, and it seems like there might be something I need to know about. So yup, the color is base. There got to be a reason why I cannot paint the thing. So wait, what if I like texture paint shading? Yup, Kirby color to base color already, and I can also make metallic stuff too. So texture, wait. So if I like change from Kirby to like other stuff, like, yep, the donut base is fine, but Kirby is not. And now if I go to Latios Doodle, I don't know where the oh yup, I can paint it. So it seems like actually Kirby, yup, is already there. Like if I go, yup, it's already there, but it's like just a part somewhere. Okay, let me like find, because I remember that he like talk about like showing like the like something before doing this part. So let's okay, wait, yep, I need to like check the reference here. Okay, let me see it first. Okay, it seems like, okay, first I need to go to edit mode here, and wait, why is it not wheel or mask paint? Okay, wait, let me like open the thing first because the audio is linked to there. So this is what I'm referring to.
There. You might not care, but it's actually good to understand how it works. So basically, this mesh here, it has to be unwrapped over onto this left-hand side here.
Unwrapped? Oh, I guess I can like try do something about it. So I remember, like, is it like Yuri? Because I used this before. Oh, and it's now like this. Wait, oh, this is the underside, but okay, so I can like Yuri unwrap here because I work on like a bit, so I kind of know about this. So let's see. Let's do this and then unwrap. So now I know like each piece go where. And I need to like change from nope, I don't need to like change to that. I need to drop the color here. So now this is at the top side, so let me like open the wait, now okay, I have like a, I guess I can also do wheel like Kirby plate, so I can see. Oh, I don't know why there is stuff here, but I guess I can also paint. So this, okay, I am going to like paint with my mouse. So let's see how well this go. First, like I guess the red come first because it's like outer. I like a bit of the dark red. So also now, because now I don't have like the thing on me, like the drawing pad on me right now, so I have to like use my mouse. So boop. Okay, and it's curved up. Okay, the same with here. Boop. It's gonna bleed in a bit, which like, okay, Oh, the song end too. Let's do this then. Okay, then I turn into like more of the yellow. Pop. Oh wait, I haven't like fully done this part. Yep. Okay, now let's reduce the radius even more. So yeah, maybe like this, and then like a bit of a star. Nope. I don't know if I can like rotate the angle of the image or not, but I guess it's like this, star up, and then this. Okay, and it will be the same as here. Star go up and then pop, pop, pop. Okay, now let's see the model will. Not too bad. Okay, I need to like add the stripe here. Okay, not too bad. Okay, wait, can I rotate the image somehow? I don't know, but okay, not too bad. Then let's switch to this again. So then that will be a black metal up like the handle. It's kind of weird that yep, you have to slide manually like from black to white. A bit weird. I mean, it's a bit interesting. So yep, that's up here, and then a bit gray to connect these two, and then top, and then Kirby eye in the middle, which is okay. Not drawing or like the drawing program is a little bit weird like this. So this two eyes, because normally I can like blue, like I could like clip max the image, but this is a chill one, so not that much, so not that serious. So pop eyes. Okay, mouth, but radius being one, like yippee. And then the blush, the cheek. Wap. Okay, let's do a bit like smaller. Yep. Beep. All right, let's see. Kirby looks a bit weird, but hey, it's look pretty much the same. Yeah, just look at him. It's basically the same thing. Now let's do the same for Waddle Dee, which I think like pretty much the same stuff. Oh, interestingly, I don't like, it's not like the red part is not going up here. You know what? And so I can like shift D to duplicate the stuff here. So let's X. So I can like the same axis. Now I want this to be like another material. So I guess this, then go to material, and I can click number 2. So it's gonna be like material number 6. Now I can go to like sculpting. I guess do this how like texture paint. But now, like, circle 2, I want it to be Waddle Dee. So let's check out a bit. Okay, wait, let me check if the stream is going fine or not. Or is it dead because it happened before. Okay, now let's do Waddle Dee. Okay, wait, I can also, wait, save the image too. You can also save as. Well, no, I think I should save the Kirby image first. Pop. And then save as So that is okay. Now it's 0 1. So if I like do this, wait, what? Oh, maybe I need to select this and then change to Kirby 01. Yup. Now let's redo that, but also here shading, and this is Kirby 001. Sculpting 00 is still like this image which I need to remove. Yup. Texture paint and the Kirby 001. It should not have any like scribbling. Yup, it's okay. Kirby this. I think I can like. I guess not care about it, and Kirby then do this to be 002. But this one I will be use it here. So now when I use like wait, texture paints, if I do this, yup. So now Waddle Dee, no, open this. So Waddle Dee is pretty much the same except, okay, let me like color pick because Kirby I didn't. Okay, what if I drop? Okay, maybe what if I just paint the rest? Yeah, just paint this area as Waddle Dee, so I don't have to like repaint some stuff. Boop. Okay, then a bit here. Boop. Okay, I will redraw like the Waddle Dee's eye anyway, so pop. Remove some of the pink here and there. I wish there is like a few buckets, so at least most of the pink will be swap to this, to the orange one. Okay, so now is the chic thing which I drew a lot lately. Not really lately, but like I drew a lot of Waddle Dee, so I get this. So one circle up here and then a cute bigger circle up down below. Nice. Then do the eyes. Smaller radius, please. Oh, it seemed too low, so pop, pop. And then white pupils, bum bum, and then brown part down below, up. And even though like the image doesn't like, it's really like small here, but the cheek also like pretty much like similar color, so. And there we go. Oh, look a little bit off, but yep. Yippee! We got Kirby and Waddle Dee's plate by myself, so at least I know how to sculpt the plate here. So first, you want, let's expand this 3D. Wow. And then we can place the donut here and there. Pop. Oh, oopsie. Okay, then the plate, we can throw it away. So now, if we look into the camera, oh wait, I can also like, what, control shift it or something, or like wheel and then something like navigation is fly. No, is not fly. Okay, I have a signets now. Wait, is wheel, navigation, and then walk, navigation. So wait, let me look here. All right. So if we look Wait, where is the thing? Oh, here's the plate and okay, go up by a bit. Yup, nice. Now I then go to out of this, then move the donut a bit. Oh, not the frosting, the whole donut. Alright, kinda like here. Perfect. At least now I got the thing. Okay, so now I got Kirby on the menu. Yippee! So I guess now it's time to continue the tutorial, but I need to like take a little bit of a break because it's now like 4 hours of stream time now, and I need to take like a bit of a bathroom break. So be right back. Alright, so now it's midnight in Thailand, so midnight gaming, and I need to like send Snorlax to sleep for a second with like the Pokemon sleep, because if I don't, the game will be mad at me. But look, Snorlax, I may not get a good night's sleep. No, I may not get entire 8 hours of sleep, but at least I can get 3D model working. So, okay, so far, let's say what my feeling with 3D modeling right now. I would say I feel good about it. Like, I think I have fun, but I mean, not fun is not like a right word to use it right now, but I am like feeling like relaxing when I make Kirby and Waddle Dee plate. Kinda relaxing in the same way as when I draw stuff. So yup, it's like a relaxing experience which I like it. But also I cannot wait to like actually like modeling other stuff, including like animating, because obviously I love to do animation, so I can't wait to actually try and animating in this program. But okay, first let me like send Snorlax to sleep for a bit. And 4 hours. Now in like the video there is like about 2 hours left of content, which I don't know what they gonna taught me further, because I already like get the modeling part done. So just look at like the plates and the beautiful King Dedede, the 3DD on the thing right now. So I don't know what will be more. I mean, obviously I just do like a simple like shape. Maybe I could also start trying to like modeling whatever I want. Okay, just a few more seconds of dealing with Snorlax for a bit. So once I finish, then I will like continue the session. Like I will say that, okay, and I will say that the art stuff will not stop here, because now in the next week or two I have another like art stream idea which is unique and it's related to Pokemon, which if you want to like to see that, you can subscribe, because I also want to turn those into like a video, which right now I have a lot of ideas to turn into video and it's kind of get overwhelming by a little, combining to like other stuff in my life. So you know, good thing that this video idea is accidentally like fit in with like what I have to do at university. So it's a good thing that I can like do this work and also like doubling up to like to submit like the in-class submission. So yep, almost done with Snorlax, and then we can like continue. Maybe like I will like put this up and then the wait, is this yeah, it's this one. So right now we finish the whole donut part, which I mean technically I am finished modeling a donut. So I wonder like what is there to do from now on, which is like still like 2 hours, and I don't even know like when will I end this stream, because even though it's now like midnight, and if I have watched this full course, it's going to take another 2 hours to 2 a.m. I still have like a plan that I want to continue doing. So maybe I might like go through until the morning. So let's continue the video and like try to see what there is left to do here.
right here is the top of our plate is overlapping
okay.
with the countertop. So we just need to move this up slightly so that it's not doing that. And if you actually go underneath your countertop, this is usually a very easy way to quickly make it so that it's touching. You just have a little bit of overlap.
Okay,
and then,
so touching the
then it looks
area.
plausible. Awesome. We have our plate. Now, if I move out here, you can see this big giant arrow thing. This is our camera, and it's just too big. The visualization of it is so big that I've got lines in the way, and I don't like it. It's actually a pretty good scale for a normal scene, which is usually tens or hundreds of meters. But we're so small that this camera is just too big. So in the camera tab, go to viewport display, and then just turn down the size. Right, and I'll go for
so
like 10% of what it was.
Camera and viewport display.
Okay, great. So what we want to do now is start laying out the scene. So first and foremost, I'm going to go into looking through my camera view.
Shrink down,
and I want to get the camera placement right. So hitting Shift tilde key to put me into fly view. And just scrolling down so that you get really small movements.
Shift and change
Not
language.
that small, so scroll up a little bit, all right? And then I'm using Q and E to just change the height of the camera to be roughly where I want it. All right, so I'm going to have a stack of donuts. So I'm going to have like one here, one here, one here. So
we're going to make a stack now?
for that, essentially. I shouldn't use this annotation tool. It's being replaced in Blender. Like the new grease pencil is going to be pretty amazing. But anyways, it's the old annotation tool. So yeah, let's start stacking some donuts.
I still don't know like how to
selecting the
close
base donut
another
and then Shift selecting the icing.
so
I'm going to duplicate that by Shift D
go
and then
to
moving
here
it
because-
essentially in the exact same place. So that's why you do that step, because if we didn't,
How
then
do
you
I
would have
close
that, you wouldn't know
the
until you see
second,
artifacts later on. All right,
this
but that's
one?
it. We now have a wonderful looking plate, and we can close that. Oh yeah, I should show you how to close the window.
How?
So when you are closing something, you can go here on this edge and you can right click and then say join areas. The other way is if you go to the top right hand corner of the screen, you get this little like targeting cursor, and then if you click and drag left or right, that will also merge. It's just that's how you used to create windows in Blender. You can also drag out from it.
So now I know that.
Okay, through my camera view light. Essentially, I shouldn't use this annotation tool, but from experience, having tried it.
Now what?
Yeah,
Is it
let's
just
start
copy-paste?
stacking some donuts. So selecting the base donut and then Shift selecting the icing. I'm going to duplicate that by Shift D and then moving it up along the Z axis until they start to touch. Now there is actually some new snapping tools in Blender that is pretty handy, but from experience, having tried it for this, there's so many like little pieces of sprinkle and everything. You're going to have overlapping anyway because donuts are quite spongy, so they would be, it would be plausible that it would be like kind of squishing the sprinkle. So it's okay to have some clipping. So something like that is okay. Now I'm going to do another donut. So Shift D again, move it up along the Z axis to about there. And I want to make it an interesting stack, not just like a straight stack. So I'll move these around so that we've got kind of like an S shape.
I see.
All right, duplicate these again. So this is going to be a stack of 4, like so. And then this one, I'll pull back this way, rotate that,
even more
down. All right, and pull it back a little bit. Okay, lovely. Now, looking from the camera, you can see a pattern that has emerged. So you can see this is the same as this, is the same as this. And the eye is very good at detecting patterns, so that's going to be a very big deal breaker for the viewer. They're going to notice that, and it's just going to make the picture look worse. So with each donut selected one by one, I'm going to hit R and then tap Z, and that's going to just rotate along the Z axis. But you can see, if I just tap Z, that axis that I put it on a little bit, I just tilted it, it's now like reverse the tilt because I'm rotating along the Z. What you can do is you can rotate it along its original axis by not tapping Z once, but twice. Okay, and you can see that the line has now changed a little bit because that's putting us now into the local Z axis. So the original rotation of that donut, it's the Z axis on that one, not the scene one. So yeah, that's the way I will do it. And I just want to rotate it until I get a different pattern. So now I've got these little wavy shapes. That's good. Now this one, I'm going to tap R and then Z and Z again. So it's the local axes. That's
I
good.
guess
And then
it's
this one, I'll do the same thing.
Z
R, Z,
so
Z.
R,
And just move it a little bit that way. All right. And now it's a lot less predictable. Cool. And now the same thing for this one. So I'm going to do a stack of 3. So 4 and then 3 on this one. So Shift D, Z, and just coming in here. This isn't hard. This is just it's just a little finicky, right?
I see. Yep.
It would be good actually if you could use motion. Sorry, not motion, like a simulation. Blender does have rigid body tools, but
What
it's
if I just
again, if we
make
had
it
more
like a-
funding from some people, we could improve it because the rigid body tools are pretty janky. They don't work well for small objects, and it's very fiddly to set up. But I've seen other tools,
Do this.
plugins that people have made for like Unreal Engine, where placing objects is actually a simulation. So you just draw across the plane, and you could have like donuts just spawn in and like tumble on each other. And it just means that you don't have a lot of this finicky hand placing of stuff. But for a simple scene like this, I would probably hand place the donuts anyway because you can finesse it a lot better than you would in a simulation anyway. All right, so just like
rotate and
before,
then see.
making it, trying to make it look interesting as I can. Move this one closer. That's pretty good. And then, so that we don't have the repeating shapes, R, Z, Z, like that. And that's pretty good, actually. This one, it's a little bit further. Okay, I'll move that a little bit more. All right, there we go. Oh, did I not hit? Hang on, did I?
Maybe rotate the
Z?
one.
Oh, okay, I thought maybe I didn't tap Z twice, but evidently I did.
Yeah.
It's just, it's got
Okay,
this weird gap.
so now we
which I
get
have
a
to
donut
close now.
stack.
Okay. Sorry if you can hear traffic. I am right next to a road. I thought, hey, I need an office. Why don't I get an office right next to a busy road with glass? But I'll be moving out of here soon. Planning to move country, if I can. I won't say where I'm moving to. No, I'm planning to move to the United States, actually. Looking to
So
get
now
a
we
visa.
got
Because I
donut
want to
stack.
move to LA. LA. It's where all the other YouTubers are. And I don't know. Every time I go there, I come back with like a bunch of ideas. And yeah, so I'm moving if I can. Still waiting for a visa to be approved, but we'll see.
Okay.
All right, so I'm just making small
Now what is
adjustments
the
here and
left?
there. All right, and the final donut that I will create, take this, I'll just take this bottom one, Shift
And
D,
now
and
the
I'm going to
question
make a
is-
donut which is going to be like rotated to the camera. a
What
little
is
bit.
there?
So yeah, let's move on one
What
axis.
is left? Because
say
now I
here,
got the
and it's just going
donuts.
to be like this. Because this is a much more readable shape that tells you exactly what it is. Because I mean, these stacks could make you believe that maybe it's bagels or like little mini cakes or something like that. So having this one rotated towards the camera makes it very clear that these are donuts. Awesome. Right. Cool. Now, it wasn't supposed to be that we have round sprinkles on this side and then long sprinkles on this side. That's just because we were duplicating shapes. But
Yep.
because we've done this with geometry nodes, it's really simple to just swap it out to be something else. So this one here, I actually just want it to be the long sprinkles. So in your geometry node dropdown, click long sprinkles, and there we
I
go.
can
It's just
do
swapped
this.
it out. And now I can mix it up a bit. I can
yep,
say this one here, I
round
want to
and
have round
you're
sprinkles.
long.
This one at the bottom, I don't want to have any sprinkles.
Yeah,
so
I
it's just a bare
see.
donut,
Oh, so
'cause
it's
those
just
do exist, right?
swapping.
This one,
Wait,
I'll
is
say
that
round
the
sprinkles
other
on there, and then
mean
I'll make this one long sprinkles.
Material
Yeah,
5.
and then maybe this one I'll delete it
I can
as
switch
well.
to-
So we get like 2 plain ones. That's pretty good. And there's a big gap here. I don't know why. How did that happen? What did I do wrong? Evidently I made a big
This
gap.
one, yup. I can also change
By the way,
the
here's a tip. If you
picture.
so if you just hit R, you're
like
in
this.
like tilt mode. But
Oh,
if
that's
you tap
cool. I
double
can
R,
swap
so you
the
tap R
plates.
twice, it's now in trackable rotation mode.
Oh, wait,
which depending
track
on
of what?
how did that happen? What did I do wrong? Evidently I made a big gap. By the way, here's a tip. If you so if you just hit R, you're in like tilt mode.
If I-
but
yep.
if you tap double R, so you tap R twice, it's now in trackable rotation mode, which depending on your view can be what you want. So I just go there.
Wait,
double
let me
tap
try
R,
again.
and I
It's
rotate it
just
towards the
a
camera little bit.
rotate, normal
Yeah, pull it
rotation.
down.
But
Maybe
but
that's
this
what I did.
one
Maybe
is
I
like
lowered
base,
the bottom donuts and then the top
kind of
ones
like
go with it.
when you
If you
like,
wanted to,
do
you
Mario
could actually
Club.
parent the donuts to each other, so when you rotate or move one on the bottom, then it moves the one on the top. But I don't think it's really necessary, and it can be
see.
a little bit hard to work with as well. So yeah.
Yep.
Oh, they're now touching. I got to move apart. Yeah, something like that.
Okay,
Awesome. Now the countertop, I'm going to scale this out until the edges of the countertop, like this edge that is here, and then this edge that are here, are just outside of the frame.
Okay, but now I want to know,
Because
like,
our camera-
is there,
and we
like,
are gonna have
anything
camera
left
animation
that
so
I
it
need
goes
to
down,
kinda know?
But we're not going to be like doing a 360
icing
pan
color.
of the donut, so we're not going to be able to see the rest of the scene. So we don't need a kitchen countertop that stretches all out this way. It's just a waste of resources. So we're just going to literally just stop at the edges of where the camera can see. I used to think when I was starting 3D that that's like lazy, but now I'm like, no, that's like how you use your resources properly. Otherwise you end up doing stuff that nobody ever sees, which is actually a pretty common problem in the industry. People over engineer models and things just in case the camera needs to be close, and it never does. And then, yeah, anyway. Now I do want a backsplash for this, so I'm just going to duplicate the bottom plane here. So Shift D, pull it out to, roughly there, and then I'm going to hit R and then X, so I'm rotating it along the X axis, and then just holding down Control to snap it to the nearest 5-degree increment.
Okay,
And
wait,
top
let me try this
over
first.
engineer
Okay,
models and
First-
things just in case the camera needs to be close, and it never does.
Duplicate.
And then, yeah, anyway. Now I do want a backsplash for this, so I'm just going to duplicate the bottom plane here. So Shift D, pull it out to, roughly there, and then I'm going to hit R and then X.
Okay,
so I'm
I
rotating
need
it
to,
along
like-
the X axis, and then just hold
Okay, first to y-axis here, and then rotate with x-axis with control. Oh wait, my cursor is going from top to bottom. Oh, that's cool. Because sometimes, like when I work on my other program is so annoying to slowly changing for like top to like move from left to right and then to stop and then left more left to right. Okay. Okay. Wait, why is it like a bit tilting? Okay, let's try this again. Shift D to duplicate, then by the Y axis and then stop here, then rotate by the X axis, and then control for about 90 exactly, then joining the two, then go up, then let's look into camera. Okay, wait, let's get out a bit here. Pop. You know what? Let's also do the other two side too, to be absolutely cursed for no reason at all. Okay, first, and then I guess this is like, no, not C-axis. It's actually Y. No, it's still X. Oh, yeah, before first we do Y, then rotate by the, I guess it's now X axis. No, it's C axis. No, it's Y axis. Then 90. No, I feel like, okay, first I also need to rotate the picture. So no, it's C axis. So I guess, okay, this is 90. Yup. Then rotate by the Y axis to be another 90. Yup. Then move in until it clip together, kind of like this, and then go up. Bump. And then also duplicate. I guess this is X layer X. Yup. I need to like flip 180, so then I guess it's Y axis. No, it's C axis, so 180. Let's view the cap. Pop. Then let's see the render view, render image. Oh, the lighting is not there yet, so let's move the light into here. Okay, wait, I can also check like this. Oh, okay, wait, power is like this. Okay, wait, why is like it's blind one spot? Wait, can I like, is there like, oh, it's like a point. Wait, it's sun. Okay, I need to know like, if I go, oh, I can hear my fans running. Uh-oh, I hope nothing die when I like do this. So, oh, I forgot that in like the stream doesn't see the render images, so whoops. I guess like I can see like the render result. But let me like try. Okay, point. So apparently for some reason is, I guess, what if I rotate this? Like rotate 180. No, okay, wait. I don't know why the point here is not like backward. You know what? This is so cursed. What the heck is going on with? Okay, let me like pick render image. Okay, wait, let me like try studio mode to see if, oh no, my computer fan suddenly acts up right now. So wait, let me like check if I can. Okay, wait, I duplicate the thing. Okay, what if I pop and then window capture and then boop and then select. Nope, not OBS. Wait, what is this? Blender render. Wait, it must be like wait, wait, what do, wait, let me wait, why is it open like the thing? Wait, I need to like find where is the Blender like window. Wait, I didn't see like the thing, so I guess I don't know because it doesn't show up on the OBS and I don't know why. Oh, now it show up, I think. Yup. Blender render. So if I open this, wait, can then, okay. So now if I, yup, this is the current render. Very cursed and cool at the same time. So I guess let's save this one. I guess, wait, can I save this? No, can I like, how do I image? Save as. Okay, let me like save as this. Okay, so wait, let me check if I like close this. Yup, it should be back in this page. And if I like render this again, it should pop up into the stream. Or no, wait, let me check. Why are you like this? Please, I just need it to show on the stream. That's it. I guess just wait until like I get it. So as you can see, current render, very cool and very cursed. I don't know why I did this. But let's back to our lesson.
Control to snap it to the
Yep.
to a good option for the random thing. So I find it's better if you haven't got enough objects to instead just manually set up the colors. And it also just allows you.
This is a very cursed section to way to learn.
A long way to say we're going to create
how
different
to
materials
do
for each of the different icings. So
the
the one
modeling.
that's already there, we'll just call it pink icing. And now, so I definitely want that one.
Oh, now we do the different icing color.
Set up the colors, and it also just allows you to finesse it as more of an artist. So a long way to say we're going to create different materials for each of the different icings. So the one that's already there, we'll just call it pink icing. And now, so I definitely want that one to be pink, which means these ones that are directly behind it, I definitely want to be a different color. So I'm going to click the little number to make it a single user, and I'll call this one blue icing. And then the color, I'm going to make it a kind of an aqua-ish color. Let's go into material select. There we go.
Okay.
This one here, I'm going to make it a yellow icing. So clicking the little number next to it.
So do all this
icing. And then about there, that's good. And then this one at the top, I'm going to make it chocolate icing.
Okay, so first material here is
chocolate icing. Let's go brown.
high tea.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of like this color.
How warm is chocolate? I mean, I guess you could have like a really desaturated chocolate that's just very dark.
Okay, let's do this then.
The more saturated,
So
it kind of
now-
looks like milk chocolate, like the kind of delicious, not the really super dark stuff, which I do actually like as an adult. Hated it as a kid, but now normal chocolate is just way too sweet. Okay, that. Now the top
My
one,
favorite kind of
I'll make
milk,
that
the
pink. Yeah,
pink
that's fine.
one.
And then this one, I'll just make
But
it
it
blue
would
icing.
suck
And then this
or
one, I'll
like
make
this.
it yellow icing. Oh wait, no, I've got
Then-
yeah, it's blue and yellow and yellow. That's not good.
Let's
So this
see.
bottom one, the middle one. Yeah, yep, middle one, I'll make it chocolate. Bottom one, I'll make it
Milk
blue. Just trying to
tea.
get like a nice. Now I've got pink
Now
and
this
pink
one
mixed
a
each
little
other.
bit like
Alright,
boba
maybe
milk
this one will
tea.
be yellow as well.
But-
That's too yellow. All right, maybe the bottom one can be pink.
Then
There we go.
this,
That's better. Alright,
let's
so I don't have
do
any like It now looks
Choco.
more natural, looks, which is just more.
I know that
random, to be honest.
originally
But
I
less
want
random,
this
'cause
to
I'm
be like a
manually
Choco,
finessing
but
it
now
myself. So it's
I
less
know
random,
how
but
to
it
like
looks more
lower
random.
this.
Anyway, finally, before we move on, let's
Actually,
start labeling our objects. So first of all, I want to make sure that my plate is inside of my environment
I can also
collection.
swap
So I
to
will now call this
other
plate.
stuff too.
This bottom one, I will call it, let's call it counter. And then this back one, I'll call it the backsplash.
And then
Backsplash. Awesome. We have
Choco.
done it. Oh, we do need to give a material to our plate as well. Can't just have it as a default material or else it'll look terrible. So, new material.
Yep, already
and
did
the
that.
first thing I want to do is adjust the roughness
Kirby and-
make it look
okay,
kind
let's
of,
name this.
yeah, shiny, like the ceramic plate. We just load that up actually one more time.
D.
There we go. Use that as my reference. So it's somewhat shiny.
And save.
then also I want to give a subsurface because ceramic does actually have a little bit of that that creamy bleed through of the light. So I'll turn my weight up to 1, radius all set to 1, and then the scale 0.001. So a very small amount of subsurface scattering, and it'll just help it a little bit. The color I'll also turn down it to make it a little bit not so white, and then I'll make it slightly yellow, a little bit yellowy, creamy color, just like over
so
there. If
it's
you want,
those
also
stuff-
you can buy the plate. It's just not a free model, but it will add realism to your scene if you want to have a plate that is actually real and photo scanned, and it's got all these little speckled little things and divots across it. If you want, it is optional.
Okay, cool.
All right, so that is it, guys. Join me in the next part, and we're going to get into lighting. I'll see you there. And then
So
God
now we
said,
get
"Let
into the
there
lights
be
stuff.
light, which is the topic for this tutorial.
Ah,
Now we want to create the look of a morning kitchen countertop. Like you just woke up in the morning, the sunlight's coming in, and it's warm and it's inviting.
Well,
So we want to have some sunlight coming
I
in
don't think I
from
want
the
to wake up to this
Now we
scene
could
at
take
all.
our default lamp here and turn it into a sun lamp and then try to angle it like that. But the reason that this looks so terrible is that one of the key components of natural light is not just the sunlight, but the skylight around it. Getting that the right shades of blue and white and the gradient as it goes towards the horizon. And that's actually quite difficult to do.
No, I don't have
But thankfully,
a donut to eat right now, but I have a pretzel. So I'm gonna eat it because
using any lamp at all, I'm
midnight
gonna delete
snack
the
and
lamp
I'm
so there is
hungry.
no light in my scene whatsoever, and instead go to my world tab here.
Oh, I need to
and then where
follow
we've got
it.
color. So
I
we
need
can
to
use-
go
that's
click what?
Getting that the right shades of blue and white and the gradient as it goes towards the horizon, and that's actually quite difficult to do. But thankfully, there's a relatively newish feature in Blender which we can use. So rather than using any lamp at all, I'm going to delete the lamps so there is no light in my scene whatsoever, and instead go to my world tab here. Is a relatively newish feature in Blender which we can use. So rather than using any lamp at all, I'm going to delete the lamps so there is no light in my scene whatsoever, and instead go to my world tab here, and then where we've got color, I'm going to click the little yellow dot and then select sky texture. And what this has added is besides just the sky texture, it's also added in a sun lamp. So if I rotate around, we should see, look at that, real
rotation.
sunlight coming across it. Now it is
Uh-oh,
very
it seemed
hot
to be a
by
bit
default.
lucky.
So if you go to your render settings, underneath color management at the very bottom here, you've got an exposure slider, which you use actually quite a lot. You can see the lighting has stayed the same, and it doesn't have to re-render anything. This is purely just adjusting, the sensor essentially on your camera. And if you hold down control, I usually just snap it to a -2. Now back to the sky settings. So what this is, essentially it's created the exact look of the sky, a real sunlight, that little sun disk over there, and everything will change depending on what you set, like the elevation, right? If you set it to be like really low in the sky, well that's like
Very
morning
cool.
light. You can see it's changed everything to be like a warm look, right? So we've got like really warm light over everything. And if you change it to be like noon, like the sunlight is coming directly above it, you can see it's a lot colder. And that's because as the sunlight goes lower in the sky, it's now passing through more of the atmosphere. So it's like decaying the light, and you get you get like an orangey look. But as it goes more vertical, then it's a lot more clearer and cleaner. Anyway, it's a very cool setting that is relatively new in Blender. But yeah, so I'm actually going to leave it at the default at around 15 degrees. The one thing I will change though is the sun size. So you get like really, like clean, hard shadows from the sun. And this sun size here, the reason for this very weird measurement, 0.545 degrees, is because it's actually the real sun size in relation to the Earth. But there are reasons for changing that, because if the sun goes through a cloud, then obviously the cloud is now lighting up and it's creating more of a dispersed look. So from the look of the camera, I usually just adjust this to be like a 2 or a 3, and it just makes the sun a little bit softer around the edges and a little nicer, at least according to me. Awesome. So looks better, but now we have another problem, which is that the skylight is just bleeding in from all directions, right? Because obviously it would. So we need to create an enclosure around it to obviously act as an indoor space. And just before we do that, though, whilst I was preparing,
You'll see the letter
the donuts are a little close
of
to
the
my
image that I
backsplash
put
here.
in here.
And that matters because we're going to
This
use
is
depth of
so
field
cursed.
later to make things that behind it are like out of focus, but we can't really do that if it's too close to the backsplash. So I'm just going to increase the distance there and also just scale it up a little bit because now that it's in the background, yeah, otherwise you'll see like the corners actually appear in the render, which we don't want. So just make that a little bit bigger, move it up. Okay, that's pretty good. So essentially, yeah, you just want to have like 1, 2, 3-ish plate widths, I think will do it. But yeah, something like that. And I also now just want to make sure, just fiddling around with this now, but yeah, this has got to be positioned exactly on the plate as well. Awesome. Okay, so that enclosure. Obviously, to create that enclosure, we are going to be adding in a cube. So Shift A, Mesh, Cube.
Oh.
And I want to scale this down because although it is like a kitchen, right? Nothing outside of the frame is going to be in the shot. So making it bigger than it needs to be is just going to add to the render times because then light has to bounce around those things and yeah, not good. So yeah, something scaled about that. I don't know, something like that. Now, really what I want it to do is just like that corner here, I want it to be locked to this point. Like I want to move it to that point. And previously in Blender, this was a really fiddly process. I would have to tap G and then Z, move along that, and then try and time it here, and then hit, tap G and then Y and move it.
Yep.
And it would never be exactly correct. It would always
That's
just
what
be
I
slightly
tried
off.
to do with
Well,
some of the
now
parts.
there is a new feature in Blender, literally, that came in this release, 4.0, that has changed the game. So there was a bunch of snapping improvements. So I will show you them now. So it's actually easy to understand if you just go into wireframe mode. So if I tap G, so I'm moving my cube. If you hit
G.
B, it now enters you into a new state called snapping mode. So the first
B.
thing it's asking you is what is the origin of the object that you're moving that you want to be the snapping point. So essentially, as I mouse over this, you can see the cursor is changing. When it's a circle, that means it's going to snap to that face. If it is a crosshair,
see.
that's that edge. If it's a triangle, that's the middle point of the edge, which is sometimes useful. And if it's a square, then that's a vertice. So this is on the object that is selected right now, okay? So I obviously want that corner vertice, so I'm just going to do a single click there. Now, after I've clicked, you can see I'm able to select whichever point in the rest of the scene I want to snap it to. So just like, again,
Oh,
it's
wait,
a
wait,
square
I
when it's a
messed up
vertice.
something.
So when I'm on these faces here, right
Low
there,
G,
I'll do a
then
single click.
B.
And there we go. So you can see it's perfectly aligned it with the bottom of that that backsplash there. Now, it is a little weird, I'll be honest. Like, maybe it's more weird because I've been using Blender for so long. Maybe beginners find it a little bit easier. But yeah, like the fact that you're in a move state
see.
and you're hitting B,
Wait,
and
can
you will be
okay,
moving
first,
it, but it's in a snapping
can also
mode
do
rather
this.
than a placement mode. It is a little weird. And also, just to make it
G,
even more
then
complicated, you can hold down
B.
Alt at any point and then middle
No,
mouse
no,
to drag around.
G,
Because sometimes you want to snap
B.
like that point, but then you
Mark
need to select a
this,
point
and then-
underneath an object. So you can hold down Alt middle mouse
Yep.
and then find that point
Yeah,
and snap
G,
it to that. So
then
that's
B.
even weirder, but
Pop,
I'm very glad it's
and
in there
pop.
because it is great, but it is just like takes a
And
little
then
bit to wrap your head
G,
around.
B,
But I will continue
up,
using it actually.
up.
So in
Okay, that
face
is way
select
easier.
Mode, in edit mode, you can see this is
Okay, wait,
type
do I
Alt
need to
middle
do something
mouse,
else?
and then find that point and snap it to that. So that's even weirder, but I'm very glad it's in there
G,
because it is great, but
pop.
it is just like takes a little bit to wrap your head around.
All right.
But I will continue using it actually. So in face select mode, in edit mode, you can see this is too high up. So I can just, I mean, I could try and place it like this, or I could hit B and then go this point to that point. Same here.
Okay, so
G, B, this point to that point. Yeah, it's pretty useful. I mean, it doesn't
Wait,
have to be
select
this exact.
mode.
I mean, this is just stuff that's outside of the frame, but anyways. All right, and I'll move this out. So I do need to create a
G,
little bit of space
B.
here because the camera needs to sit here, obviously. So there needs to be a bit of space there. But if I move inside, you should see some flickering. Yay for flickering. The flickering is because
G,
obviously the cube
B,
comes with 6 faces, but we've already got 2 planes right here. And we don't really need those planes. We could actually map a marble texture to the cube, but then you have to deal with UV unwrapping and all that stuff. I find it's actually easier sometimes to just work with planes and use that instead. So instead, with the cube here, I'm just going to remove the 2 faces that I don't need. So the back face and then this bottom face. So selecting those 2, and then hit X, which is another way to delete, and not vertices, that's what we've been doing currently. Instead, hit faces. So it's just deleting those faces. So now you should see you have, it's kind of like an open box. 4 sides, and then the back and the bottom are open. And now what I need is an opening on the left-hand side to be that window. So to do that, I'm going to cut into it so that I get a little bit of gap here on the left-hand side to be like the gap between the wall and the window, and then another gap here between the bottom of the countertop.
So cutting
so I'm
now.
going to inset, and for that tool it's I. So I for inset, and it's now kind of like it's shrinking that face into itself, and you're just like choosing its scale essentially. I'll hold down Shift to get a more precise movement. And
how did I get it?
About there. That's pretty good. And now I just delete that face.
It
So
doesn't
again,
get
X
it.
and then
Wait.
faces. Awesome. So we should now see this, which in rendered view mode, rendered view
not
mode
really.
should hopefully look okay.
But
Yeah, not bad.
okay, wait. I then what?
And you're just like choosing its scale essentially. I'll hold down Shift to get a more precise movement, and about there. That's pretty good. And now I just delete that face. So again, X and then faces. Awesome. So we should now see this, which in
X
rendered
and
view
then
mode,
faces.
rendered view
Oh,
mode
I see.
should hopefully look okay. Yeah, not bad. Now this window frame here, it really is just acting like the control for the light.
Oh, now
so
this
if I want, I can
side
much more precisely place
kinda
this. Like I don't want that much light coming in.
What, let's delete
you know,
like the
creating all that
two
light
nightmare
on this side
DDD,
of the wall
3DD
there.
here.
I can also say maybe I need more space here, so that I've got a little bit of darkness, so I could put some things in the background without them falling into light. And then this bottom face here,
Wait, how do I
sorry, this
click
bottom
this
edge,
thing?
this is going to control where the light starts in the scene, right? So if it's like all the way down here, then it's anyways, you get the
And
idea.
that's 3DD
Just sort of
around
shaping
here.
the light. Awesome. And now with the camera selected, I'll just move this down a little bit, angle it up.
Yep.
There we go. Awesome. I mean, you can also just do this in fly mode, Shift, tilde key, but I like hitting the R tool and then just selecting the axes.
Also
and I can
need
just
to
tilt the camera
sun-
exactly where I want it.
I guess.
Awesome. So much better. We've controlled the skylight, so the skylight is no longer coming in. But we have uncontrolled lighting in the sense that this wall here, that's over here, that is supposed to represent the rest of the kitchen, is hitting and receiving all of that sunlight, and it's just filling in all of this space on the right-hand side. And that's not good because we want shadow. Shadow is actually a good thing. It helps reveal form.
let me
A lot of you
try.
artists, like, they get scared of shadow. They try and like fill everything in and light everything. You do want shadow. Shadow is a good thing. So all this uncontrolled space is not good. So essentially we need to do just like what you
I
were
guess
doing in
it
the real
also
world,
because
and that's
of
to
my
create
I
what
use
photographer did, they make,
EV render
a black
engine
fill
which
card, right?
again,
And that's just
for
to
the
essentially,
stream to not
stop
die.
bounce lighting from hitting the subject. So it's a good excuse to
Okay.
learn about a new feature. So with the cube selected, if I go to the materials and then hit new, we're going to keep the white material for everything else, right? White walls.
New.
But then I can add another material right underneath this one by hitting the plus button, then adding another material, and I'll call this one black wall. And actually we'll change the shader from principled.
Wait, let me see again.
But then I can add another material right underneath this one by hitting the plus button, then adding another material, and I'll
Wait,
call
where?
this one
Which plus
right
button?
underneath
Let me
feature.
see
So with the
again.
bounce lighting from hitting the subject. So it's a good excuse to learn about a new feature. So with the cube selected, if I go to the materials and then hit new, we're going to keep the white material for everything else, right? White walls. But then I can add another material right underneath this one by hitting the plus button,
here.
then adding another material, and I'll call this one black wall. And actually we'll change the shader from
Wall.
principled to a much simpler diffuse. It's just easier for cycles to calculate than a full principled one. And then this, I'll just change the color to be really dark, almost black. All right. And now in edit mode, I'm going to go face select, and I'm going to select that one wall that I want to have the black wall material to. And then here I select it from the material list, black wall, and then hit assign.
So I can switch between the two. Oh, I see. So, for example, if I have walls here, and if I like, okay, you know what? If I have image, then it's gonna be, I'm gonna use image for no reason. And let me see some image that I currently have. Let's see. I have this forest area from the Kirby, the Waddle Dee video, which I don't think it's worked well, but I mean, as a texturing, then it look good for no reason. Nope. Let me find other image that might fit more. Nope. Okay, so I guess it's also like the mapping of the thing. So let's just go to the same forest. It look weird outside, but like, or maybe not space background. Yup, mostly just star and everything. And then the second walls too. Nope. Oh, I can like switch the things like this. So if want to also image, wait, is this image texture? Okay, let's see other stuff. Let's see. I have one. Let's see. Because I made another, like the intro image, the animation for like another video. So if you want, so let me like show you like here. The first image is this that I used for the space, like the space image. Then, wait, let me see. Another one is this. The turn up nuke for another video. So if I like, okay, if I go to edit mode and then select this face, then I can use walls too. Wait, is that what you say? Okay, wait, let me
Won't see the assigned select, and I'm going to be. It's just easier than easier for cycles to calculate than a full principled one. And then this, I'll just change the color to be really dark, almost black. All right. And now in edit mode, I'm going to go face select, and I'm going to select that one wall that I want to have the black wall material to. And then here I select it from the material list, black wall, and then hit assign. And importantly, you won't see
so now
the assign select these buttons. They'll only appear when you're in edit mode. So if you don't see it, it's because you're not in edit mode. So in edit mode,
I get it.
Select the face, then you'll see it and hit assign. And now look at that. We have much more control. And in fact, because this light, sunlight is hitting this.
This is the one of the most
dark. This color
is the donut blender of all time.
For how much fill light I want on the right-hand side of the donuts. So the brighter it goes, the more fill light I get. Yeah, just a very simple way to control that lighting a bit better. Awesome. That's looking pretty good. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to adjust the sun intensity. So there's a separate measurement here just for intensity. Now you could drop the intensity of the whole sky texture as well, but when you do that, it also drops the sky texture, right? And so I found it was like for a while when the feature came out, I was like it was very hard to control. But I realized like if you keep the strength at 1, but then you reduce the sun intensity, you could like, for example, reduce the sun intensity like by a lot and then increase your exposure. And then it's like the sunlight is there, but it's a lot softer, right? It's not like so overbearing. But essentially what I want to do, I'm going to set this sun intensity to 0.5. So it's half of its brightness, but the sky texture has full brightness. So it's just a little, a little less hot essentially.
This thing I don't know now because again, if I change the render setting, then I'm going to die.
How to import a model, okay? Because although as a beginner, it's good to understand modeling tools and know how to build things. When you start building scenes, it's very common, professional artists in studios, to just make use of model libraries because there is so much you need to model and basically fill in.
Now, I do not know like how much of this video do I like
one artist to do. So it's very common.
Need to know more because.
So what I want you to do is click the link in the description, and you will find this model, the wood utensil.
Because I kind of know how to like basic
and it's available in multiple software. The one we're looking for is the Blender file. So hit download on that, and then just like before, unzip the file that you receive, and inside it you should see a bunch of textures and then one .blend file. Then we're going to go to File. You would think import, but actually this is for external file extensions, like not blend files. If you want to import a blend file, it's actually the append option. Okay, so now we select that .blend file, double click it, and now we're actually reading the blend file. We're reading the information inside that blend file, and it's saying, what do you want to import? Do you want to import just a single object from that blend file? Do you want to import a texture or a material perhaps? But in a lot of cases, if it's just a blend file that contains like one model, it's often going to be in a collection, a single collection. So go into collection and then just click the one that's there and then hit append. And now, even though there is multiple objects as part of this, it's just brought in all of them and it's put it into a collection.
So that is how to import the Blender file
I'm just going to
and
move
other
this
stuff,
into
which
the back
I
of my
kind of
scene.
know when I
So
like
that's how to import
texture,
data from one blend file
the
into
importing
another.
stuff.
It's going a little slow for me. I'm going to move that. There we go. So I just want it, somewhere in the background like that. The other thing I want to show you how to do is how to install an add-on. Because although you might think that's kind of like an advanced user thing, you will very quickly realize that a lot of workflows rely on add-ons. So add-ons are very powerful and there's a lot of them out there. And it's not actually clear how to install add-ons to beginners. So I thought I would include that. So obviously we're going to use the Polygon add-on. I mentioned this earlier. It just lets you like download and import objects with one click. And there's a bunch of free models in here as well, so you can actually get started with those and do some interesting things. Click the link in the description. This will take you to the download page, and you're just looking to download that. Great. So you can see it's downloaded a single zip file. And importantly, you do not...
So right now I feel like the basic stuff I kind of know how to like model things. So I know that there are still a lot more in the tutorial video. Okay, I can really like having a midnight snack. So a bit. Whoop. So right now I feel like this is going to be like my image right now. Sorry, stuff in my mouth. I wish I have bought a donut for like the midnight snack right now, but I didn't. So let's quickly look through like what is left on the video here. Oh, it's down here. So there are lightning fix. Compositor. What? Keep, let's give some of these, then I can like learn it like later. Maybe like, let's say like, okay, like just looking at like some of these, because like lighting I'm not going to do right now because it's like rendering stuff and it's gonna kill the stream if I change the thing. So what is compositor? Let's see.
But first of all, what is it? Well, the compositor is a way to add effects to the final render. So that could be everything from a simple color grade to like really stylized renders. So in our case, we're going to use it to add glare to better emulate a character.
Glare.
That's really the purpose for this tutorial. So
you can make opponent paralyzed with that.
On the compositor tab. So this will arrange your screen again, disorient you for a moment. But yeah, wouldn't you believe it? It's another node screen. So click use nodes at the top there. For whatever reason, they always appear off your screen. At least in my case, maybe it appears on yours. But if you move the mouse up or just scroll down, you should be able to see it. Or you can just hit the home key as well, and that'll bring it into focus. So it's actually pretty similar to like geometry nodes in that on the left-hand side, this is your original, like what you started with, your original render. And then on the right-hand side,
drink water right now.
Final output, like
if you watch this video,
saved to an image. And then in between here, you can put whatever it is you want. You could put a color grade. You could do some post-processing glare and shine and things like that. But before we can see anything, because normally you would see your result here, we can't for two reasons. The first is we haven't done a render, okay? It's not enough to just look in like rendered view mode here, right? This is just like a temporary view whilst we're moving around. We have to do a proper render by hitting F12. But if we did one right now, we'd be waiting a while because the maximum samples is 4,000, which is maybe, it's like probably pretty good for like film animation production quality, but it's overkill. And especially for this, like we're just doing some test renders. So let's set it to 100 samples and that'll do it way faster. So now let's hit F12 on that. There we go. So that came through for me, 7 seconds. Again, I got 430/90s. It'll probably be a little slower if you're on a laptop, but yeah, just, be patient. It'll come through. Now go to the compositing tab, and we still can't see it because we need to add a viewer node and connect it to this. And you can do that just by holding down Control, Shift, and then left-clicking on your render layer. And now we have a viewer node, and in the background we have our render. So some people find it like a little weird to have the render in the background. You can move it around just by holding down Alt and then middle mouse button, and then middle mouse button will move your nodes around. So Alt, middle mouse button for the background, and then middle mouse for the nodes. Anyways, as a very quick example, let's do a simple color adjustment. So adjustment, color balance, right? Drop this in here. Now, if you just dropped it into your and then middle mouse for the nodes. Anyways, as a very quick example, let's do a simple color adjustment. So adjustment, color balance, right? Drop this in here. Now, if you just dropped it into your viewer node, then this would be just what is going to be shown in the background here, but it wouldn't be saved in your render until it went through your composite node. But for just this quick effect, it's good enough. So this is a graders know exactly what this is, but it's for on the left-hand side your blacks, right? Your midtones is in the middle, and the right-hand side is your highlights. So if I wanted to make I don't know, like a cooler midtone and then like a warmer highlight, right?
So
and then I don't know,
like when I like
for the blacks,
change the color in the video or kind of like
makes
that.
It horrible. You could do it here. You can make simple color adjustments. You could do it there, and your original render hasn't changed. This is just a post-processing step. But actually, on the note of making things look more contrasted and punchy, I wouldn't actually bother with the color balance node. We used to, but now Blender has some pretty good color management.
Ooh.
So I'm going to hit Control X on that to just remove it, but retain its connection. And then if you go down in your render settings to color management, there is a look drop down here. So if you set this to high contrast, that's exactly the same as like what we were doing there, like trying to like increase the highlights or reduce the midtones. It's a very common thing to try and make something look punchier. And these looks will do that, but do it really well. A lot of people make the assumption that this is like, you shouldn't use these or it's going to like mess with the colors in some way. And like other applications, true. A lot of like art apps, they just, you know, you use one of their contrast settings and it just starts like clipping highlights and things. But this was designed by Troy Sobotka, who understands color science and color management. So it's a proper S-curve. You won't have any clipping going on. So I use this all the time. Usually the one I go for is a medium high contrast look, and it just makes a really nice looking result. By the way, just a quick mention, in 4.0, this version of Blender, we switched the view transform
I
to
feel like
AGX,
the donut one
which creates
cool.
more realistic looking images, because previously it was on Filmic and it looked like this. And you can see the difference is AGX it just looks more real. But the reason for that is that Filmic was, and actually the same with ACES right now, the film, like the one, the Academy, all the people in VFX use and everything, it's got this same problem. But so when you've got color, the more exposed a color is, it should actually start to desaturate. But what ACES and what Filmic was doing is that it was making that color more and more saturated.
And then for the stream viewer, then I can
ugly, right?
do
but
this
AGX fixes that and it starts to behave more like film, where it just desaturates those colors as it exposes for it. So very cool, and I'm glad they've got that. While I'm here as well, I'm just going to increase the exposure a bit. It's going to blow it out a little. Anyway, we'll fix it a bit with the lighting.
I don't know
later.
why sometimes it doesn't show.
Back to the
It's
composite.
finally show.
So one thing that I often use a composite
So
for
this
is
is like
for what you see in the real world, which is glare, right? If you've got a shiny metallic
Current
object, a
thing.
bumper or something like that, you want to have that starburst, right, coming off it, because that's what you see in the real world. You see it both with your eyes, like if you squint at something in the distance, you'll see like like this kind of like starburst around like a street light at night. That's actually because of the eyelashes on your eye. But on a camera, it's for a different reason. It's because of the optical elements. It's kind of like refracting around
so that
itself.
is the
That's creating
glare.
this starburst look. I don't understand it fully, but I know that it's an artifact which has artistic use as well. So we are going to add it. It is a little fiddly, I'll be honest. Like other software, they just have a button and it just like adds the bloom and the glare and stuff. We have to do this for now. So Shift A. We probably could if more people donated to Blender, right? We could have stuff like this. But anyways, so not to kill you all.
Filter glare.
Glare. Okay, and that was Shift A, by the way. Same hotkey, works everywhere. And drop this in. Okay, so we've got little starbursts. We've only got 4, which is not ideal. We want as many as we can get, really. So drag it up to 16. That's better. Now, there's 2 values here you really want to change. The first is the threshold. That'll decide how much of the image
shiny.
is affected. Like, as I drag this up in value, it means only the really bright stuff is going to be affected.
Oh wait,
if
it
you drag
doesn't
really low,
apply
then,
yet, so that
everything is going to give off a starburst, and it's not going to be what you
that
want. And the
I
other
show
one is
before
the mix
it's like
value.
the
So if you drag it
before
all
that,
the way to 1, then it's going to be
because I
just
need
the
to use
effect by
to do
itself.
the
If you drag it all the way to
composite
-1, it's going to be the original render. So if you wanted a nice blend between it, you could go like a -0.9 or something, and then you've got the starburst over the top of the original render. But if you want to blend this with something else, I find it best to actually drag the mix all the way to 1 so that we're just looking at the effect by itself. I can then also, let me just quickly adjust the threshold so that I'm only getting it in the really bright places. Yep, that's good. And then I can blend it with another effect that I want. So I'm going to hit Control-Shift-D, and that's going to duplicate it, but it's going to keep it connected to my render layer here. And then this one, I'm going to make the fog glow. Because looking at reference, it's not just the starburst, but it's also got a like a glare, like this blurry glow coming off it. So the fog glow is that look, right? It's just that. And let's increase the size, I think. And let's set the quality to high. Do we need high quality? Yeah, I think it looks better. All right. All right, so first, to blend this all together with the render layer, what we want to do is, just like you would do in Photoshop, if you would use like a blend mode, you would set the blend to screen or add. We can do that by blending with Shift-A, color, mix color. Okay, so this, we're going to drag in both of our glare effects. And then instead of mix, we're going to set it to add. So that will just basically ignore the black values, and it will just take the white values and combine them on the top of each other. All right, now the way Blender works, unlike Photoshop, where it's like top to bottom, in this case, it's bottom input up. So this factor value will define how bright the bottom input is, okay? It's a little weird, I guess, in that respect, but so this is the strength of that bottom input. Yeah.
Okay,
so
wait,
when you
what is this? Add,
so
then again, I need to...
If you would use like a blend mode, you would set the blend to screen or add. We can do that by blending with Shift-A, color, mix color. Okay.
Mix
So
color.
this, we're going to drag in both of our glare effects. And then instead of mix, we're going to set it to add. So that will just basically ignore the black values, and it will just take the white values and combine them on the top of each other. All right. Now, the way Blender works, unlike Photoshop, where it's like
now
top to bottom,
shining
in this case, it's
like
bottom
this.
input up. So this factor value will define how bright the bottom input is. Okay. It's a little weird, I guess, in that respect, but so this is the strength of that bottom input. Yeah. So when you're blending something and you want to control it, you just put it into the bottom input. So the streaks, it's like it's way too heavy. So I just want to go to like a 0.2 or something like that. Really, really subtle, even lower. Goodness. It's really heavy, the streak. I don't know why it is so bright, but I never want it as bright as it is.
Yep.
Okay, and now to blend it with the original render for my final trick, I duplicate that, drop it in here, and put this into the bottom input, and I'll connect this to my viewer.
Wait, the
And then
Discord
I'll set this to a 1.
sounding.
By the way, so the composition
Okay, wait, let me like change that a bit. So let me like do this. I think I thought I mute it already, but okay, let me do this so I can like change
maybe I
stuff.
explain. Anyway,
Yep. Seems like I have like an. After this, I have a more video to watch on YouTube. So yep, I changed the settings so it now shouldn't like be be more noise.
is going to be what's saved into your render.
So wait, let me go back before later. Discord ping.
Yeah, it's really heavy, the streak. I don't know why it is so bright, but I never want it as bright as it is. Okay, and now to blend it with the original render for my final trick, I duplicate that, drop it in here, and put this into the bottom input, and I'll connect this to my viewer. And then let's set this to a 1. By the way, so the composite, maybe I explained. Anyway, the composite is going to be what's saved into your render. The viewer is just going to be what is displayed in your background here. So if you don't have something connected into the composite, it's not going to be saved when you do the render. Okay, but that's pretty good. So that's how we've got a very quick glare effect over everything. It's a little heavy.
Okay, now let's see render image.
Because we want it to be just enough that you can see it.
Okay, it takes some time to load.
By the way, if you want to zoom in your backdrop, you can hit
okay, it seems to be a little bit foggy right now, so wait, let me do this.
We'll zoom in. They really need a better one. I agree. I agree with that. It definitely could be better. I think there's. Oh, you can control it like that. Okay, so if you hit your viewer node, you've got these little. Okay, you can do it like that.
Okay,
as well.
wait, let me.
But yeah,
see
V and Alt V, it's like a keyboard shortcut from the old days of Blender. And anyways, all right, dial back. I don't want to go too heavy. Like the thing with post processing when you're doing stuff in the compositor is you can like you just get like distracted.
Yeah, this is the current render, which is a bit foggy. I will fix
and
it.
It's so common to have a render that a beginner has done that's actually pretty solid, but then they have just really hammed up the post-processing effect. So don't do that. Don't get overly obsessed with it because it's almost certainly overkill. You just need to dial it back to like less than you're comfortable with, and then it's probably right. Because whilst you're adding it, you get really excited. Anyways, that's what I found myself. The other thing I'll show you is if we just bring up this bottom window. I don't know why Dope Sheet is the selected one. It makes no sense for the compositing layout. But if you click the little drop down in the top left, change it to 3D viewport. And now in rendered mode, click the little drop down next to it, and you should see at the bottom, you've got options for compositor. So let's click always. And what you'll see is that the compositing effects, what's happening up here, is now being composed live over the top of your viewport. And this is a very new feature. I think it's actually 4.0 is when it was officially added in. But it's huge because it means you can do and preview your effects whilst you're looking around your scene. So you could like look at this, like, hey, I can see the exact amount of that glare that's coming off it. You could do
low res right now, but if I do
stuff in the compositing, and it'll show through. Like as an example, there's a new Kawahara filter that looks like this kind of like painterly style. And you can, you can preview it like live.
I don't know if I'm gonna like this before because it's now look
right. It's really crazy.
Maybe it's just because I shade too much.
So I'm really glad it's finally in there because it's been talked about for like a year. I think was when it was first previewed. So it's really cool that it's finally in here. So one thing I will use it for actually is to check that the threshold that I've set for the default on streaks is actually correct. So I'm going to look through let's go to the streaks. I think streaks is it's a bit slow, but anyways, let's pull in here. And let's just take a look. I might have to add in a little bit. Okay,
my computer.
I have to add in a little bit.
It seems like to be like some internet dropping. I just want to make sure that it's
mostly coming through on the metallic objects. So I might actually try increasing.
At some point,
so you can see as it's like all the way at 0, you're just getting everything. It's going to get star beams. But then as I increase it slowly, it starts to disappear. And then the only thing that's really getting it is those metallic objects.
And hopefully nothing go wrong again.
So
render
so
stream,
amount threshold
feel like
for that. Anyway,
it's gonna be like
you could have a different amount for the glow, but I think
so
it's
let's
generally
see
one and
what
the same
else.
effect. So I think they should have time to learn
keyframe.
about animation, or more
Yep,
specifically,
animation.
keyframe animation.
Now
Because
this
character animation
is something
with its
that I
ribs
want
and
to
bones and
know
things is its own
more,
entire
so I can
separate beast
apply.
we're not going to get into. We're just going to do a very simple camera move. Specifically, we want the camera to start above the donuts and then fall down to reveal the final plate at the end, right? It's an excuse to learn about keyframing. Well, the basics of animation is really simple. If you go to the bottom of your screen, if you're in layout at the top, we can drag up on this divider here, and you can see we've got a timeline, which if I click and drag across,
The
is currently doing
classic
nothing because there is
timeline, I
no
noticed
animation.
before.
So if we pull out, right? I'm just going to do a really simple animation to show you don't have to follow this because this is a different animation than what we're going to do. Animation is really simple. You select the object that you want to apply a keyframe to, and then you hit I for insert keyframe, and you get this
so
like
press
scary
I.
looking menu. Apparently they're going to change this eventually, but for now you would place a keyframe on what it is you're planning to animate. So in this
I
case, it's
see
the
it
location,
below
right? So I want
now.
to move the camera location. Then I change my frame count to be the frame I want it to end at. Then I move the object how I want it to move. Right there, and then I add another keyframe, I, and then say location. And now, as I play it back, which I can do by hitting spacebar, you can see that the camera
let's do
is
this.
moving. Haha, look at us, right? A very simple camera move.
wop.
Now, I don't
And
actually want
then
that, though, so I'm
I.
going to delete those keyframes. And what we want is, what I showed you at the start. We want
I
the camera to
see.
start up here, right? Rotated, pointing down this way, and then we want it to move in an arc in this direction. Terrible arrow, pointed this way, right? Now you could do this. You could move the camera up there. You could then re-rotate it to point it down and then do a keyframe for the location, the rotation, and then do another one over here. But it would be very difficult to control that movement. And really, this is a rather simple movement if we have a pivot object. If we have something here and then we parent that camera to that object and then we just rotate that object.
So that is
it's
like
a lot
a
easier.
kind of
So
like
what
anchor
we need
point
to add
in
is, first
Premiere
of all, I
Pro.
want to think, what do I want to be the center of it? What do I want to be, where do I want that pivot object? So I think, somewhere roughly in the middle of these donuts. So right here, I'm going to hold down Shift and then right click, and that's going
so
to
now I
put my
got
3D
this.
cursor right where I've put it.
Okay, let's
and
do
now
just
to add
100.
an object, Shift A, and I'm looking for empty. So an empty, I mean, if you're familiar with other creative tools, you probably already know, but it's just something, it's similar to a null object in After Effects, etc. It's just something that's going to be in the 3D viewport that won't be rendered, okay? A number of options here. It doesn't matter which one you choose. You can go plain axes, and then if you went to the options here, the data, you could change the display here to what we saw before. But this is just like a different display.
I guess I can
object,
also
right,
change
depending on
the
what you're looking
place
for.
of
I think the
other
sphere is actually
one
the
too.
most useful. It's way too big currently, so I'm going to change the size to be something about that. And there we go. Okay, so now what we need to do is we
now
need to
the
parent
camera
our camera
changed
to
already.
this new empty object. So select the camera first, then
it
shift
seems like I
select
remember that
new empty that we've just created. and
Blender
now I'm gonna
will
hit
add
Control
the
key,
is
and
in
then
and is
set parent
out by
object to
themselves,
transform,
which
just
sometimes
like what we
I-
did with the icing.
It's
and
annoying
donut.
when, like,
so now you should see
after
if you
all, like
select that
the
empty,
two
and I'm gonna
animation
rotate
that I
around,
did
the
with
camera will
Blender,
rotate with it. And if you look
just
through
a
the
simple
camera
one,
at
it's
0,
like-
and then just double tap R, you can see that I can
Not really
track or
need,
rotate around
like,
it.
the
and
spinning
you can
one
see this is,
don't need, like,
way more flexible
in
for
and
what we want.
out
We want
like
the
that.
camera to be
Is in,
focused on
is
one
out.
point, and then
I
we
just
just
want,
want to move
like,
the camera around that
continue
point. And you
spinning.
can do some really nice, fast camera moves here if you wanted to do something snazzy. In our case, we're going to do a nice, simple, slow movement. So first of all, this angle, this look that we've got right here is where we want the final reveal to be. So this is where I want the
So I
end
kind of
point,
get
the
it.
end keyframe
So
of
let's
my
see,
app.
like, how do I like render it?
Animation tab at the top there. You can see it's rearranged all your screens. This over here is just another 3D view. Over here is the camera view. But at the bottom here, you can see we've changed from the timeline, which is what we had before, and it's
see.
changed to a dope sheet. So a dope sheet is just going to show you more information about the
dope
keyframes.
sheet?
So for example, you can see that the X rotation has a dot over here and a dot over here, but the
see.
Y and the Z has a different look. It's got a
Okay.
continuous line across it. And that's to
I'll
show you that
move
this
back
actually
here
hasn't
and then-
changed. The Y and the Z has no information
begin
that's changed from the start to the end. So we don't actually need these keyframes. So I only need the X rotation. So I'm going to select the Y and the Z, and I'm just going to delete them just by hitting the delete key. So we've now just
I
got one
got
channel of
the
the
looping
animations happening.
animation now.
Right, but we can't really change it. We can't make it so that this starts faster and then this slows down from this view. Instead, we need to change to a different view. So in the top left-hand corner, click this, and we're going to change the window type to be Graph Editor. Okay,
Graph
so
Editor.
the Graph Editor looks like this. So I'm going to use middle mouse to pan around here. And you can see we've now got a line right, with some handles on it, which is a lot easier to understand, but it's hard to get it all in the view. So you could hit the home key, and that will automatically reorient everything to position it in the view. Or if you hold down Control and middle mouse button, this enables you to just moving around, just dragging around. Control middle mouse button will change the axes zoom as well as the Y, right, up and down like that, which is just a really handy way to quickly orient yourself around. So Control middle mouse to change this, and then you can middle mouse
Y,
to
and
pan to a
C,
different
I
area.
guess, is like
Okay, so again, make
manual
sure I'm looking at
easing.
the X rotation there, right? And if we look, you should see the problem that we have, right? We have the start of the animation. It's a very slow curve that's going up. It picks up speed in the middle, and then it ends here. And the end is a little abrupt considering
normalize,
the amount of movement that it has. So really, we want this line instead to look a little bit closer to this line, right? Or even, I mean, that was kind of a bad line. Pull it rather like that. Okay, that's the kind of look that we want. So with our
we have
starting
X, Y,
keyframe
and
here,
C
I'm going to use the
rotation
same
and
hotkey
all
that you use
this.
everywhere, and that's R, to just get that angle to look a lot closer to what I want. Don't go too far up. If you go like vertical, you'll see that the start is like so abrupt. It's almost like it's like skipping down or something. So I don't want it to be that far. I'm going to rotate a little bit out like that. So there's a little bit of a harsh movement, but not too harsh, if you know what I mean. There we go, something like that. And then for this end bit, you can see it ends rather suddenly. Maybe you disagree, but I found when I looked at the animation, it was rather sudden. So this final endpoint here, I'm going to scale it out by hitting S. So again, same hotkeys work all across Blender, which is very nice. Awesome. So now if I play it back, you should see it moves rather fast at the beginning and then slowly tapers
like
out
this.
towards the end to a nice
I
soft
see.
landing, which is really cool.
I can do this.
And that's pretty well, yeah, that's a pretty good animation. Now we could stop here, but the other thing we could do to get a little bit more motion in it is we could have the camera start
So
closer
is in,
to
is
the
out, I
donuts
kinda
and then
noticed
pull out
from,
as it goes further away. I hate
editing-
this keeps,
editing videos.
interrupting. I'm going to hide that. Okay, there we go. Select my pivot. There we go.
Yep.
So
it
essentially,
go
we
like
could have it
if
so that it
it's
starts,
go
the
down
camera
or like
starts
up
right
like
about
this,
here, and
it's
then
gonna
it
be like
pulls out, and then as it
further
pulls
out
out, it
because
goes a
like
little
here.
bit further away and like ends
Like
back here.
this is like
So have a think about
X.
how you would do that. How would you have the camera start closer
So what?
to the pivot point? Right? Now you might think, well, okay, we could animate the camera pulling in closer, but that would be overly complicated. We can just use the same pivot point, but we can scale it. Because you can see if I hit S, look at that, the camera goes closer, and if I pull it out, you can see the camera moves further away. So what I want to do is I want to go to the final endpoint here, the frame 160, which by the way, you can
But I
jump
don't know
to
why,
an
because
existing
I shift
keyframe just by
rotation,
using
but
the up and down
think it's
arrows.
like
So
the
if I go
same.
up, you can see it's that keyframe, or down, it takes me to the front. So I want to go here and I want to create a keyframe just for the scale information. So here, because this is the end view that I want, so I'm going to hit I and then say not rotation, but scale. So now I'm going to go to the front of the animation and I'm going to scale it in to get a nice close-up of the donuts right there. And then I'm going to add another keyframe, I, and then a scale. So you should now see in your graph editor, that's what it's called, you should see your rotation information and then your scale
I kind of
information.
know about
Now you'll
this.
note that the scale is
Alright.
like where is the scale?
FPS.
Now you'll note as I play through this that in the top left-hand corner of the screen you've got FPS, which stands for frames per second. If you play video games, you're already well familiar with that term. And you can see as we play through it, it can't really make up its mind. It's like 24, no, 25, 26, 20, 24. I think it's just a readout glitch in Blender. It's actually a constant 24 frames per second by default, but for whatever reason, it's kind of like fluctuating between them. Anyway, point is you can change that amount by going to your output settings over here, and then underneath format, you've got
I can
frame
also
rate. Now, for whatever reason, Blender chose 24 frames per second, which is really only used for feature film. Everyone else, for like TV or YouTube, it's 30 frames per second. You can also go 60 frames per second if you wanted to really pay for longer render times, because it means things you have to render like twice as many frames, but it means things are buttery smooth. You won't actually see it right now because I'm recording this tutorial at 30 frames per second.
Is it though?
Anyways, really, the options that most people choose are 24 for cinema and feature films, 30 if you're a normal person and you're making things for internet or YouTube or anything, and then 60 if it's for like 3D content or something that has to be really, really smooth. Anyways, we're going to set it to 30 because that is the more standard frame rate for most things. I know people like to argue, but yes, 30 is, in my opinion, a much more reasonable frame rate for most things. And the final thing you'll note as we play through this is that it gets to frame 160 and then just kind of pauses for a bit until it gets to frame 250 and then it loops back. And that is because the end frame is set to 250. So if we set this to 160 instead, which is what our animation ends at.
Wait, this output images, so
people choose a 20. Now, for whatever reason, Blender chose
all
24 frames per
formats.
second, which is really only used for
frame
feature
rate.
film. Everyone else,
Normally
for like TV
30.
or YouTube, it's 30 frames per second. or something that has to be really, really smooth.
And
anyways, we're going to set it to 30 because that is the more standard frame rate for most things. I know people like to argue, but yes, 30 is, in my opinion, a much more reasonable frame rate for most
normally
things.
I also go for 30 frame per second animation,
and then and then just kind of pauses for a bit
and 60
until it gets to
is
frame
the
250,
same
and
factor,
then it loops
so
back. And that is because the end frame is set to 250. So if
I
we
can
set this
use
to
like
160 instead, which
Premiere
is
Pro,
what our animation
like
is at,
when
you
I
can see it will now
animate
play
the
through, and it'll get to the end.
letter
and it'll
or
go back to the start.
movement,
And
then
also, if
that
you
is
want to,
60, but
reset
most animation is like 30
this view
anyway.
in your timeline, you can hit the home key, and that'll like expand it out a little bit, and there you go. So that is basically
some of the
our
rest.
final animation. You can tweak it, you can make it look a little bit more polished than what I have here, because when I'm recording a tutorial, I can only do so much before people get bored.
Okay, but I feel like the
pretty good.
rest.
It's not bad.
So currently right now, I feel like I have learned like because it seems like the rest is kind of like rendering part, which if I want to know more, I can like learn about it later. So for now, thank you so much to Blender Guru for like this tutorial. I have learned quite a lot on like how to do 3D modeling. So now let's try to do it for real this time. So let's hide this one and hide this one. So now this time is time for to do actual like modeling. So first of all, okay, wait, let me like close the computer first to like to do stuff like this, then just close the computer so I don't need to like consume more energy or the thing here now. So and then it's connected. Okay, just wait a second. And now, okay, let me like check a few things first before actually like doing stuff now. So boop, 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 and then oh, pop, pop. Just checking things first for a bit. Just try to like check if everything is correct or not for a bit. Hold on a second, just trying to check it. Okay, just okay. Sorry, like I need to like connect, like reconnect something first, so I can just making sure that everything works fine and like correctly after like I close my computer. Just wait one new few seconds. I try to like see if anything goes wrong or not. And like reconnect something first, so I could. Okay, just sorry, a few issue when connecting stuff. Oh. But just making sure that everything is fine.